to have the events of the day that we have rolling, I would request everyone to please stand up for the national anthem as we begin with that.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्ज्वल जलधि तरंग तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, everyone. On behalf of HCL Foundation and CSR Box, I, Lakshna Asthana, extend a very warm welcome to one and all present here today. Thank you so much for joining us. After having witnessed two unforeseen years of this global pandemic, we are excited to regroup at this scale and be back at our very own Calcutta for the 8th edition of the HCL Grant Pan India Symposium. Let's have a huge round of applause for ourselves to have resiliently powered through this. COVID-19 is still trying to make its way into our lives, so I request everyone to kindly please wear your masks for everyone's safety. You've been provided with welcome kits which have got these masks, so kindly wear them throughout the day. To begin with, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to iLEAD for yet again hosting us today. We did our last Calcutta Symposium in 2017 and joined hands with this prestigious institute and couldn't be more thankful again for this opportunity. We would now like to invite Mr. Pradeep Chopra, Chairman iLEAD, to come upon the stage for the welcome address.
Thank you so much for the HCL team, and thank you all of you for coming here today to participate in this symposium. I very fondly remember that when I started my business way back in 1974-73, HCL also started a business that time. And HCL that time was a hardware company, and I saw big ads in the newspapers, for computers in the first time in India, empowering people, doctors, lawyers, and scientists, teachers, how the computer can help them to self-actualize and to maximize their capabilities in whatever they were doing. It was amazing for me. It was the first exposure to computers, and I think many like me had a and from that beginning, I think HCL has grown in such a great company, and that story itself is so inspiring. I keep on coming, meeting people who humbles me with their individual work, which is making so much of difference in the lives of the people. See, the only way we can feel fulfilled, feel that our life is meaningful, is to do our bit to make this world a better place to live. And I think all of you are doing it. That's why you are here. And my heartfelt congratulations and compliments to all of you. Can we have a round of applause for all of you? See, I felt that education and skill development, apart from many other things, are the most important requirement for our country, and we must empower every child in this country with education skills. No child should be deprived of education and skills where the child really wants to get education and skills. I will just share with you, many of you maybe knowing the story, this book, this is available to us on soft copy, and if you want, I can give it to you. It is about a fantastic work done by John Wood, uh, who happens to be the chief of Microsoft in Beijing, and he went just for a holiday in Nepal, doing tracking, and while he was tracking in a remote part of Nepal, he met an accident, and he was looked after by the very small village, and they really treated him well and all that. But once he recovered, then he was leaving. He said, "What can I do for you in return?" And they said, "Can you send us some books?" And he was really surprised that in that remote part of the world they needed books, nothing else. So he said, "Oh, of course, sure." And he said, in US and in many metropolitan cities, there are millions of books in the libraries, but there are no readers. He said, "We have so many readers, there are no books." So he arranged to send some books from his friends and all that. And the second time when he went, he found that there's not a single book was there in the room to read, because all the books were taken by the readers, and they were reading books which are absolutely unconnected, and they were absolutely considered to be not very easily understood by those villagers, but nevertheless those books were used, and that led him to leave Microsoft and start this initiative. And till date, I think he's made some 35-40,000 rooms to read worldwide. And somebody asked him, in the television interview, that what do you think was the highest point in this journey of educating and providing education to these unprivileged, remotely located boys and girls? And he said, I just reminded of an incident when I had gone to inaugurate one small rooms to read in a very remote part of Africa. And while they were preparing for me to inaugurate the room, I was sitting with a young boy who was supposed to be escorting me and looking after me. And I asked him, "What would you like to become when you grow up?" And he said, "I want to become the Secretary General of United Nations." I said, "Secretary General of United Nations?" The boy was that time in a small place where there was no electricity, no roads, no school, no teacher, nothing. He said, "Do you know what is United Nations do?" He said, "Yeah, of course." And he explained. I said, "What does the Secretary General of United Nations do?" He also explained. He said, "Where did you get all this information?" He said, "From books." He thought that there was no way this boy could ever become the Secretary General of United Nations, but he didn't want to discourage him or dishearten him. He said, "Okay." But he asked very curiously, he said, "Do you know what entails to become the Secretary General of the United States?" We said, "Yeah, first I have to become the president of my country." He said, again, it's the second shocker. But again he said, "Yeah, there is no harm in dreaming, but this is only a dream, it will never come true." And then he says that 6 months later, he had a good fortune of meeting the real Secretary General of United Nations, and he asked him while they were discussing, "Sir, how was your journey and how did you become the Secretary General of United Nations?" And he said, "Mr. Wood, you won't imagine. I come from a village which had no roads, no electricity, no school and no teacher. Since I was very keen in learning, I was sent to the district school where I have to walk almost 8 to 9 kilometers a day, cross swamps and jungles full of wild animals to go to school. And then since I was doing very well, I was sent to the college. And since I was doing very well in the college, I was offered the scholarship from Harvard. And while I was Harvard, I finished and then I taught in Harvard, and then I was picked up by United Nations as an employee, and over a period of time, I became the Secretary General." And then John Wood writes, I felt that I needs to be corrected. If this guy, coming from the same background, can become the Secretary General of United Nations, why not that boy? That is the power of providing books to people who don't have access to books and education. Yeah. I think many of you are doing it. Since you have come to iLEAD, iLEAD has started an initiative called Street Library. We have created 20 street libraries in Kolkata city. They are in remote places, mostly in the corner of a slums, where the children wants to read but don't have access to books. We give them books. There's no librarian, there's no restriction. Anybody can come and take as many books as they want. They can return if they want. They don't want to return after they've read, fine. If they want to return something else, people can read, people can put their books which they don't need or they have read. It's an open exchange system where there's no cost, because the cost is one time, which is putting the shelves and books. Otherwise, there's no monitoring. And that the books are depleting numbers, we send more books. For anything else, that's what we want to happen. We don't want books to lie there and not be. Now my of the used material, upcycled material, we try to become eco-friendly practices. We want to showcase to our students. It also fortunately costs less than using new material. And any ideas you want, I can at least share these ideas with you. If you are constructing some school or hospital or anything, we can always give you help. We have students who are doing interior designing here. They will be more willing to sit with your plans, give you some ideas to improve that. We have students who are in textile and fashion. We are using old garments. It's a sustainable fashion. We are reusing, giving new lease of life to old things, which is costing less and which is also eco-friendly practice, and which requires a lot of creativity and innovation and out-of-box thinking. So one creative idea triggers 20 other ideas. So that's another big advantage of using out-of-box thinking. And the more you use out-of-box thinking, the more you think creatively, more creative you become. It's like exercise. The more you put exercise to your muscle, the muscles will get strong. So with that, very, very warm welcome to iLEAD, and thank you HCL, and thank you all of you for taking out time to be here. I think this session is going to benefit a lot of your organization, and in turn, a lot of beneficiaries who are you're targeting, and I think collectively will make this country one of the best places to live. Thank you so much.
I'd actually like to call upon Robin from our team at HCL Foundation to felicitate Mr. Pradeep Chopra. I would like to share and inform you all that the HCL Grant Pan India Symposiums. Okay. I would like to share and inform you all that the HCL Grant Pan India Symposiums are an effort by HCL Foundation, CSR Box, and academia to bring together NGOs, experts, governments, corporates, and policymakers on one platform so that they can interact, develop regional as well as sectoral understandings of CSR, and deliberate on how it can contribute to the wider nation building. I am happy to share that since 2017, HCL Grant has hosted 34 physical symposiums covering the length and breadth of the country and 22 e-symposiums during the pandemic, witnessing the participation of nearly 24,000 NGOs and 11,000 people. This is the 8th consecutive edition of the HCL Grant, where the committed fund is INR 16.5 crores and with the commitment of INR 5 crores being awarded to the winning NGOs in each thematic category of education, health and environment for a 3 years project. The grant also rewards 2 finalists in each category with INR 25 lakhs for a 1-year project. To elaborate a little more on the work of HCL Foundation and to set the context for the day, I would now like to invite upon the stage Mr. Robin Thomas, Deputy Manager, HCL Foundation, to address us all.
A very warm good morning to one and all. First of all, it's so overwhelming to see the number of NGOs and the participants today who have come here to attend the HCL Grand Symposium. Just for your information, that we started this HCL Foundation, HCL Grant Symposium journey back in 2017, and till then, 2017 was when we were first hosted by iLEAD in Kolkata to do the symposium. At that time also, most of you attended a symposium in 2017. So first of all, I'd like to start with a huge round of applause to all our NGO participants who are here today, and for coming and gracing this symposium. So before I start, I'll be presenting about the HCL Foundation journey so far and the HCL technologies. How many of you know about HCL? Great. Okay, I'll just give you a brief background about HCL. So HCL was started in August 11, 1976. And Mr. Shiv Nadar and his colleagues, they started this organization, and Mr. Shiv Nadar is our founder of HCL Technologies. We are a $11 billion US company today, and with more than like 2 lakh employees, and our presence is in more than 52 countries today. And we are the third largest, you can proudly say that we are the third largest IT company in India. And our services which we have today, like Pradeep sir said, when he started this institute, HCL ka laptops was there at that time, and we were dealing in we were giving services through our laptops, through our desktops, hardware. Now HCL is fully focused on the software part. We are into engineering services, we are into IT and business services, we are into R&D services, we have products, and so on. And if you see the listing of all the HCL technologies entities and the work we are doing, it's a huge list. If you go to HCL Technologies website, you'll understand the vast amount of work which we are doing with our clients, and so that's how HCL has been growing every year. So moving on to the HCL Foundation. HCL Foundation is the CSR arm of HCL Technologies. We started HCL Foundation back in 2011 with a vision to be the source code, for sustainable socio-economic development. Can I have the So with this vision, so source code means this name was given by Mr. Nadar, when we started HCL Foundation's work, and source code means you are building a model, a developmental model which can be replicated by other organizations. So that's how HCL Foundation believes in, that we create these models with the support of our NGOs, the implementing partners, the agencies, the government with whom we work, and so that these models can be replicated or scaled in all the places where the other NGOs or agencies would like to take it up. So with that vision, we started our HCL Foundation journey. We have our 10 commandments, which you can clearly see that we believe in. So these 10 commandments define our CSR work, which we do in HCL Foundation. and these commandments is what we follow in our day-to-day work. I'll not go into the details of all these commandments which we follow. I so in terms of the SDG goals, HCL Foundation is committed towards the sustainable development goals, and you can see today we are present and we are covering most of the sustainable development goals. Our work is distributed among all the goals which are committed towards global sustainable development. And if you see our presence, HCL Technologies and HCL Foundation combined, we are today present in 22 states, 3 union territories, and more than 168 districts in India. So if we talk about our journey, as I mentioned, we started in 2010 with Power of One. Before we started our CSR, we registered a CSR arm. So way back in 2010, even before CSR came into law, HCL Foundation was already present and doing the social work. So that's how we started with one of the flagship program, Power of One, in 2010. And in 2011, HCL Foundation got registered as a trust. And in 2014, we started our HCL Samuday initiative, which I'll cover it in my coming slides. Then in 2015 is when we started HCL Grant. So HCL Grant, award-winning grant, which we will be talking about the whole day today. We'll explain you about the HCL Grant. 2015 we started HCL Grant. 2015, the same year, we started a Sports for Change initiatives. In 2016, we started our HCL Uday program, which is committed towards urban community development for the people living below poverty line. 2018 is when we started our HCL Foundation Academy, which is an e-platform for all the NGOs and all the participants who are interested in attending our courses, which we run through our HCL Foundation Academy, which is a free of cost courses for the NGOs to register and take these courses. 2019 is when we started a Clean Noida initiative, where we are committed. We're working with the Noida Authority to clean. Basically, we work with RWA, so I'll just cover it in my upcoming slides. And then HCL Harit, which is a new initiative, which is towards environment conservation and biodiversity. So HCL Harit is a very new initiative which we started in 2021. So this is our impact which we have created in our 10 years. You can see all these flagship programs combined. We've been able to impact more than 3.7 million lives, and 105 water bodies we have been able to rejuvenate through our initiatives. More than 66,000 acres of land has come under sustainable community management, where now the community has the ownership, and they are taking care of those lands. More than 30,000 animals have been treated and protected, and our investment through a CSR from 2010 till date is more than 900 crores, which is around $116 million, which we have already invested till date. So this has been the journey of HCL Foundation, and somehow we believe that our NGOs have a major role for HCL Foundation. Through HCL Foundation, we have been able to transform these many lives and work with these communities. So before I move on, I just have a message from our director, Ms. Nidhi Pundi. She couldn't join last year in 2017. 2017, not last year. So 2017, she was here with all of you, and due to some very urgent commitment, she could not join us today. So she has sent her best wishes, and her message also you will be hearing through a grant vision video also. So and this symposiums have been possible because of her initiative, because we have been doing this symposium, as I said, from 2017. We have been able to do this with the support of our leadership headed by Ms. Nidhi Punde. And we have a big team. I would like to, before I go ahead, I'd like to call everyone here on this stage. I'd like to call our HCL Foundation volunteers from Kolkata. We have an HCL office in Kolkata. So we have our employees who are our active HCL Foundation headed by Mr. Angan and his team. So please come forward on this stage. And I'd like to introduce our HCL grant team, Mr. Rahul, Shelly, and the NGO box and the CSR box team who are also here today. So मैं आप लोगों को ये जरूर बताना चाहूँगा, these symposiums wouldn't have been possible without their hard work and the dedication which they are showing. Today you are all sitting here. 2 दिन से ये लोग इस symposium के लिए prepare कर रहे हैं, and this is our 7th symposium right now. We just completed 6 symposium. We started from Bangalore, then we went to Bhubaneswar, Vijayawada, then Bhopal, Udaipur, Patna, and from Patna हम लोग बस में ट्रैवल करके आए हैं. So we thought कि थोड़ा सा एक अलग सा, not every flight we should take, एक बस का यात्रा भी होना चाहिए. So with that motive, and we came in 2 days, and they have all done the preparation. So a big round of applause for the entire team. Thank you. So moving on now, I'll start with our initiatives, what we have, what we are doing in HCL Foundation. So under rural programs, we have 2 flagship programs which we are running under HCL Foundation. One is the HCL Samudaya, where our vision is for developing source code for sustainable, scalable, and replicable model for rural development. So we are in most of the thematic categories. It's a direct implementation in Hardoi district, where we are covering 284 gram panchayats in UP and 4 blocks of Hardoi district. And we have an integrated approach where we are engaging with the community, and we have a team deployed there, more than 400 people who are deployed there on ground, and they are working across agriculture, education for livelihood, health, water sanitation, and environment. So all these initiatives are implemented directly through HCL Samudaya in Hardoi district, where we are covering more than 280 gram panchayats in UP. And we are going to start in Tamil Nadu also. The same model we are going to replicate in Tamil Nadu. We are in talks with the government right now. So soon that announcement will also come in. The second flagship program under rural program is HCL Grant. So it's an award-winning grant. I think, how many of you have applied for HCL Grant in the past and know about HCL Grant? Great. So HCL Grant, again, it was started with the aim to achieve sustainable rural development by supporting these NGOs who are doing path-breaking work towards rural development in the thematic categories of environment, health, and education. It's an award-winning grant. Every year we come out with a grant money of 16.5 CR, which is committed annually, and where 5 crore each is awarded in the categories of environment, health, and education, making it a total of 15 crore, and 25 lakhs for a 1-year project, which is given to the NGOs who reach till finalist. जो finalist जो last stage तक पहुंचते हैं, the 2 finalists, they receive a grant of 25 lakhs for a 1-year project. So with this motive, we started the HCL Grant and HCL Samudaya for the rural development, and we have our initiatives for the urban programs also we are running, where we are working with the most vulnerable communities who are below poverty line, and we basically believe through HCL Uday, we try to break the cycle of urban poverty through an integrated community development approach. When I call it integrated, it's basically the convergence, the leveraging which we do with the existing resources. So we are currently reaching out to more than 5,60,000 people through our HCL Uday program, and we believe in a comprehensive, continuous, and a collaborative approach, where we select the communities, where we ask all the NGOs in different thematic categories to develop and to work on an integrated approach, not in silos, but to have this, in a convergence model. To work in a convergence model is what we believe in HCL Uday, and that's what we are working upon. In and also in the urban program, we have Clean Noida, which is the HCL's commitment to transform Noida into one of the cleanest cities in the world. And currently, Uttar Pradesh in Noida was ranked #1 as the cleanest city in India, and Clean Noida had a big role to play, where they worked with the Noida authority, and they were able to achieve this, and they were achieved to they were able to rank #1 in Uttar Pradesh. So basically, with the two clear objectives, we started Clean Noida. First, to create awareness about proper waste management practices, and then to train this and aware the RWAs on the waste management in the city. Now, under environment initiatives and special initiatives, we have some flagship programs. HCL Harit, as I said, it's a newest initiative which started in 2021. So basically, with a vision to conserve, restore, and enhance the environmental systems and respond to the climate change through sustainable community engagement. And I've already mentioned the numbers which we have been able to achieve through our HCL Harit program. It's a very it's a major program in HCL Foundation, which is growing, and how we are being affected by the climate change. And with that motive in mind, we started the HCL Harit program. We have special initiatives called Power of One, where over 1 lakh volunteering hours have been clocked through our employees, and this Power of One was started with the support of our employees, where they contribute 1 rupee a day, and with that money we actually give scholarship to the meritorious students. Till now we have been able to give scholarship to more than 600 scholars we have been able to support. And then we have HCL Foundation Academy, where we have been able to, so like I said, it's a free course for the NGOs, HCL Foundation Academy. आप वहाँ पे register कर सकते हैं. More than actually 38,000 participants have been engaged so far through webinars and courses on this platform, and they have been trained, and we have been able to build their capacities, and they have got the certificates also through our HCL Foundation Academy portal. So this is an opportunity for all the NGOs who are today sitting here, and we are introducing this HCL Foundation Academy. If you have not heard about it, please register whenever the batches started. And one of the benefits which we have asked you to register for HCL grant is this only: whenever these kind of courses come, the first hand information comes to those NGOs who are registered with HCL grant. Then we have Sports for Change, where more than 21,000 students have been receiving a sports scholarship and sports coaching and training sessions through our coaches. And this is also one of the growing flagship program in HCL Foundation. Recently, I don't know how many of you have heard, Jerlyn, she's one of our scholar. She participated in the Paralympics in Brazil, and she won 3 gold medals in badminton, and that was supported through HCL Foundation. She was a scholar of HCL Foundation. That was a pride for India, because she was recently felicitated by our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji also. So then we have My Heart portal, where we support the skill development and livelihood. Under our skill development and livelihood initiatives, we are running this My Heart portal, where basically to strengthen the value chain of the arts and crafts sector. With that motive, if you go and So this welcome kit which you have received today is through our My Heart artisans who have made it, and all these materials are environment friendly, and they have been made by our My Heart artisans. Now during COVID also, HCL's response was there. 2 years, it was a very bad years for all of us, where we seen all up and downs. And during that time, HCL was there on ground with our team to support. All our NGO partners were there on ground. We've supported more than 80 plus hospitals, more than 250,000 calls were taken. We had a dedicated call center for supporting these patients to get beds. So more than 250,000 calls were attended. More than 9,500 patients were treated through our supported hospitals. More than 12,000 oxygen cylinders, generators were provided. So this list goes on, and and there was a huge work which HCL Foundation did during the COVID times, and that we were able to do because our NGO partners were there on ground. Today we are partnering with more than 200 NGOs in Kolkata also. Specifically, Kolkata is also one of the cities where HCL Foundation is present. We have some of our NGO partners who are attending here today. I'll introduce them during the day. So we have our presence here. More than, I think, 4-5 NGOs are there, and we have our HCL grant winners and the finalists today, who they'll be joining us, and they will be sharing their experiences, who have won the HCL grant or who are there, who reached till the finalist, to share their experiences, how they crossed our 7 stages of selection process in HCL grant. So they will also, so you will get an opportunity to hear from them. So with this, we have a message from our chairperson, Ms. Roshni Nadar Malhotra, for all the NGOs, and we also have a message from our CEO and MD, Mr. C. Vijay Kumar. So I'll start the video.
I'm proud to speak with you all as HCL Foundation turns a decade old, and we do this 2 years before the 10th year anniversary of the formalization of the CSR law in our country. We start our journey with the ambitious vision of creating pilot solutions. We call them source codes. These solutions, if applied at a large scale, have the potential to create a huge socio-economic and environmental impact. Our approach is anchored in being exclusive. We work with NGOs, government, and independent agencies to drive efforts that are aligned to the Sustainable Development Goals to help towards nation building. I am thrilled to say that the journey has been truly exciting and fulfilling. Over the last decade, our programs or solutions have been refined to deliver transformational and sustainable impact for communities where they are implemented. Today, HCL Foundation drives 5 flagship programs, including Samuday for Integral Rural Development, Uday to address urban poverty, Clean Noida to transform Noida into one of the cleanest cities in India, Harit for environmental action, and HCL Grant to empower nonprofits for community-led rural upliftment. Over the last decade, these programs have helped transform close to 3 million lives. HCL Foundation has created meaningful partnerships with over 200 NGOs to deliver impact in 122 districts across 21 states and 3 union territories. Today, we are celebrating the winners of the 7th edition of HCL Grant, a program that empowers some of India's most innovative nonprofits to transform rural ecosystems. HCL Grant has actively supported 32 NGOs to not only enhance their work, but also strengthen their organization and institute governance structures to make them future-ready and attract financial aid from a larger group of partners. These NGOs have collectively improved 840,000 lives spread across the length and breadth of the country. This is truly deep impact. However, we have also created a pool of over 35,000 NGOs who have applied to the grant through the years. The rigorous grant process allows us to identify some of the best NGOs who are featured in an annual compendium that serves as a guide for organizations looking to find the right NGO partners for their CSR or philanthropic efforts. The first decade of HCL Foundation required us to make major investments in creating pilots or source codes like HCL Grant. The next decade will see us scale these and transform many more lives across many new geographies. We also aim to create strategic programs for climate action to contribute to our country's goal of becoming carbon neutral by 2070 and help enhance the Government of India's National Action Plan for Climate Change. I am confident that our collective actions will help ensure a brighter future for all in our country. Thank you.
Dear friends, we are meeting today at a time when the world stands at the crossroads of crisis and humanity. As we strive to enable harmony between people, planet, and prosperity, corporate social responsibility has taken a whole new significance in this context. 10 years ago, when HCL Foundation was established, we set out with a vision to create templates or source codes for sustainable socio-economic and environmental development. The cornerstone on which it was built was the Power of One, an employee-led program based on the belief that even a small contribution can make significant difference in that society. 7 years ago, we made a paradigm shift, expanding our ambit from the power of one to the power of many with the HCL Grant, the flagship program built on invaluable partnerships with the Fifth Estate. The HCL Grant has helped us to go beyond the limits of our capacities to extend our CSR work to the remotest corners of the country. Focused on our core priorities of environment, health, and education, it has expanded our footprint from sustainable waste management in Karnataka to reviving primary health centers in Nagaland, from improving maternal, newborn, and child health in the tribal areas of Madhya Pradesh, to increasing water storage capacity in Rajasthan, to enabling digital literacy, financial literacy, and wholesome education for children across India. And as we push forward, we keep a close watch on quality and governance. HCL Grant Program is the prime example of HCL Foundation's advocacy for accountability and transparency in the development sector through institutionalized processes and governance structures. Our governance standards are indeed amongst the best in the world. This is core to HCL Technologies' CSR policy, which binds us to the highest standards of environmental sustainability and holistic integrated development. In the last decade, we focused on creating templates and source codes. In the next decade, we plan to implement and scale these source codes globally. As I extend a hearty congratulations to the winners of the grant this year, I do believe this is just the beginning. We have miles to travel together, and I have no doubt that with a collective passion and diligence, we will carry forward this mission to help create a better world. Thank you and all the best.
Hello, can you hear me? So thank you so much for listening to the HCL Foundation's work and what we do. So today, as we move forward, there will be a very engaging panel discussions, and there is a session right now which is coming up by Nikhil Pant on the new CSR law amendments, which will definitely help you in understanding the new CSR laws and how NGOs are taking it up. And then post lunch, we have our experience sharing session by our HCL grant winners, and we have our eminent sub-jury member, our eminent consultants joining us today, who will help you to understand how you should apply for HCL grant, not only HCL grant, but also other grants. What all are those parameters which you should take into consideration while devising your proposal. So all those things, it will be a very engaging day for all of you, and all these materials, all these things which we are showing today through a panel discussion and experience sharing, everything will be it's put in our HCL Grant website, from where you can download all the materials. So thank you very much, everyone, and looking forward to a very engaging day today. Thank you.
So while we are connecting Nikhil virtually, I would like to introduce him. Nikhil Pant is the CEO at Richa, former Chief Program Executive, National Foundation for CSR, IICA, Ministry of Corporate Affairs for the Government of India. Nikhil has played a key role from the government side in the formulation and nationwide rollout of CSR as per Section 135 Companies Act of 2013. He also specializes in CSR grant management, monitoring and evaluation frameworks, impact assessment, project management, and is currently involved in compliance to impact with sustainability, advising to governments, corporates, NGOs, and academia on CSR and sustainable development. Let's welcome Nikhil with a huge round of applause.
Thank you so much, Lakshana. Am I audible to everybody? If people can raise their hands and let me know. Is it all audible right at the back of the auditorium also? If I can see some hands at the back, that will be great. Thank you to iLEAD and Pradeep. I don't know if Pradeep is around or not. Sincere gratitude to him for giving us this opportunity once again to host the HCL Grant Symposium. I think this is the 8th edition of ours, and I would have loved to be there. Unfortunately, my father fell sick, and I'm in Dehradun right now. And with his good wishes, he's also sent his good wishes to all of you. He asked me to make sure that I take the session because the good work has to continue. And the whole idea today is to engage with the NGOs, the civil society from Kolkata, from West Bengal and the nearby areas, and take across the message not just of the grant but of the CSR legislation once again. And I think we were here in 2018, 17 or 18 if I don't remember incorrectly, and since then a lot has happened. So before I begin, I would just like to ask everybody, should I do this in English, Hindi, or a mix of the two? So if I can people raise their hands for English? Only English. If I say only English, okay. And if I say a mixture of the two, Hindi and English, दोनों का mixture, I guess मुझे ज़्यादा हाथ दिख रहे हैं फिर Lakshana and Robin, I guess. तो फिर मैं दोनों का mix use करूँगा. And as Lakshana told me, बहुत ज़्यादा pure and शुद्ध हिंदी नहीं बोलेंगे हम. We will have a mix of Hindi and English. So before I start, and I believe I have about 40 minutes that I have been given, so it is 11:10, so 11:50 maybe I will kind of wind up. सबसे पहले मैं आप सबसे ये पूछना चाहूँगा कि आप लोग क्या सब कोलकाता से हैं या कुछ कोलकाता के बाहर से भी आए हैं आप लोग? अगर आप हाथ उठा के जस्ट बता दें अगर कोलकाता के बाहर से कितने लोग आए हैं, तो काफी लोग बाहर से भी आए हैं. बहुत अच्छी बात है. वेरी गुड, वेरी गुड. तो आप सबको मैं ये बता दूं कि हमारा इसका जो सेशन का पर्पस है वो है कि हम जो CSR का लेजिस्लेशन, आई होप आप सब लोग जानते हैं. वंस अगेन मैं एक छोटा सा एक सर्वे कर लेता हूँ. सेक्शन 135 जो CSR का जो कानून है, जो लॉ है, वो कितने लोग जानते हैं? वो अपना हाथ उठा के बताएं. जो 2014 से 2014 से जो चल रहा है, मुझे अभी 1-2 हाथ ही दिख रहे हैं. बाकी लोगों ने ये लॉ पढ़ा है क्या? इसके बारे में जानते हैं कि नहीं जानते हैं? अच्छा, तो कम लोग जान रहे हैं, मैं देख रहा हूँ. और जो अमेंडमेंट एक हुआ है 2021 में, 2021 में एक अमेंडमेंट भी हुआ है इसमें, जिसमें बहुत चेंजेस आए हैं, उसके बारे में कितने लोग जानते हैं? इसके बाद इस पे तो मुझे लग रहा है कि कम ही लोग में भी 5 to 10% ही लोगों का हाथ दिख रहा है। सो सबसे पहले मैं वापस से पूछूंगा क्योंकि बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, मैं काफी दूर से देहरादून से हूँ बट टेक्नोलॉजी आज हमें मदद कर रही है इन सब चीजों में। मैं अगले 40-45 मिनट्स में कोशिश करूंगा कि 20-25 मिनट्स में आपको मैं इसके जो कोर एस्पेक्ट्स हैं लेजिस्लेशन के और जो अमेंडमेंट्स हैं उनको बता दूं, और मैं आपको ये भी बता सकूं कि जो ये जो चीजें हैं ये कितनी इंपॉर्टेंट हैं आपको HCL ग्रांट के लिए अप्लाई करने के लिए अगर आप एलिजिबल हैं। किसी वजह से अगर आप एलिजिबल नहीं हैं तो डू नॉट लूज होप। व्हाट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फ्रॉम दिस सेशन इज कि आपकी हम कैपेसिटी बिल्ड करें और आप इसको समझें सो दैट यू कैन क्रैक द पजल। CSR इज आल्सो अ बिट ऑफ अ जिगसॉ बिकॉज इतना इजी नहीं है कि जस्ट बिकॉज देयर इज फंड्स आपको फंड्स मिल जाएंगी। आपको एक्सपर्टीज भी होनी चाहिए लेकिन आपको कंप्लायंस भी आनी चाहिए। ये दोनों चीजें बहुत जरूरी हैं, काम और जो उसका जो 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 रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशंस है दोनों आना बहुत जरूरी है। और आप सब तो कोलकाता वाले हैं, फुटबॉल के सब, you know, you're all lovers of soccer. I know that Salt Lake Stadium and all of this. In soccer also, let me give that analogy. You may be very good in your football, but if you don't know the offside rule, you hit the ball into the goal and it will be disallowed by the referee, isn't it? So we have to understand the rules very well. I hope Lakshana, I have this thing screen share with me. इसको मैं screen share कर सकता हूँ क्या? मैं एक बार करके देखता हूँ. I hope. तो मैंने एक प्रेजेंटेशन आपके लिए रखा है जो कि मैं आपको दिखाऊंगा. Is it coming on the screen, Robin? Clearly visible, even the last line से Ministry of Corporate Affairs छोटा वाला भी वर्ड दिख रहा है पीछे तक में. अगर दिख रहा है, good, very good, and my voice is also audible है. मुझे लोग नहीं दिख पा रहे हैं for some reason, I don't know ये कैसे होता है इसमें, but it's okay. I will go with the presentation, though I would have loved. इसमें कोई तरीका होता है रॉबिन के मैं ऑडियंस को भी देख सके किसी विंडो में, या वो नहीं होता है? हाँ, अगर रॉबिन इफ यू शेयर योर्स देन आपकी विंडो में मुझे लोग दिख जाएंगे ना, वो थोड़ा सा उससे कनेक्ट बेटर हो जाता है. So while this is happening, let me get started. So 2013 में ये लॉ बना था, 1 April 2014 से it was implemented. So इस presentation में we will do an analysis of the amendments to the CSR rules of January 2021. एक फॉर्म CSR 2 भी आया, वो काफी सारी चीजें हैं, वो अगर आपको बेसिक लॉ के बारे में भी आइडिया नहीं है तो वो दिक्कत हो सकता है, इसलिए हम धीरे धीरे उसको आगे बढ़ेंगे. और आई विल गो टू द नेक्स्ट फर्स्ट स्लाइड. इसमें मैं अगले 4-5 स्लाइड्स में आपको एक समरी देने की कोशिश करूंगा कि ये जो कानून है, जो लॉ है, ये क्या बताता है. ये सेक्शन 135, आप कहीं अगर डायरी और पेन है तो आप नोट्स भी बनाइए, लेकिन ये सब मटेरियल ऑलरेडी अपलोडेड भी है HCL ग्रांट की वेबसाइट पे, आप वहां से भी डाउनलोड कर सकते हैं. लेकिन अगर हम इसको क्लासरूम सिचुएशन की तरह कर रहे हैं तो आप इसके नोट्स भी प्लीज बनाइए. So companies incorporated in India and having either of the following in any of the immediately preceding financial year. मतलब अगर हम आज FY 22-23 में हैं, तो अगर immediately मतलब 2021 में अगर किसी का ये इनमें से कोई भी अगर अप्लाई करता है, net worth of 500 crores or more, net turnover of 1000 crore or more, or net profit of rupees 5 crore or more, then they have to apply this formula. और ये फॉर्मूला क्या कहता है? द फॉर्मूला सेज कि एवरी सच कंपनी विच इज कंप्लाइंग, और जिसको कि CSR करना है, उसका एक CSR का बजट होगा. तो अगर हम अभी हमने कहा FY 21-22 जो अभी खत्म हुआ है. यस रॉबिन? यस रॉबिन. नहीं, मुझे तो अपना PPT दिख रहा है केवल रॉबिन. वो मैं कैसे, कुछ बटन दबाना पड़ता है उसमें, क्या होना होता है? आई रियली डोंट नो. अच्छा, अब दिख रहा है रॉबिन. यस. ठीक है, मुझे रॉबिन, आई कैन सी यू. यस, आई कैन सी द ऑडियंस. जस्ट एटलीस्ट उससे क्या होगा ना, नहीं तो लगेगा कि मैं ब्लाइंड कहीं पर कुछ बोल रहा हूं. सो हमने अभी पहला ये आपको बताया. अगर हम इफ आई गो टू द नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. हाँ, अब हम इस स्लाइड पे हैं. इस स्लाइड पे अगर हम देखते हैं तो 1 सेकेंड, ये क्या हो रहा है? Yes, I think मुझे एक बार वो टॉगल करना पड़ेगा, but then that's okay. Immediately 3 preceding financial years का एवरेज नेट प्रॉफिट अगर हम जोड़ेंगे तो हमको अपना बजट मिल जाएगा इस साल का. यानी कि अगर हमने FY 2021-22 में हम कंप्लाई किए हैं पिछले वाले स्लाइड के हिसाब से, तो हमारा हम अब एलिजिबल है, वी आर एलिजिबल फॉर CSR इन FY 22-23। लेकिन बजट कितना है हमारा CSR ऑब्लिगेशन कितना है, वो हम पिछले 3 सालों का एवरेज नेट प्रॉफिट जोड़ेंगे, विच मीन्स अगर हम 22-23 का निकाल रहे हैं तो हम जोड़ेंगे इसके 3 साल पहले, मतलब 2021, 1920 और उसके पहले जितना भी है 2020, जितने भी 3 साल की प्रीसीडिंग ईयर्स है उनका हम एवरेज नेट प्रॉफिट निकालेंगे, दैट इज, और उसको डिवाइड कर देंगे, क्योंकि एवरेज करेंगे तो तीनों को जोड़ के 3 से डिवाइड करेंगे, दैट इज गोइंग टू बी माय बजट फॉर दिस फाइनेंशियल ईयर व्हिच इज 22-23। दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू नो। नेक्स्ट इज, क्योंकि ये एक बोर्ड लेवल एक्टिविटी है, ये सबको समझना है। आज HCL फाउंडेशन इज हियर, इट इज प्रमोटिंग द HCL ग्रांट व्हिच इज अ यूनिक ग्रांट। आई थिंक रॉबिन और टीम्स के बारे में बताएंगे आपको विस्तार में इन ग्रेट डिटेल सब्सिक्वेंटली। It is a board level activity. Every corporate which is qualifying, there are more than 50,000 companies जो qualify कर रही हैं इस फॉर्मूले के हिसाब से। उनका बजट अगर हम जोड़ेंगे तो 20 to 25,000 crores का है एवरेज आउट करके, और हजारों, hundreds and thousands of crores have already been spent in CSR. So this is now a board level activity. और हर बोर्ड में क्या है कि अगर 10 लोग हैं, there are 10 people in a board, उसमें से 3 लोगों की एक कमेटी बनेगी, जैसे ऑडिट कमेटी होती है, HR कमेटी होती है, वैसे एक CSR कमेटी ऑफ द बोर्ड भी है। अब ये कमेटी क्या करेगी ये हम लोग अगले स्लाइड में देखेंगे। दिस कमेटी हैज सम वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट रोल टू प्ले। ये जो बोर्ड लेवल कमेटी, इट कंसिस्ट ऑफ 3 और मोर डायरेक्टर्स। इसमें 3 डायरेक्टर होते हैं, अगर वो अप्लाई करता है 3 डायरेक्टर्स। बाकी जब हम लॉ को पढ़ेंगे तो हमें समझ में आ जाएगी कुछ कंपनी में 2 ही डायरेक्टर्स रिक्वायर्ड होते हैं, तो उसमें 3 की जरूरत नहीं है। लेकिन अगर वो 3 की रिक्वायरमेंट है तो उसमें एक 1 विल बी अ न्यूट्रल अंपायर कॉल्ड द इंडिपेंडेंट डायरेक्टर, जो हमारा लेफ्ट में ऊपर पहला बॉक्स है, दैट इज द फर्स्ट बॉक्स। The composition, which is now the right box, composition to be disclosed in the annual board directors report. So this is very important कि जो ये committee member है इनका public disclosure भी जरूरी है। People should know who these people are by their name and their designation. This is CSR is also about disclosure. इस law में बहुत transparency है। We have to understand that जब आपको ये NGO कहता है कि ये मुझे तो पैसा ही नहीं, I don't get funds. Why is this NGO getting all the funds? Somewhere you have to understand that it is not on the whims and fancies of the corporate to just give it to any of their own favorite NGOs. It is not like that. They cannot do this. There are controls, there are regulations, there are frameworks. और ये जो composition है, ये जो committee है, ये ensure भी करती है कि ऐसा कुछ नहीं हो। और जो independent director है, जो कि third umpire है, a third umpire like we have in cricket will make a judgment कि कहीं भी कुछ conflict of interest तो नहीं हो रहा है। Then the third box on the left, if you see, this committee will formulate a CSR policy and will also this policy will include the activities and the budget. ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है हमको समझना कि इसमें हमारा एक्टिविटी भी आएगा और बजट भी आएगा इस पॉलिसी में। अगर आप HCL फाउंडेशन, HCL टेक्नोलॉजीज की वेबसाइट में जाएंगे, and I would request Robin कि आप अपने सेशन में if you can show them the HCL tech policy also. I would request everybody to read the HCL Technologies CSR policy today when they go back home. It is the gold standard CSR policy in the country today. We have together, all of us together have developed it with great care. HCL की जो legal team थी, उनकी company secretary, chartered accountants, हमारी निधि की पूरी टीम, हम लोग कुछ लोग थे जो मिनिस्ट्री से आए हुए हैं, इसको हमने we have made this as a gold standard. Please everybody read this as a textbook gold standard, जिसको कॉपी, जैसे टेक्स्ट बुक हम क्रिकेट में भी बोलते हैं ना, कॉपी बुक स्टाइल। इट इज अ गोल्ड स्टैंडर्ड डॉक्यूमेंट एंड इट इनकॉर्पोरेट्स द लेटेस्ट अमेंडमेंट्स, जिसके बारे में हम आज डिस्कस कर रहे हैं आपसे थोड़ा बहुत। और ये जो कमेटी है ये इसको मॉनिटर भी करती है, इसकी इस पॉलिसी के इम्प्लीमेंटेशन को। इट इज जस्ट नॉट अ डॉक्यूमेंट इन पेपर। अब इसका एग्जाम्पल क्या देंगे हम, आज अगर HCL फाउंडेशन आपके iLEAD में यहाँ पर आया हुआ है कोलकाता में, एंड आई एम लॉगिंग इन फ्रॉम देहरादून, देयर इज अ कमिटमेंट नाउ, इसको हम लोग जमीन पे लेके आते हैं। इट इज नॉट जस्ट ऑन द वेबसाइट ऑफ HCL टेक। और आप लोगों के पास पूरा राइट होता है कि हमसे पूछें CSR के बारे में, HCL ग्रांट के बारे में, HCL फाउंडेशन के बारे में। देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ ट्रांसपेरेंसी ओवर हियर। व्हाई आई एम सेइंग दिस टू एवरीबॉडी इज कि मैं खुद एक NGO चलाता हूँ, मैं खुद एक NGO का पार्ट हूँ, एक मैं ग्राउंड का कार्यकर्ता भी हूँ, आई एम अ ग्रासरूट्स वर्कर आल्सो। आई नो आपके दिमाग में क्या क्वेश्चंस आएंगे और आते हैं, because I'm on that side as well. I have been on the donor side also, and I've been on policy side. तो मुझे तीनों एस्पेक्ट्स पता है। हमें इस चीज को बहुत इंपॉर्टेंटली समझना है कि ये एक बोर्ड लेवल एक्टिविटी है विद मच ट्रांसपेरेंसी एंड अकाउंटेबिलिटी। नाउ अगर ये कमिटी जब ये पॉलिसी बना देती है, बोर्ड का ये पार्ट है, तो अब क्या करता है बोर्ड, क्या करता है जो अब हमने अगले स्लाइड में देखा। अब ये हमको दिख रहा है कि जो बोर्ड है उसकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी क्या हो जाती है। वो इस पॉलिसी को अप्रूव करेगा। जो 10 मेंबर के बोर्ड में अगर 3 ने ये पॉलिसी बना दी, अब ये पॉलिसी उनकी मनमर्जी से नहीं बनेगी, इट इज नॉट ऑन देयर whims and fancies again, this will go to the board and the board may say कि no, why this and why this not, ये कैसे और ये क्यों, इतना बजट क्यों, इतनी एक्टिविटी क्यों, इतना मनी यहाँ क्यों जा रहा है, इतना मनी इधर क्यों नहीं आ रहा है, इधर नीड असेसमेंट क्यों नहीं दिख रहा है मुझे, वेयर इज द रिक्वायरमेंट एनालिसिस। It will approve and disclose the policy in the annual directors report and on the company's website, जो मैंने अभी आपसे कहा। मैं आपसे ये भी बोलूंगा, आप लोग इतने एनजीओज हैं, जो आपके फंडर्स हैं कॉर्पोरेट्स, उन सबके नाम लिख के उनकी वेबसाइट पे जाइए आज आप अपने घर पे जाने के बाद, और सबकी CSR पॉलिसी निकालिए, और आप HCL टेक की भी पॉलिसी निकालिए, और आप सबकी पॉलिसीज को एक दूसरे से देख के कंपेयर भी करिएगा। हो सकता है किसी की पॉलिसी HCL टेक से बेटर भी हो, मे बी आप हमें फीडबैक देंगे, हम लोग उसको और इम्प्रूव कर सकते हैं। हमने अपनी मेहनत करके एक अच्छी पॉलिसी बनाई है विच इज ट्रांसपेरेंट, विच इज इक्विटेबल, विच टेक्स केयर ऑफ ऑल द कंसर्न्स। लेकिन आपको समझना बहुत जरूरी है कि ये पॉलिसी जब हमें नहीं अगर समझ में आ जाएगी, तो एनजीओ क्या कर सकता है, अपनी स्ट्रैटेजी बना सकता है इस पॉलिसी को समझ के। बिकॉज इफ योर स्ट्रैटेजी इज इन अलाइनमेंट विद द पॉलिसी ऑफ द गिवर, then your chances of conversion of fundraising become so much more. सब लोग पूछते हैं हमसे बहुत बार कि फंडिंग कैसे मिलेगी सर, कुछ एनजीओ को मिल जाती है फंडिंग, हमें नहीं मिलती है। तो इसकी सीक्रेट यहाँ पर है, इट बिगिंस फ्रॉम द सोर्स, यू हैव टू गो टू द सोर्स ऑफ फ्रॉम वेयर इट इज ऑल कमिंग। नाउ द सेकंड बॉक्स ऑन द राइट, ensure implementation of this activities as per the policy। अब ये पॉलिसी में आ गया सब कुछ, it doesn't mean that वो ऑटोमेटिकली जमीन पे उतर जाएगा। अब जैसे अब HCL ग्रांट में रॉबिन एंड टीम आज यहाँ आए हैं कोलकाता में, इनको डिटेल रिपोर्ट देनी पड़ेगी अपने हेड को, और जो निधि है वो डिटेल रिपोर्ट अपने CFO के थ्रू वेरीफाई भी करेंगे, फिर कमिटी को भी देंगे। They all have to be satisfied because it eventually has to be reported on as per the actual utilization। अगर हम थर्ड बॉक्स देखेंगे, कितना खर्चा हो रहा है, क्या खर्चा हो रहा है, कम से कम खर्चा होना चाहिए, ज्यादा से ज्यादा बेनिफिट होना चाहिए, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। इनफैक्ट मैं आपको ये बता दूं, मैं क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट में था, मिनिस्ट्री में था, इस लॉ को बनाने का एक बहुत बड़ा पर्पस ये भी था कि अगर ये 2% आ जाता है कॉर्पोरेट्स का इनटू गवर्नमेंट प्रोग्राम्स, फॉर एग्जांपल जो कि टैक्स पेयर मनी से चलते हैं, this comes in through shareholder money, this 2%। तो ये जो 2% is going to be like a surgical strike, like a Balakot attack, you know, like a very precise high impact insertion into the larger the entire program of government। अगर आप गवर्नमेंट के प्रोग्राम्स का खर्चा देखेंगे, एक्सपेंसेस देखेंगे, they will be the country, or whether it is the central government schemes and expenditures। उनमें बहुत बार क्या होता है, एक इनर्शिया आ जाता है, एक जिसको बोलते हैं एक यू नो शिथिलपना, वो इट बिकम स्टैटिक। अगर ये आके कैटालिटिक रोल प्ले करता है, हमने केमिस्ट्री में पढ़ा कैटलिस्ट क्या होता है, वो आके उसको एनर्जाइज कर देता है पूरे सिस्टम को। और फिर जो डायरेक्टर्स रिपोर्ट है वो स्पेसिफाई भी करती है रीजंस फॉर नॉट स्पेंडिंग। ये एक बहुत बड़ी चीज है, और अगेन मैं आप सबको आज बोलना चाहूंगा, इसको आप समझ के जाए यहाँ से, यू मस्ट अंडरस्टैंड दिस। इफ 100 rupees is my budget for FY 22-23, which is the current FY financial year of HCL Tech का अगर बजट 100 rupees है, the board of HCL must ensure कि ये 100 rupees spend किए जाएंगे इस साल में। लेकिन अगर HCL फाउंडेशन को जिसको पैसा मिला HCL Tech से, अगर उनके पास में फंड्स, उन्होंने डिस्ट्रिक्ट फंडिंग किया एनजीओस को, और सडनली वेव 3, वेव 4, वेव 5 आ जाती है, 4 महीना लॉकडाउन हो जाता है, फोर्स मज्योर टाइप सिचुएशंस आ जाती है, तो एनजीओस कैसे पूरा काम करेंगे। लेकिन स्पेंडिंग का भी इंटेंशन है कंपनी का और एनजीओस का। तो गवर्नमेंट ने ये कहा नए अमेंडमेंट में कि व्हाइल स्पेंडिंग इज मैंडेटरी, द गवर्नमेंट विल गिव यू सम मोर टाइम। अगर आपका 31 मार्च 2023 तक सपोज 80 रुपीज खर्च हो पाए HCL फाउंडेशन से, और 20 रुपीज अभी बच रहे हैं खर्चे में, लेकिन वो एलोकेट कर दिए हैं। अगर एलोकेट भी नहीं किए तो गवर्नमेंट कह रही है आप हमें ये पैसा दे दीजिए 6 महीने में, because हम खर्चा कर देंगे। We will spend it through the Schedule 7 funds or some activities which are part of the fund, which is PM Cares, PM National Relief Fund, etc., Clean Ganga Fund, Swachh Bharat Kosh, etc. But if your money of 20 rupees is already deployed with an NGO, then हम आपको 3 साल का समय और देंगे। तो आपके पास 1+3 years का टाइम अवेलेबल है as per the new amendment। ये बहुत से लोग क्या करते थे, पैसा दे देते थे एनजीओस को, एनजीओ को लेके रखते थे, बहुत बार वो एनजीओ कंपनी की अपनी फाउंडेशन होती थी और वो गवर्नमेंट को रिपोर्ट कर दिया जाता था कि द मनी हैज ऑलरेडी बीन स्पेंट. This cannot be done now, and there are some penalties under section 135(7). And in fact, Robin, this reminds me, जब आप अपनी वेबसाइट में ना वो जो गवर्नमेंट के नोटिफिकेशन है वो भी प्लीज अपलोड कर दीजिएगा. मेरे ख्याल से वो शायद किसी वजह से मिस हो गया था. मैं लेटेस्ट अपडेट्स आपको भेज दूंगा आज, सो दैट आप सब लोग जब वो HCL की लिंक पे आप जाएंगे ना तो आपको पूरा ये मटेरियल मिलेगा. प्रेजेंटेशन के साथ में आप ये पूरा मटेरियल पढ़ेंगे जब 5 डॉक्यूमेंट, तो एवरीथिंग यू विल अंडरस्टैंड कि ये हो क्या रहा है, सिचुएशन क्या है ग्राउंड पे. और हम इसको जब हम समझते हैं तो फिर हमारी क्लैरिटी बढ़ जाती है. नाउ आई गो टू द नेक्स्ट स्लाइड, व्हिच इज समथिंग व्हिच ऑल ऑफ यू शुड नो. इफ यू सी द सेंट्रल बॉक्स, अ ट्रस्ट इन 1860 सोसाइटी और अ सेक्शन 8 कंपनी, दीज आर द 3 तरह की एंटिटीज हैं जो CSR कर सकती हैं. और ये किन किन व्हीकल्स के थ्रू हो सकती है, 1 2 3 4 5 आप देखेंगे. अगर 1 में कौन आता है, कंपनी, व्हीकल या एनजीओ, जैसे कि अब HCL फाउंडेशन है, या आपकी टेक महिंद्रा फाउंडेशन हो सकती है, इन्फोसिस फाउंडेशन हो सकती है, कोई टाटा पावर फाउंडेशन हो सकती है. ये वो है जो कि कैन बी न्यू, जो हमने ब्रैकेट में लिखा है. इसका मतलब है कि उनको 3 साल पुराना होना जरूरी नहीं है, बिकॉज देयर इज अ मदर डॉटर रिलेशनशिप, पेरेंट चाइल्ड रिलेशनशिप बिटवीन द गिवर, द कॉर्पोरेट एंड द रिसीवर, द एनजीओ और द फाउंडेशन. बहुत लोग फाउंडेशन और एनजीओ में भी कंफ्यूज करते हैं. एनजीओ इज अ मोर जेनेरिक टर्म, फाउंडेशन भी एक जेनेरिक टर्म है, इन द सेंस कि फाउंडेशन कैन बी अ ट्रस्ट, अ सोसाइटी और अ सेक्शन. तो वेन डायग्राम की तरह अगर आप सेंट्रल बॉक्स को देखेंगे, दैट इज द कॉमन पॉइंट फॉर 1 2 3 4. नंबर 2 में एक्सटर्नल व्हीकल्स में एनजीओ आ जाते हैं, जिसमें कि आप जैसी एनजीओ होंगे, जैसे जिस एनजीओ का मैं भी पार्ट हूँ, वो सब हम 18 आई एम पार्ट ऑफ एन 1860 सोसाइटी. आप में से कोई ट्रस्ट का हो सकता है, कोई सेक्शन 8 का हो सकता है, कोई 1860 सोसाइटी का हो सकता है. बट यू हैव टू बी 3 years old. लॉ इज सेइंग कि इमीडिएट आप नया एनजीओ बना के आप CSR के लिए एलिजिबल नहीं होंगे. आपको डेमोन्स्ट्रेटेड एक्टिविटी दिखानी पड़ेगी विद इनकम टैक्स रिटर्न्स, तब आप एलिजिबल होते हैं. उस एलिजिबिलिटी के बाद में रॉबिन और उनकी टीम या HCL फाउंडेशन या कोई भी कंपनी अपने नए रूल्स भी बना सकते हैं किसी स्पेसिफिक ग्रांट के लिए. जैसे कि अब HCL ग्रांट के कुछ अलग नियम कानून हैं, सेपरेट रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशंस बनाए हैं उन्होंने, क्योंकि उनको ज्यादा फंड्स देनी है बड़े काम के लिए रूरल इंडिया में, जो कि वो बताएंगे. उसके लिए बैंडविड्थ चाहिए, उसके लिए आपको कैपेसिटी चाहिए स्पेंडिंग की. आप बोलोगे नहीं, मैं तो मुझे दे दो, मैं कर दूंगा खर्चा. ऐसा इजी नहीं होता है, क्योंकि अगर आपने मनी लिया और स्पेंडिंग नहीं की तो अब बहुत बड़ी पेनल्टी है. बहुत बड़ी पेनल्टी है जो सेक्शन 135(7) आप लोग नोट कर लीजिए. उसमें काफी सारा पैसे का फाइन है, वो पड़ेगा. कंपनी को बहुत ज्यादा इंपैक्ट हो सकता है. तो कंपनी भी केयरफुल होती है और एनजीओ को धीरे धीरे अपनी कैपेसिटी बढ़ाने की जरूरत है. नंबर 3 में आती है सेंट्रल या स्टेट गवर्नमेंट व्हीकल. They can again be new. As I gave my own example, I keep giving. मैं Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs में मुझे कुछ समय मिला था जब ये कानून लॉ बना था 2012 to 17 में. Now IICA is an 1860 society. So 1860 देखिए आपको सेंट्रल में दिख रहा है दूसरे नंबर पे. Formed by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Ironically, ये जो किस्म की एंटिटीज हैं ये गवर्नमेंट का नॉन गवर्नमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है. अब वो इट साउंड्स अ लिटिल आयरॉनिकल, बट दैट्स हाउ इट इज. But these organizations can also receive CSR grant और उनको नया होने की जरूरत नहीं है. Then the fourth is the parliament और state legislation established entities. आपके स्टेट बंगाल की भी एक्ट के अंडर में होंगे कुछ ऐसी एंटिटीज जो आपको मिल जाएंगी वेबसाइट्स में, और सेंट्रल भी हैं. जैसे आई नो अबाउट वन राजीव गांधी इंस्टीट्यूट है, हमने जिनके संग काम किया था मिनिस्ट्री से, वो चेन्नई में भी है और उसका मोहाली चंडीगढ़ में भी है सेंटर. इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स ऑफ इंडिया ICAI is an entity formed by an act of parliament. इनको हम लोग भी फंड कर सकते हैं. फिर 5वें नंबर पे कुछ वो फंड्स हैं जो जिनके बारे में मैंने बताया, और एक है जो कि हमने इसमें नहीं लिखा है, वो है डायरेक्टली भी कंपनीज अपनी फंडिंग कर सकती हैं. सो व्हाट आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट एवरीबॉडी इज दिस, दैट at this point let me just take, because it's 11:30, we have another 20 minutes. Can I take a pause of maybe 2-3 minutes, Robin, and if there is any question from anybody, I'll be happy to take that question. As far as right now, मैंने कुछ अमेंडमेंट की बातें भी आपको बता दी हैं इस दौरान में. तो मैं कोशिश क्या करता हूँ, मिनिमम टाइम में मैं आपको मैक्सिमम चीजें बता सकूं. लॉ को समझाते उसके अमेंडमेंट भी मैंने बीच में आपको बता दिए. अब आपको ये बताना है कोई क्वेश्चंस हैं अगर from the audience, so we can take that and I'll be happy to answer. It is 11:29:30. We will have 2 to 3 minutes questions and then I will go to the next part, जिसमें मैं आपको क्या बताऊंगा। इसमें अब हम लोग एक CSR 2.0 इसको कह रहे हैं कि जो नए जो अमेंडमेंट्स आए हैं 2021 में, वो अमेंडमेंट्स जो हैं वो अब अमेंडमेंट्स क्या क्या कर रहे हैं। इनफैक्ट मैंने नेक्स्ट को चेंज किया रॉबिन, तो ये स्क्रीन शेयर क्यों नहीं हो रहा है? हैज द स्क्रीन शेयर गॉन? आई हैव ऑलरेडी टर्न्ड माय, इज द स्क्रीन शेयर ऑन राइट नाउ रॉबिन? I think it has gotten off once again. 1 second, it has become frozen. I am now going back to 1 second. Let me do stop sharing. And in the meantime, the question can be taken up. I'm just kind of going back to my screen share. Any questions so far?
Hello.
Is CSR 2.0 visible now, Lakshana?
Good morning, sir.
Is it coming?
Good morning, sir. This is Sandeep Datta from Ventona Health Tech. So I would like to know that do there is any like law for the for-profit social enterprise? Because there are many organizations like us, like we work in social sector, but we are a for-profit organization. So there is any rules for is coming up for these for-profit social enterprise? Thank you, sir.
Any rules for for-profit is your question?
Yeah, for-profit social enterprise.
Yes. So as of now, the government, if you see the rules and the amendments, it clearly mentions certain types of entities. What was your good name? I didn't hear your name.
Myself, Sandeep Datta from Ventona Health Tech, Kolkata.
Okay, Sandeep. So here, if you see the rule number 4 under the amendment rules, which again, you know, I keep a hard copy with me here. We will share all these documents with you on the HCL website. आपको सबको download करने को मिलेगा. इसमें स्पेसिफाई कर रखा है, जो मैंने भी आपको बॉक्सेस दिखाए थे, उन्हीं टाइप की एंटिटीज को फंडिंग डायरेक्ट मिल सकती है. नाउ दो तरह से आप काम कर सकते हैं. वन इज यू कैन बी अ टेक्निकल सर्विस प्रोवाइडर टू एन एनजीओ. यू कैन प्रोवाइड सर्विसेज टू एन एनजीओ. द अदर कुड बी कि अगर डायरेक्ट इम्प्लीमेंटेशन कोई कंपनी कर रही है और आपके पास वो एक्सपर्टीज है टू बी एन एक्सटर्नल कंसल्टेंट टू द प्रोजेक्ट वेयर द कंपनी इज डायरेक्टली इम्प्लीमेंटिंग, देन through an RFP, the company can select you as a technical partner, but not as an implementing agency. तो आपकी अगर 100 रुपीज की बजट है डायरेक्ट में, तो हो सकता है आपको 10 रुपीज 20 रुपीज टाइप का सा कोई टेक्निकल एक्सपर्टीज का काम मिल जाए, बट दे कांट गिव यू 90 रुपीज आउट ऑफ 100 एज एन एनजीओ as they could perhaps give it to an NGO. So that is very important to understand.
The direct fund can come to like for-profit entity, or it will come through NGO?
If anybody can close by, just keep giving me the question, because I can't hear from the back of the room, I guess.
Hello.
I am audible, na? I hope I'm audible, Lakshana.
Am I audible, sir? Hello. Can you hear me?
No, I think it's not. I'll just repeat the question. Your question?
Yeah. So the funds will directly come to the social enterprise, or to NGO, like implementation partner?
Sure. So Nikhil is asking if the fund can come directly to the social enterprise or to the for-profit entity, or does it have to be routed through the for-profit entity?
He's asking. No, I have given the ways. One is to partner to the project where the NGO is front-ending, or it could go, if it is direct implementation by the company, then it will have to be like a technical service provider to the project. They cannot be like an implementing agency, because those are listed as 1860 society, a trust, or a Section 8 company. I just gave those boxes for that reason only. We can take one more maybe, and then I think there's a hand on the left side which I can see. Somebody is raising his hand.
Hello. Yeah. Am I audible, sir? Hello. Am I audible, sir? Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. My question
Yes.
is like, as you mentioned, like as a for-profit organization, the social enterprise, and the like another entity is NGO. So if there is a fund available with the corporates, so for any foundation, maybe there are many corporates, as you mentioned, like HCL Foundation, Dalvia Foundation. So they have a company, then from there they are getting the fund to run the foundation. For direct, foundation can share the this fund to the social
Yes,
enterprise?
yes. That's a good question. That's a good question. No, because the foundation by itself is a donor NGO. I think that's your question.
Yeah.
So a foundation can hire a for-profit because as part of its direct implementation. For example, now HCL Foundation is like a mother NGO also. It gives its sub grants to other NGOs. But if HCL Foundation wants to do a project directly, then like it does Project Samuday, they could have external consultants work in that project, and the project is then directly delivered by the NGO, which is the foundation of the company.
So in that case,
You could
implementation
plug
partner
into.
can be a for-profit
Absolutely,
organization.
your
Like,
question is right.
so in that case, can that implementation partner also can be a for-profit entity like social enterprise? Or is there only a
Then it
technical
is not
level?
an implementation partner. It is a foundation. If you are a for-profit social enterprise, you will have a service contract with the foundation of the company, which can then engage you directly.
Okay.
You will
Okay.
not be an implementing agency. Implementer is the NGO, which is the foundation of the company in this case.
Okay. And another question is like, in there
Yeah,
any
yeah.
like
You can
MC?
still you can take my contact from the team, and let's go to the next one.
Okay.
You can have my contact from HCL team, and you can message me. I will help you understand it. Don't worry.
I am Day from Kolkata. Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
I'm not no. So no worry. You just hear the question and let me know. I can't hear him.
I am Day
I
from
think it's better
Kolkata.
they just take a query from him or her and then just pass it on to me.
My question is, the last amendment 2021, is there any provision that the funding agency should publish the name of the organization to whom they are giving the CSR fund? Is it understood? Should I repeat?
Can somebody, because you're asking, does the funding agency have to publish the names of the NGOs?
Is it mandatory?
Is that the query, Lakshana, or?
Yes.
So, if you see the report, yeah, I'm getting his question, very, very important. If you look at the reporting format, normally asks you for the name of the implementing agency also now. So the reporting format, which is Annexure 2, is asking the corporate to write down the name of the implementing agency as well as the CSR registration number of the agency. So there is going to be more transparency going forward. I have the reporting format in front of me. It clearly mentions this. So going forward, I see more transparency coming into this entire system. I hope this clarifies your question.
My specific question is the
report. All of this is published onto the website of the company. Also, data also. To the next part of the presentation, Lakshana, we can have areas which you can maybe.
Nikhil, I think there's some internet issue. So we can take up the question and you can answer them later.
Yeah, there seems to be some internet issue right now, I guess, over there.
My question is whether the CSR agency are they bound to publish in their website or wherever it may be, to whom they are giving the fund. That's the point. Not
If the query can be taken, I can answer it. What is the question? If somebody can give me the question separately.
Yeah.
Shelly?
Yeah. So Nikhil, the question is whether the CSR agency is liable to put the name of the NGO who's funding them on their website, basically. Hello. Yeah, Nikhil, can you
So
hear
this is
us?
what I just replied. Was I audible or not when I responded to this?
Nikhil, I think there were some internet issues, so if you could repeat that.
no, the reply you gave it, that is the
Okay, so I will. Am I audible now? Am I audible now?
Yes, yes, Nikhil, you are.
Yes. So under the new reporting format, which I'm showing here, it's required to see in the CSR form CSR one number of the agency also in the reporting format. It will go to the ministry and it will also go to the director's report, which is part of the annual report of the company. It will be part of it. Was I audible or not?
Yes, Nikhil, you were audible. Sir, if there's any other...
Okay. So should I continue, because there is some I can continue with the presentation because I see a bit of jerkiness in the video in front of me. So there is some internet issue there, seems.
CSR agency is reporting to CSR Company Act. That format he is mentioning. I'm not telling that. It should be whether it will be uploaded in the website so that the people who are applying, they will come to know. You got the point?
So what are you referring? You are referring that whether the CSR agency is liable to
Nikhil, we can take up the question from Sir later and we can note it down as well. Can we continue with the presentation?
Yes. Because you take some of these queries and message me. I will reply on WhatsApp and then you can share the answer.
All of you who have a few queries,
Is
you
that
can
okay?
reach out to me. Yes, Nikhil. You can, yeah. You can reach out to me and I can forward
Please
the
take
questions
all the
to me.
queries. So what we will do is, what I will do is all the queries in a piece of paper. Just click photographs of that and WhatsApp the pictures. Don't even type it. I will respond to them one by one and then you can give them those answers. You can read the question and give them the answer on the second. That's okay with everybody. We can
Sure,
do that.
Nikhil. Yeah. Can we continue with the presentation then?
It can't be shared. The company act একটা provision করা হয়েছে, those are not divided to the shareholder.
No, but
So the screen share is not happening, Robin, for some reason.
Nikhil, can you retry once?
Yeah, sure. Earlier it was happening, no?
Yeah, earlier it was happening.
अभी आया क्या?
Yeah, it's there.
CSR 2.0 दिख रहा है?
जी निखिल.
Okay. अभी दिख रहा है ना? I think I am not visible maybe because Robin वाला वो हट गया या जो भी है, whatever I think.
Yeah,
But CSR 2.0 दिख रहा है ना सबको?
Yes.
So, and I am audible. So let's not waste time. I'll take another 10 minutes to kind of explain the last part, and then we can take questions. We'll make it interactive in another way. We'll use technology. So am I audible clearly, Robin and everyone?
Yes.
Okay, good. तो अभी क्या हुआ है 2021 में जो अमेंडमेंट आया है और अभी मैं आप सबका क्वेश्चन आंसर करूंगा, कोई भी बिना आंसर के नहीं जाएगा यहाँ से. आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट द टीम फ्रॉम HCL फाउंडेशन एंड NGO बॉक्स, CSR बॉक्स की आप सबका फोटो खींच के मुझे भेज दीजिएगा. मैं एक एक का आंसर दूंगा. और उस पर आप अपना नाम और मोबाइल नंबर भी लिख दीजिएगा और ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का नाम भी. वी विल रिस्पॉन्ड टू एवरी क्वेरी दैट यू हैव. अभी 5 गेम चेंजिंग ट्रेंड्स आ गए हैं जो हमको समझने हैं. मैंने आपको छोटा सा ब्रीफ दिया लॉ के बारे में. आपके अच्छे क्वेश्चंस है, मुझे दिख रहा है. पर देयर आर 5 गेम चेंजिंग मेगा ट्रेंड्स जिनको हमें समझना है. एक तो मैंने आपको बता दिया है कि मैंडेटरी है CSR स्पेंडिंग. अगर आप करोगे, नहीं तो वो गवर्नमेंट को देना पड़ेगा पैसा. उसका नियम, एक लॉ है, एक रूल है जो कि आपको मैंने बताया 1+3 करके है. दूसरा है कि फाइनाइट टाइम पीरियड आ गया नंबर 2 बुलेट में. इसका क्या मतलब है कि अगर वो कंपनी ने पैसा एलोकेट कर दिया है एनजीओ को, ईयर एंड आ गया है, then the NGO will get 3 years to spend it. Otherwise, as I said, the money goes in 6 months to a government fund. Third point is very, very critical for which you all have been invited here. और आप सबको ये समझना है that आप लोग सबके सब केवल इम्प्लीमेंटेशन पार्टनर नहीं है, कंप्लायंस के पार्टनर भी हैं. यू आर पार्टनर्स इन कंप्लायंस एज वेल. इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू अंडरस्टैंड. अगर आपका काम बहुत अच्छा है लेकिन आप रूल्स नहीं जानते हैं तो आपको प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है फंडिंग में. और हम सबको ये एडवाइस करते हैं कि आप कंप्लायंस को समझ लें, अपनी पूरी टीम को ट्रेनिंग कराएं. इनफैक्ट दिस गिव्स मी एन अपॉर्चुनिटी, एंड रॉबिन इफ यू कैन आल्सो शेयर विद देम, हमारा एक HCL फाउंडेशन एकेडमी कम CSR का कोर्स भी चलाते हैं. इट्स अ फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट कोर्स जो कि HCL फाउंडेशन करा रहा है. 3 मंथ्स का ऑनलाइन कोर्स है. अगला बैच अब 3-4 महीने के बाद होगा. बैच 5 हमारा अगले हफ्ते स्टार्ट हो रहा है. इट्स अ ह्यूजली पॉपुलर कोर्स. इस कोर्स में आप अटेंड कर सकते हैं टू अंडरस्टैंड एवरी एस्पेक्ट ऑफ द कंप्लायंस एंड फॉर फंड रेजिंग एंड फॉर इम्पैक्ट असेसमेंट्स. तो इसकी डिटेल्स भी आपको HCL की टीम और NGO बॉक्स की टीम शेयर कर लेगी. क्योंकि आपको ये समझना है कि कंप्लायंस को अगर आप जानेंगे तब आप फोकस कर सकते हैं इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में, एज पॉइंट नंबर 3 इज सेइंग. पॉइंट नंबर 4 एंड 5 क्या कह रहा है कि गवर्नमेंट इज नाउ वेरी क्लोजली मॉनिटरिंग CSR स्पेंडिंग एंड कंप्लायंस. तो अभी कोई सर पूछ रहे थे कि NGO का नाम आएगा कि नहीं आएगा, फंडिंग कितनी की है. ये सब के सब आप देखिएगा, मार्क माई वर्ड्स, अगले 1 से 2 साल में ये पूरा डेटा गवर्नमेंट की वेबसाइट है csr.gov.in. ये वेबसाइट आप लोग नोट कर लीजिए, csr.gov.in. ये पूरा डेटा है इस वेबसाइट में और ये अपग्रेड हो रही है. आपको पूरा दिखाई पड़ेगा कि आप जिस डिस्ट्रिक्ट से आ रहे हैं वहां कितना पैसा खर्च हो रहा है, कौन सी कंपनी पैसा खर्च कर रही है और कितना खर्च कर रही है. आप उस कंपनी की वेबसाइट पे भी जाके देख सकते हैं कि दोनों जगह सेम दिख रहा है कि नहीं दिख रहा है. मैं आपको ये भी बताना चाहूंगा कि विद इन मे बी अ लिटिल टाइम 1 or 2 years, मेरा ये मानना है कि अगर हमने फॉर्म CSR 1 भरा है, आप सबने भरा होगा, तो आपको भी शायद डेटा जमा करना पड़े मिनिस्ट्री में जो पैसा आपको CSR से मिल रहा है. आपने देखा होगा एक फॉर्म 10BD भी आया है, फॉर्म 10BD. इसकी 31 May was the last date for FY 2021-22 सॉरी, कि आपको जो डोनर है उसको आपको एक 80G के अंडर में फॉर्म 10BD भी भर के देना है. ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीजें जो सब डिस्क्लोजर्स को और क्लियरली लेके आ रही है सामने. और गवर्नमेंट जो है वो लास्ट पॉइंट जो इसमें कह रहा है कि वो नेशन बिल्डिंग के लिए भी बहुत कुछ यूज कर रही है. नेशन बिल्डिंग में अगर हमने देखा कि कोविड के दौरान भी काफी सारी चीजें हुई हैं, गवर्नमेंट और आप सबने भी कोविड में बहुत हेल्प किया है डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट में, और नेशन बिल्डिंग में तो बहुत मेजर रोल आ रहा है. एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रोग्राम में CSR का बहुत बड़ा रोल है. ऑल ऑफ दीज आर कॉन्ट्रीब्यूटिंग टू strengthening the CSR framework, and the partnership between the corporate, the NGO and the government system और मजबूत हो गई है. आप ये भी देखोगे कि जो गवर्नमेंट के जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर्स हैं, जो गवर्नमेंट के जो स्टेट हेडक्वार्टर में हैं, चाहे डिस्ट्रिक्ट हेडक्वार्टर्स में ऑफिशियल्स हैं, वो सब CSR के बारे में जानते हैं. और NGOs को बहुत बड़ा रोल प्ले करना है कॉर्पोरेट और गवर्नमेंट की स्कीम्स को भी साथ लेके आना. कॉर्पोरेट की पॉलिसी को अगर आप गवर्नमेंट की स्कीम से जोड़ दें और आप अपनी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन से मिला लें, NGO के कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन से, और आप SDG गोल्स को सामने रख लें, तो आप एक बहुत अच्छा एक को क्रिएशन कन्वर्जेंस क्रिएट कर पाएंगे. एंड दैट इज द श्योरेस्ट वे टू generate funds for your own organization and do good. I will show you 2 more slides now, which will summarize everything, and maybe 3 more slides. I hope I have maybe another 10 minutes if possible, Lakshana, because then I can wind up the whole thing in such a way that there is a genuine takeaway for this. Do I have time till 12 o'clock, Robin, or I have to wind up by earlier than that?
Nikhil, you can take another 10 minutes.
ठीक है, थैंक यू सो मच. तो अभी आप देखोगे ये जो 11 पॉइंट्स हैं जो मैक्रो ट्रेंड्स हैं, एंड माय वीडियो इज विजिबल और माय वीडियो इज नॉट विजिबल राइट नाउ. ओके, बिकॉज आई कांट सी एनीबॉडी, बट आई एम जस्ट गोइंग विद दिस सो दैट वी डोंट वेस्ट टाइम. हाई लेवल कमिटी ने पॉइंट नंबर 1 to 11 जो है ये कॉर्पोरेट्स को समझना है, ये मेगा ट्रेंड्स. और अगर इन मेगा ट्रेंड्स को कॉर्पोरेट समझते हैं तो फिर वो CSR को बेटर मैनेज कर लेंगे। और एनजीओ को क्यों समझना जरूरी है? बिकॉज अगर कॉर्पोरेट्स की कंप्लायंस इंपॉर्टेंट और बढ़ रही है या और अकाउंटेबल हो रही है, तो अगर एनजीओ उसको समझ के हेल्प करेगा कॉर्पोरेट को एज अ पार्टनर इन कंप्लायंस, तो उस एनजीओ को एक कॉर्पोरेट और पॉजिटिवली व्यू करता है फंडिंग के लिए। दिस इज अ की चेंज दैट हैज हैपेंड इन द लास्ट 2 years। ये सभी एनजीओ को समझना है और ये हाई लेवल कमिटी की रिकमेंडेशंस आई थी। नंबर 2 में अगर आप देखेंगे तो कंप्लाई और एक्सप्लेन का था पहले, नाउ इट इज कंप्लाई और एक्सप्लेन इज नाउ कंप्लाई एंड स्पेंड। ये चेंज आ गया है पिछले अमेंडमेंट से जो मैंने अभी आपको बताया। और ये नंबर 5 में वाली बात आ रही है जो कि मैंने आपको बोली है 1+3 का आपको टाइम मिलेगा। अगर आपका पैसा है 20 रुपीज बचा है तो आपको खर्चा करना है उसको, नहीं तो गवर्नमेंट को दे देना है। एनी हाउ वो मनी खर्च करना है। पहले क्या होता था, आप नहीं कर पाते थे तो आप रीजन दे देते थे कि हम स्पेंडिंग नहीं कर पाए हैं एज अ कॉर्पोरेट। Number 3 point is there is a high level board level accountability now. This accountability is on transparency, monitoring, approvals and reporting. मैंने आपको शुरू में स्लाइड में दिखाया था CSR कमिटी ऑफ द बोर्ड। अभी क्या हो गया है, अगर आप पॉइंट नंबर 8 को देखें, 4 पिलर हैं बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट, CFO, CSR हेड, चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट एंड कंपनी सेक्रेटरी। बुलेट नंबर 8 में जो मैं बता रहा हूँ, इन चारों का बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट एक कोलैबोरेशन है, क्योंकि सीएफओ जो है वो फंड की वो बजट बताता है नेक्स्ट ईयर का और वो यूटिलाइजेशन को भी जस्टिफाई कर रहा है। ये जो सेकंड पार्ट है यूटिलाइजेशन को जस्टिफाई करने वाला, ये नए अमेंडमेंट में पार्ट आ गया है। और कंपनी का जो हेड सीएसआर है उसको दैट पर्सन हैज टू स्पेंड द मनी, देन द company the chartered accountant has to audit the monies which have been spent. The auditor has a very key role, and for every audit that the auditor does, there is a utilization certificate with a UDIN number, unique document identification number। वो मिलेगा आपको, आप सबको पता होगा अगर आप सीए से ऑडिट कराते हैं। वो सीए गलत ऑडिट नहीं दे सकता है, उसका भी वो चेक होएगा पूरा का पूरा। और अगर उसने गलती की तो उसको ICAI इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स का इंस्टीट्यूट पीनलाइज कर सकता है, उसका लाइसेंस कैंसिल कर सकता है। और फिर कंपनी सेक्रेटरी जो है वो रिपोर्ट को जमा करता है MCA की वेबसाइट पे थ्रू अकाउंटिंग ऑफ कंपनीज फॉर्म्स AOC 4 एक फॉर्म आता है MCA के पोर्टल में, मिनिस्ट्री के पोर्टल में। ये सब चीजें मैं आपको इसलिए बता रहा हूँ कि एज एन NGO मैं भी इस सबको जानता हूँ और पढ़ता हूँ, क्योंकि तभी मैं अपनी टीम को गाइड कर सकता हूँ और मैं एक कॉर्पोरेट को कॉन्फिडेंटली प्रेजेंट कर सकता हूँ कि देखिए अगर आप मुझे फंड्स देंगे, आपका पैसा सेफ है, आपका पैसा कंप्लाई करेगा और मैं आपको रिजल्ट्स भी ला के दूंगा। तो ये तीनों चारों चीजें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हैं। और अगर आप देखेंगे पॉइंट नंबर 6, अब एक एनुअल एक्शन प्लान बनाना बहुत मैंडेटरी हो गया है और उसमें हम कॉर्पोरेट्स को ये कहते हैं, और HCL इज अगेन अ गुड एग्जांपल ऑफ दैट, और भी अच्छी अच्छी कंपनियां हैं जो ये काम कर रही हैं। ग्रांट साइकिल को FY साइकिल के लिए, मतलब पैसा देना और फाइनेंशियल साइकिल बराबर होनी चाहिए। इसका क्या मतलब है, अगर अप्रैल टू मार्च इज द फाइनेंशियल ईयर साइकिल, बट इफ अ कॉर्पोरेट स्टार्ट्स टू फंड ओनली फ्रॉम September, तो हाउ कैन दे अचीव टोटल स्पेंडिंग टारगेट बाय 31st बाय गिविंग द NGO लिटिल टाइम। लेकिन अभी भी क्या हो रहा है, बहुत बार डोनर को समय लग जा रहा है और ब्रॉडली जो हम ग्राउंड पे देखते हैं, उस दिन इनफैक्ट भौमिक भी इस बात को बोल रहे थे कि ब्रॉडली 9 महीने 10 महीने मिल पा रहे हैं NGOs को 12 महीने का काम करने के लिए। तो कहीं ना कहीं NGOs को ये समझना है कि कॉर्पोरेट्स को 1-2 साल लगेगा और आपको अपनी बैंडविड्थ बढ़ानी है कि आप 10 महीने में या 9 महीने में आप 12 मंथ्स का काम कैसे करेंगे, वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। और अगर आप ये हिम्मत दिखा के कर सकते हैं तो कॉर्पोरेट्स को भी टाइम मिलेगा टू अलाइन देमसेल्व्स टू दीज फ्रेमवर्क्स, बिकॉज कॉर्पोरेट्स को दिक्कत भी होती है क्योंकि बहुत सारे नए चेंजेस आ गए हैं। मैंने आपको अच्छा स्पेंडिंग में नंबर 4 का मैं आपको बता दूं, एलोकेशन प्लस ट्रांसफर प्लस यूसी। केवल पैसा देना NGO को काफी नहीं है, NGO को एक्चुअली पैसा खर्च करके यूसी देना पड़ेगा, यूटिलाइजेशन सर्टिफिकेट। एडमिन ओवरहेड सरप्लस और सेट ऑफ के अच्छे डेफिनेशंस आ गए, बुलेट नंबर 7 में मैंने दिया है। इसका मैं आपको एक चार्ट भी दिखाऊंगा, उस चार्ट को आप देखिएगा और उसको आप डाउनलोड करके पढ़िएगा डिटेल में, जो प्रेजेंटेशन हमने अपलोड किया है। यू मस्ट अंडरस्टैंड कि अगर 100 रुपीज है कॉर्पोरेट के पास में, तो वो 100 रुपीज कैसे डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर रहा है अपने डोनेशंस में, अपने फंडिंग में और अपने एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में। उसका नए रूल्स में 2021 में कुछ बड़ा अच्छा ब्रेकअप आया है जो हमने एक चार्ट बनाया है आपके लिए। ट्रीटमेंट ऑफ द रिपोर्टिंग ऑफ कैपिटल एसेट्स एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है। कोई अभी सर पूछ रहे थे कि एनजीओ का नाम आएगा कि नहीं। मैं आपको ये बता दूं, एनजीओ का नाम भी डिस्क्लोज होगा उसमें, उसका सीएसआर नंबर भी होगा, और अगर कैपिटल एसेट है एनजीओ के पास में तो कैपिटल एसेट कहाँ डिप्लॉयड है ये भी बताना पड़ेगा एनजीओ को, और अगर वो एनजीओ फाउंडेशन है कंपनी की तो वो भी डिस्क्लोज करना है। तो वी हैव टू सी दैट देयर आर मल्टीपल लेयर्स व्हिच हैव कम इन। नंबर 10 में है बिजनेस प्रॉफिट, जो है उसको बिल्कुल भी हमें दूर रखना है। कंपनी अच्छा काम करके उसको शोकेस कर सकती है और अपने आप से उसकी ब्रांडिंग अपने आप से होगी, लेकिन आप जब एमओयू साइन करते हैं एज एनजीओ, प्लीज मेक श्योर कि उसमें इस टाइप की बहुत चीजें ना हो जो कि विच कम्युनिकेट एज इफ द डोनर इज hiring the NGO for services to the donor. You are being engaged as a partner for services to the community. Otherwise, GST की भी implications आने का डर हो रहा है. And this is again a gray area where मुझे लगता है 1-2 साल लगेगा इसको maturity आने में. और अगर हम इन amendments को समझते हैं और ये trends को समझते हैं तो it is good for us to be going with the flow. अभी मैंने देखा, अभी आप लोगों ने भी कम लोगों ने हाथ उठाए हैं amendments को भी लेके और law को भी लेके. I am repeatedly telling my NGO friends कि प्लीज आप थोड़ा पढ़ाई करिए. आप नहीं पढ़ रहे हैं कि ग्राउंड में क्या चेंजेस हो रहे हैं, पॉलिसी में क्या चेंज हो रहा है, क्योंकि कॉर्पोरेट को तो तुरंत करना है क्योंकि उसको तो रिपोर्ट फाइल करनी है. एनजीओ कह रहा है उसको समझ नहीं आ रहा है, और एनजीओ कह रहा है मुझे तो फंड नहीं मिल रहा है. उसको कहीं ना कहीं समझना पड़ेगा कि उसकी ये जो लैक ऑफ रीडिंग है एनजीओ की, कहीं ना कहीं वो भी कंट्रीब्यूट कर रही है समवेयर टू दिस इंटायर हु मूव्ड माय चीज सिचुएशन, व्हिच आई विल शो इन माय नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. एंड लास्ट इज इसमें कॉर्पोरेट के मेगा ट्रेंड्स में अगर नॉन कंप्लायंस होगा तो एक सिविल ऑफेंस आ जाएगा कॉर्पोरेट के लिए, अगर वो नहीं फॉलो करेगा खर्चा करने का या गवर्नमेंट को देने का. सेक्शन 135(7) आप नोट कर लीजिए. ये स्लाइड है 5 गेम चेंजिंग ट्रेंड्स फॉर एनजीओ. आप सब लोग एनजीओ के हैं, मेरी आपसे हाथ जोड़ के रिक्वेस्ट है आप इसको समझ लीजिए. प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड दीज पॉइंट्स. वी विल फर्दर शेयर द डॉक्यूमेंट्स एज आई सेड, बट प्लीज इनको आप अपने एनजीओ में इनकॉर्पोरेट करें. स्पेंडिंग इज नाउ मैंडेटरी, मैं आपको बता चुका हूँ. फाइनाइट पीरियड्स भी मैं बता चुका हूँ. एनजीओज, सॉरी आई वेंट टू द अदर स्लाइड. आई हैव टू गो टू द एनजीओ वाला स्लाइड. सॉरी, दिस इज फॉर द एनजीओज. नाउ हमने कॉर्पोरेट, हमने क्या किया है, मैंने आपको 5 मेगा ट्रेंड्स बताए थे, उसके बाद इन मेगा ट्रेंड्स का इम्पैक्ट क्या है कॉर्पोरेट पे वो बताया है. अब इनका इम्पैक्ट एनजीओ पे क्या है ये मैं बता रहा हूँ. एनजीओ लीडर्स का बहुत की रोल है. अगर यहाँ पर सिंस आई एम फिजिकली नॉट देयर, आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट एनजीओ लीडर्स हु आर प्रेजेंट, या अगर आप मीडियम टू सीनियर लेवल पे हैं या प्रोग्राम मैनेजर लेवल पे हैं, प्लीज गो बैक एंड टेल योर लीडरशिप कि आपको ये चीजें पढ़ना जरूरी है और हमको समझाना जरूरी है. अदरवाइज यू विल बी द लास्ट, जो येलो में दिख रहा है, हु मूव्ड माय चीज, द फंडर विल गो अवे फ्रॉम यू आउट ऑफ शेयर fear of the fact that compliance कहीं डिरेल ना हो जाए. 1+3 मैंने आपको ऑलरेडी बता दिया है बुलेट 2 में. बुलेट 3 में आई एम श्योर आप सबका 12A ATG हो चुका है रिवीजन फ्रॉम 1st of April 2021. उनको इंश्योर कर लीजिए. ATG के अंडर में अभी देखिए फॉर्म 10BD आया है जिसके अगेंस्ट में 10BE आपको डाउनलोड करके अपने डोनर्स को देना चाहिए. ये आप सब लोग जाइए अपने पोर्टल पे इनकम टैक्स के, वो फॉर्म 10BD जब आपने भरा होगा, 31 मई की डेट निकल गई है, 10BE वहीं पर पॉपुलेट हो जा रहा है जिप फोल्डर में, और आपको वो सब डाउनलोड करके आप डोनर्स को दे सकते हैं आप. क्योंकि जब वो डोनर उसको फाइल करेगा तो उसको 26AS में इनकम टैक्स रिटर्न में दिखाई पड़ेगा और वो 50% एग्जेम्पशन क्लेम कर सकता है. अगर वो नहीं करना चाहे तो कोई बात नहीं, पर आपको दे देना चाहिए. आई गेस आई एम गेटिंग okay. Yes, Lakshan, I'll wrap it up by 12 o'clock because then questions we can take separately. Form CSR1 आप सबने भरा ही होगा, and lack of compliance, as I said, will be who moved my cheese. Now, मैं आपको बस एक लास्ट एक चार्ट दिखा देता हूँ लक्षण, and then I can say, you know, goodbye for now. Is this chart? इस चार्ट में अगर आप ABCD देखेंगे E तक, it is 5% A, which is admin overheads. इसमें कुछ चीजें आती हैं, बोर्ड लेवल कंप्लायंसेस एटसेट्रा, जो कि द डोनर कैन कीप द मनी विद इटसेल्फ. देन B, C, D and E is 95%. इफ यू सी B is 5% ऑन द टॉप दिख रहा है, एंड C, D, E मिलके 90% बनता है. इफ द इम्पैक्ट असेसमेंट इज नॉट देयर, देन 5 + 90 makes it 95, which is column B, C, D and E. आप जितने भी एनजीओ हैं आप D में आते हैं अगर आप एक्चुअल इम्प्लीमेंटेशन कर रहे हैं, और आप E में आते हैं M&E में जो दिख रहा है आपको, मॉनिटरिंग एंड इवैल्यूएशन. Now this chart is very important to understand, because if you know how the donor is distributing the money, you can then know where you will fit in. आप monitoring and evaluation और जो E और D में आते हैं जनरली, पर अगर आप consulting organization है और आपने अभी किसी ने क्वेश्चन पूछा है, तो आप नीड असेसमेंट में भी आपको काम दे सकती है कोई फाउंडेशन जो सी कॉलम में है. So if you understand how the donor is allowed to give the money, then you can actually apply keeping in mind from where you can seek the funding. So if you are having a fundraising strategy, it will be of great value. My own this thing is here. I'm just sharing my email ID as well, and happy to kind of anybody having questions. But we will be sharing all this material, this is a detailed presentation, which is giving you highlights. I'm just sharing my email ID over here. It's already 12 o'clock. Thank you, Lakshana. I'm just stop sharing here. What I request everybody is that your questions are very important. Please write them on the pad, and if you can share them with the teams, I promise you will get the replies by 3 o'clock today. Thank you all very much. I hope I was audible. I really can't, I wish I was there, but this is the best that we can do, I guess.
Nikhil, can you please share your email ID?
हाँ, sure. But then अभी वो सबको मिल जाएगा वो email का, तो आप उतना चिंता मत करो. But still, because just for your satisfaction, is it visible?
Yes.
हाँ, but you can write to Robin. You can write to Bobby.
I'll just tell you, like,
part of the same team.
मैं बोल देता हूँ. Nikhil, NIKHIL .Panth. Can you just show it once again?
I will just do it again, Robin. Don't worry.
Yeah.
अभी दिख रहा है क्या?
Okay. Nikhil dot.
Just let them copy. Just let them copy, and they can just write their questions, as I said, Robin, because obviously we can't hear them. I'm far away, but we must take their questions, Robin. आप मुझे तुरंत अगर अगले आधे घंटे में photograph, don't type them. Just click the pictures of the pad, और मुझे आप WhatsApp कर दो, Lakshana, or people over there.
Sure. Nikhil.panth 1970 @gmail.com. Okay. Thanks.
Yes, thank you all so much. I hope it was meaningful and you could understand something, but happy to be taking your queries. Thank you, Robin, and everybody else from NGO Box.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. And I mean, I'm sure this session was very enriching for you. Moving to...
Sir, you can come to me one-on-one. Who needs the number, I'll give you. Okay.
In the interest of time and just to stick by the schedule, I just want to move to a very interesting segment. To add to the vigor that we have for today, we have with us a very special guest. Given the time we saw in the last 2 years, today we have with us an inspiration joining us, our very own Dr. S.D. Gupta. I would like to address the audience and enthuse them with a new vigor before we move any further. Dr. S.D. Gupta is MD, PhD, Epidemiology, Johns Hopkins University, FAMS Distinguished Professor, IHMR University, Adjunct Professor, Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, USA Trustee, Secretary, IIHMR, and former Chairman of the IHMR University. I would humbly invite you upon the stage, Dr. Gupta. It's an absolute honor to have you with us.
Thank you very much, Lakshana and Robin, to have me over here. It was a difficult decision for me to agree because I look after my granddaughter and hardly have any time. But I thought it will be, since we have had a long relationship, so I thought let me do this. I'm very happy. Let me welcome you all to this important symposium. Our NGO friends, the fifth estate or the fifth discipline of the systems that we have in this country and everywhere else. I was asked to talk to you how we can change, what can happen and what can we do. What is our role? Can we really identify our role in the change process in this country and elsewhere? How can we part or be the instrument of change? And I always feel that NGOs have very important role in doing so. The communities importantly, because this is the NGOs that have a link with the community rather than we people who are working in the government or at the top levels and like that. So hardly have any iota of what is the reality at the ground level or the grassroots level. But at some point later, I will also talk about implementation, how it can be seen, and that's so. Having worked in public health for over, you can count since 1974. I have been in public health. I started my career as a public health professional in one of the training institutions of the medical college in Rajasthan, and I was with in the villages for 10 years. So my basic background is my professional life started in villages, working with the people in the villages, learning about them, how to work with them, what are their aspirations, what are their expectations, and moreover, how the systems work. So there I learned a lot, and that worked for me in the life. Then I taught in the medical college for about 15-20 years. So I was in the government. Then I happened to work with the international organizations and had opportunity to study in international universities. I did my schooling in villages, and then having worked in the government, I left the government and started working with the private sector, and was instrumental in creating two things. One, a new discipline of health management. What you know now today has become globally known, and we have been able to produce over 5,000 management graduates in health systems, health management, and hospital management. And what I want to tell you is what they are doing. They have transformed the systems and policies in healthcare in the last 20 years. So if we want to bring change, we have to work at a scale. We have to innovate. And that's what we did long back in 1995. And now it is only the story to tell that how the change can be brought. We all were very concerned with the problems with the hospitals and health systems at the primary healthcare level as well as district healthcare levels. And what was the remedy? Remedy was to improve management skills and competencies and build leadership. So this is how the change can be initiated. I in fact never thought that this will happen. But I'm one of those fortunate persons that I could see that change could happen. And now our management graduates who passed out from IHMR University are everywhere in the world, managing health systems, hospitals, contributing to policy research, program management research, evaluation studies, everywhere in the government, private sector, international, bilateral agencies, everywhere. So that is a kind of change we thought, and some of the fortunate people who survived to see that change, I am one of them. So that is one thing. Second thing that I was able to, and this is where I learned lessons. One, how you can create a critical mass that can transform. So this capacity building is very, very important because management skills were not there among doctors as well as healthcare professionals. So one alternative was whether to train doctors in management or to create a new human resources for managing health sector. So we tried both and finally came to conclusion we have to develop a new human resource cadre for managing hospitals and health systems. Anyway, the second thing that I was able to bring in was to create a new type of institution outside the government. I worked in the government for over 20 years, but decided that I should move out now and create an organization, an institution that is actively engaged in human welfare and take the programs and services to them for improving standards of health as well as life of the people. And in that context, I was instrumental in creating an organization called Indian Institute of Health Management Research at Jaipur. And then this institute became a university now known as IHMR University. What went on in creating and developing and nurturing this university, I think there's a lesson to learn from that. How can you bring change? Change will happen. My boss, my teacher used to tell me when I was a medical student in the medical college, way back in 1970, and I used to work in the rural areas. He used to say, look, the change will come. Change will never stop. It will occur. Whether you do it or you don't do it. But when it occurs spontaneously, it takes a long time. But what is your role is how speedily and on a scale you can bring change. This is where our role is. This is what he used to tell me, and this is what I learned from him, that the change can be managed by us. We can bring change in the lives of people. This morning I was looking at the data. Still, we have in India, I'm not going to talk to you about the state, but state-wise data, this NFHS 5 data has been released. What is very interesting in this is we have been able to bring down some key indicators related to health of the women and children. We have been able to bring down the infant mortality rate, under 5 mortality rate, and also neonatal mortality rate. But the rate of decline over the past 5 years, I'm referring to NFHS 4 data, has been not that spectacular. We have been slow in reducing. One satisfaction is, yes, it has gone down. But the other important thing is that it has been slow. It could have been faster. And this is where our role is. Could we really make it faster, the reduction of that, the mortality rates? I also found very interesting thing in this NFHS report, that we have been in the government reports claiming our crude death rates or mortality rates have come down to 7 and below per 1,000 population. But if you look at the NFHS data, it is 8 plus per 1,000 population. So there are some. But what is most important and depressing finding is that the malnutrition among children continues to be the same. It has not changed. And I tell you, it has not changed in last 70 years. We do not have data of before 1950, but whatever data we have, and I tell you that this malnutrition among children and its extent, not only the presence of malnutrition, but the extent of malnutrition has also not changed. The magnitude has also not changed. And I can say with more emphasis because My own MD thesis was on health and nutrition of young children below age of 5 years. And at that time, what I found that malnutrition or undernutrition was 70 to 80%. And it is still like that. I think, and that was one of the reasons, thanks to technology and new medical interventions through which we could reduce infant mortality and all that. Some social development activities that have changed the practices, child rearing practices, feeding practices, and to some extent feeding practices, nutrition practices, that has improved health of the infants and newborn babies. But as such, malnutrition continues. I also found that more than 70% of the children are anemic. It has not changed. I also found that 60% of the women, both pregnant and non-pregnant, are anemic. They continue to be anemic. And I think everybody might be knowing that anemia is a big cause of maternal deaths and maternal morbidity, efficiency and productivity of women. What new thing that we have seen in this NFHS 5, for the first time we collected data on non-communicable diseases, two main non-communicable diseases, that is hypertension and diabetes. And I think this is where we all need to ponder on and discover our role now. How can we deal with this new challenge? So we have in fact triple challenge or triple burden now. We had in acute infectious disease, I tell you, diarrhea still continues. Pneumonia still continues among children and other diseases, and forget about COVID-19, we all were victims of it. But acute infectious diseases still continue. New chronic diseases, non-communicable diseases have started coming up in a big way. Already the disease burden is high. And the third challenge that was not counted yet is malnutrition. I would like to say this is another burden. People generally talk about double burden. I would like to say triple burden. Malnutrition should be given the same importance as we have been giving to other problems, the people. I also saw a very interesting finding elsewhere that our poverty levels have gone down. When I was studying, the poverty levels were 40%. Population was under poverty line, and fortunately it has come down to around 15 or 14%. So that is a significant thing that has happened. Then we also see that electricity is now available in 95% households in this country. Sanitation facility have phenomenally improved. Drinking water is made available. So we see a change, but we still continue and we need to discover our role. How can we help the communities? You all know about the Sustainable Development Goals. The topmost among them is poverty, and eradicate or eliminate poverty. Number 2, remove hunger. And number 3, health, improve coverage and quality, and reduce expenses, out-of-pocket expenses on health. And then 4th or 5th is education, quality of education, universal access to quality of education, and then gender equity, and very importantly, climate change that has to be addressed now. So we have a broad agenda now before us as a very important stakeholders in changing lives of people in this country. We can do it. And how this change can be brought in, That is very important. That's why I thought I should tell you the story of how we evolved. So innovation and entrepreneurship is important. We need to innovate. So don't only be subscribers of these grants. Think of innovation. Innovation in product, innovation in service delivery, and innovations in measuring change. That is very important. You know what has happened? I have been associated with NGOs since 1990. I was probably the first in this country to fund 22 NGOs in the health sector in Rajasthan. And I faced the flake of it. That why you want to do all this anyway. But what I'm trying to say, it is important that we need to realize that if we want to succeed, we need to get those people on board, build partnerships with them, develop networks so that we can reach communities. There is no shortcut. I can tell you, we have tried for 70 years to take healthcare to the people, to take government programs to the people. We still lack. We have not reached to all of them in last 70 years. I'm not going against anything, against systems, but probably where we lagged was engaging communities and people. And how do we engage communities and people is very important. And unless you do that, we have to realize that, how to engage communities. They are the main stakeholders. Communities and households are the main stakeholders, whether these are development activities or education activities or health activities. All these are important. So community engagement, and you are the one who have the reach, who can transform societies and communities. Engage them in planning, in implementing and monitoring. And one day should be, you come out of the project mode, and when you leave or the funding stops, the activities continue. This should be sustainable. Generally what happens, we all are sitting here, I have been part of all this. Our activities are fund-based. We innovate and we also succeed. In small projects, we succeed. We are able to demonstrate results. Two things do not happen. We don't scale up. And we don't find the measures to sustain it once the funding is closed. Can community or other people on their own can continue those activities which you found those were effective? That is one. Second thing that I always see, the success, the change will be lasting if it is done on a scale. The small pockets of excellence would not work. And this is where you need to have government as partner. Rather we criticize government, we partner with the government. Forget about this, who is a major partner or a minor partner, who has more importance or dominance. We are the people who work for the welfare of the people. And the government also works for that. So I would say the major stakeholder is government. And second important major stakeholder is the community. We are all media. We are all medium to connect between the two. Another very important thing that I have noticed is, and I keep on saying this everywhere whenever my friends invite me, we learn a lot when we do things. But we never disseminate, and we do not create a research product. I know everybody is not very, proficient in writing scientific manuscripts for publication in scientific journals. But what you have done, nobody else knows. small innovations, very good work done. I think one of the things HCL should take up is help our friends, organizations to learn scientific writing, to publish the work that they finished successfully. The results and outcomes they have seen may not be scalable, but they have found the evidence for change. So that is something. So we are more in service delivery, all NGOs. We are happy with that. We have made good coverage and we have reached out. But then in next 2-3 years, the project funds come to close. So we are only up to coverage. We must measure change. We must demonstrate change. We must disseminate that this is how we succeeded. And if possible, there are many people like me who will be very happy to provide service to prepare manuscripts for publications in the scientific journals so that people know that what you have done is doable. So change is necessary. And I will like to close it in next 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes. Huh? How this change can come. And this is not me, but I'm telling you somebody else's experience. And he wrote a book on it. Breakthroughs to be achieved to bring change. You all remember in 1945, the World War II ended with a very significant disaster. There was United States dropped 2 atomic bombs on Japan. And Japan was totally destroyed. This was in 1945. But you also know that the same country which was totally destroyed by 1970 became world's #1 economic power. ऐसा कैसे हुआ? So in 1950, the process of rebuilding of Japan started. And there was a management consultant, Joseph Juran, who was providing technical support and leading the change in Japan. And then he shared his experiences, how he did it, how he made Japan world's #1 economy in just 20 years' time. He said 5 breakthroughs to be achieved in sequence. And I'll narrate them in sequence to you. First, the breakthrough that is required, the breakthrough in the attitude of the people. Attitude, the mindsets, and make them believe in themselves, yes, they can do. A positive thinking has to come in the organization. This applies for the NGOs as well as in the government systems. That breakthrough in the attitude is very important to succeed. And you know, the story begins with self. First, bring change in yourself. Change your attitude, and this is possible. We can measure attitude, we can change attitude. Now we have those tools and instruments and methods of working on attitudes. So changing attitudes or breakthrough in the attitudes, that means change in the mindsets, change in the bringing in positive thinking, and build faith and confidence among people, yes, they can do. The second breakthrough in sequence he suggested was the breakthrough in the organization. Organization where we are, who should be, and what type of organization we should be. The organization should have a culture. We have to have clear policies. We have to have clear roles and responsibilities and relationships or span of control. and clear measurement criteria of performance and change in the organization. That breakthrough in the organization is necessary. Now, just to share with you what happens when NGOs, as might have changed now, I am not very closely associated, but I have worked with the NGOs and evaluated their work across the country in all corners. What I see is they do a great job. But when we ask, can you please share with us data? They don't have. They are very poor in maintaining finance accounts reports, and that becomes a problem. The financial reporting is very poor. Submitting reports is very poor. These are the organizational problems, and we need to really build a culture in the organization. Work culture. The third breakthrough he suggested was the breakthrough in the human resources. Breakthrough in the knowledge of the human resources, that is, help them to build their capacity, nurture their knowledge and talents, build their skills to perform. Search talents and nurture talent and retain them. We need to find the ways how to really build knowledge, how to bring breakthroughs in the knowledge of the people who work in the organization. The fourth breakthrough he talked about was the breakthrough in the culture. What did he mean by breakthrough in the culture? What should be the culture? The culture of trust, sharing information, autonomy, accountability, and opportunities for confronting. So, openness, trust, sharing knowledge and information, ability to work together as a team, all these are very important organizational values of the culture that we need to build. And I can tell you one thing we can do, because I did it. Why IHMR is a world-class institution now? Simply because of its work culture. Openness, trust, accountability, autonomy, all that. I never maintained an attendance register over there, I tell you. I remained director over there for 15 years and then president of the university for next few years and then chairman. You know, attendance register of the institute was nothing like it. They were not required to sign a attendance register. There was no attendance register. Be accountable to self. Why you want me to look at you and monitor you that you are coming in time? Am I meant for it? Be responsible people. So there is a kind of culture that you need to create. And another important thing Joseph Juran said as far as culture was the culture of resisting change. How can you overcome with the culture of innate resistance that we have? The first immediate reaction to any new idea is denial. No. How is it possible? Second thing, you resist. If you, as a boss, persist with, or the leader persists with the idea, then there is a resistance for change. And then what happens? Now there are strategies how to overcome this change, this resistance to change. Help your colleagues to explore. And this exploration comes then into practice. They finally commit to the change. So this whole cycle, so managing this resistance, the resistance for change is very, very important. And this is what we need to learn. There are many friends in the organization. There are many people in the community who resist change. Important thing is, how do we manage that resistance? If we can manage that resistance, then it will be a cakewalk to bring the results what we want. The final thing he said, breakthrough in the results, which I said in the earlier statement. Show the results that what you have done, it has produced those outcomes and change. And this should be data-based. People who work with you, you follow those 4 breakthroughs. Now the 5th breakthrough is to help them to taste success. One of the role of the leaders is to help them to taste success. And once you taste success, you try to be successful every time. And it's like that, nothing succeeds like success. And you succeed every time, and there are new benchmarks of it. Important thing is, you can also fail, but this is an opportunity to learn more. So, give credit of success to your fellow colleagues and help them to be proud of it. Give them credit. What happens? The success is mine, failure is yours. We failed because of you. No, this is where the problem comes. We don't succeed, and the whole process of our implementation of the activities fails, and we fail to produce change. So very important is somebody is there in the organization to hold hands and help them to taste success. And once you are successful, you have developed the formula for success, and you will succeed every time. Failure is never final. We try again. Yeah, there are many new things that we do that may not be. And who should lead the change? Who should organize all these 5 breakthroughs? Leadership. Leaders bring change. This is their responsibility. They set or create a vision. They have the ability to see future. They have the ability for strategic thinking. And then finally, implementing those strategies and monitoring change and evaluate change. But along with that, to be a good leader, I will stop with this few paragraphs. It was very easy for me. Who will bring change? It is the leaders who bring change. But who are leaders? Mahatma Gandhi, Indira Gandhi, Rajiv Gandhi, Narendra Modi. Kaun hai leader? Or Martin Luther King, whosoever. I'm not meaning leaders as political people. I'm taking leadership, and the way I define leadership or leaders is those who have the ability to think of future and nurture change in the organization. That is leadership. And to nurture change, follow these 5 breakthroughs. Can you develop into leader? Can you develop leadership skills for change? Yes. I'm not talking about leader, I'm talking about leadership. You can develop leadership. And what it requires? Is there a formula to develop leadership in you? There is a formula? Can anybody say? No. There is. And a very simple thing. Leadership is with you in your inner core. And the responsibility of developing leadership is in you yourself. And how do you evolve into a leader? Ask only one question to you yourself. Every morning whenever you get out of bed, some people when they get out of the bed in the morning, भगवान को याद करते हैं, माता पिता को याद करते हैं, कोई श्लोक का पाठ करते हैं, कोई कुछ भी करता है, पर एक सवाल अपने से पूछो, इसके अलावा उसे पूछो कि हु एम आई, अपने से पूछो हु एम आई, और मैं कितना सार्थक हूँ खुद के लिए और समाज के लिए, और उसके लिए मुझको क्या करना चाहिए। जिस दिन आप ये प्रश्न अपने से पूछने लग जाएंगे तो लीडरशिप इज ऑल अबाउट सेल्फ डेवलपमेंट, इट्स ऑल अबाउट सेल्फ डेवलपमेंट। आप अगर विलिंग नहीं है खुद को एक्सप्लोर करने के लिए, सेल्फ एनालिसिस करने के लिए, खुद से ये सवाल पूछने के लिए, आप में कोई भी लीडरशिप नहीं पैदा कर सकता। आपको अच्छा मैनेजर तो बना सकता है पर अच्छा लीडर नहीं बना सकता। अब आप कहेंगे कि मैनेजर और लीडर में क्या फ़र्क है? दोनों फ़र्क है। लीडर्स डू द राइट थिंग्स, मैनेजर्स डू देम राइट। यू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट आई हैव सेड? You should be willing to learn. There are many things you know that you know, but there are many things you don't know but others know. There are many things that you know but others don't know. And there are many things that you don't know that you don't know. आपको मालूम ही नहीं कि मुझे क्या नहीं मालूम। वो जो मैं क्या जानता हूँ और मैं क्या नहीं जानता, जो मैं नहीं जानता, उस जर्नी को लर्निंग प्रोसेस कहते हैं। आपको टू बी अ लीडर यू हैव टू बी अ लर्नर, इज इम्पॉर्टेंट। सो लर्निंग इज अ कंटिन्यूअस प्रोसेस, एंड व्हेन यू लर्न you build your competence, you evolve into leadership, but again it is from your inner core. We can help you by training how to think about and what are the qualities or characteristics of good leadership and all that, what are the various types of leadership and what leadership style should be adopted. All that we can say, we can train you in a class, but the beginning is with this question. This is beginning from self. So to bring change, it is important. And we have been giving training all across the world in leadership development, in TB, malaria, HIV mainly, because these are three important problems that have been identified. And of course, these chronic diseases or non-communicable diseases. Remember, you all friends, the fifth estate people, remember you have new challenge now. The challenge will be that the current health systems or systems are designed to deal with primary care and infectious disease and maternal and child health. They are not ready to deal with diabetes, hypertension, cancer, COPD and like that. We don't have human resources trained for it. We don't have the resources, materials. आप किसी भी डिस्ट्रिक्ट हॉस्पिटल पर या PHC पर जाइए, आप हाइपरटेंशन की दवाई, टेंशन की दवाई लेंगे, नहीं मिलेगी। PHC पर जाइए, नहीं मिलेगी। So there are no diagnostic facilities, there are no drugs available. The systems are yet not ready, though we have the program now, but reaching and availability is still not there. So we are already in the middle of non-communicable diseases. So that is a new area where you can look at. Be ready to fight malnutrition, be ready to fight with anemia, our old problems on infant mortality and neonatal mortality. I'm sorry, I'm more focused on public health because I come from there, but the climate change is closely linked with health and development. The future seems to be quite bleak if we don't act now. So all what is to be done is by you guys, the people who are the main stakeholders and work with the main stakeholders, that is the community. So change is very necessary, and I believe you all are going to be part of it. And change will come, as I said in the beginning, but how can we make it faster, rapid, and in the direction in which we want it to happen? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. S.D. Gupta. You've been a mentor to a lot of us, and I'm sure you will continue to be. It has been an absolute honor to have you with us, especially on such short notice. So we are sincerely grateful and a lot of gratitude from our end. I would like to invite upon Ms. Kirti Karamchandani to felicitate Dr. S.D. Gupta with a small token of appreciation we had for him. Moving on to a thought-provoking panel discussion. Given the rich geography of West Bengal and the neighboring northeastern states, we have curated a special conversation on the topic of working with indigenous tribes and their inclusion in the mainstream narrative of nation building, which is not just relevant for the current geography, but also across pan-India. In this regard, today we have with us esteemed panelists with a rich experience in the field. Please join me in welcoming firstly Dr. S.D. Gupta for the panel. We also have the pleasure of hosting Dr. Indrani Bhattacharya, CEO, CINI. Dr. Indrani Bhattacharya is a social scientist working in the developmental sector for the last 25 years. She has done her PhD in social anthropology with a focus on tribal food habits and led many programs on child, adolescent, and maternal health and nutrition, as well as participatory governance and community partnerships. Joining them is Dr. Abhijit Chaudhary, Chief Mentor, Liver Foundation, West Bengal. He studied medicine and gastroenterology, worked in developmental issues for rural India, had been closely with informal rural health sector for the past 15 years, and he's a professor of liver diseases. We have additionally joining Dr. Raktima Mukhopadhyay, Executive Director of IBRAD, Indian Institute of Biosocial Research and Development. She is serving as the Executive Director and has been working with the forest and forest fringe communities across the country since 1991 for training, capacity building, developing community institution and participatory natural resource governance. Moderating today, we have with us our very own Dr. Chandrai Das. Dr. Das has a master's in economics with background of econometrics from Jadavpur University and master's and PhD in regional planning from IIT Kharagpur. Over the last 30 years of professional career, as a developmental professional, she has functioned as a team leader, M&E expert, among a lot of other things. So over to you all, and we are very honored to have all of you join us today.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Possibly, I'm acquainted with some of you, but not all of you. And since we are a little bit running behind time, we would like to, take on to these sessions very fast. But just because, I am supposed to do the task of a moderator, and at the very beginning, I need to, set the context and set the ball rolling. I would say that today's topic for the symposium is working with indigenous tribes and their inclusion in the mainstream narrative of nation building, which means we have the hypothesis that indigenous tribes are excluded from the mainstream narrative of nation building. You know, this is how, you know, the background is, and so we need to deliberate on it. Three very important concepts in this entire, I would say, the phrase or the tagline or whatever, the title. One is the indigenous tribes. Second is the exclusion, you know, if we consider the hypothesis. And also what is meant by nation building. So quickly, India is diverse. We know India is diverse in terms of religion, language. India is diverse in terms of tribes. We have some 700 odd tribes, 705 tribes. And you know, each of them are very different in culture, but what is very important is they are indigenous. They have the ancestral rights to the natural resources. So they are very, very important, which is often, you know, ignored. Second is the aspect of exclusion. When we talk of exclusion, it dates back, actually, you know, pre-British period. I don't think the tribes were literally excluded. You know, there was a difference between the tribes and the non-tribes, but it was a peaceful coexistence. Post-British, actually, the colonialism, the colonialization started. And we say that the tribes were subjected to two-pronged colonization, basically. What was it? One was the exploitation by the British, and the other one was the exploitation by the non-tribes. So they were subject to two prongs of exploitation. And that is where actually the exclusion started. The third concept in our today's title is nation building. What is nation building? What are the prerequisites of nation building? Nation building is, one is your identity, your consciousness to be connected to a community or a region, and the second is your participation. So you have to believe, as Dr. Gupta was saying, you have to believe that you are a party to it, and then you participate, which was often ignored and not considered. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have three very important concepts in today's title. One is indigenous tribes. One is the hypothesis that they are excluded. And third is their importance in nation building. So with the team of panelists, we would take it forward, and at the end of the session, I think we would have a nice jigsaw puzzle worked out where we would, fix in the different concepts, and it would be it would be a learning for everybody to take it forward, to implement, to act for inclusion. Thank you very much. And I would start off with Indrani.
Okay.
Because I think you are in a hurry.
Yes, yeah.
Yes. So we will start off with Indrani. Okay.
Yes, yeah. I think another mic is there, yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I was introduced, yes, so I'm working in CINI, Child in Need Institute, but the point I think I missed, but that we are also HCL grantee partner since last 5 years. So in 2007, we received the grant from HCL Foundation on health, and it is really a good journey. So thank you, HCL Foundation members and CSR box members, for organizing this. So I think, Chandri, how much time you have? 5 to 7 minutes?
Yes, I think, just because we are running a little
Yes,
late.
yeah.
One thing I would, just to make it interesting, after each, can you hear me? I think you can hear me.
Or otherwise you can use it.
Yeah. So after each, deliberation for 5 minutes, I would want to have 2 takeaways from the floor. Just 2 takeaways from the floor. Raise your hand so that we know that, we are there. Absolutely.
Yes. Yeah. So I will share my experience both from the academic angle, because I learned anthropology and my PhD was on the tribal food habits and their culture. And I'm working in CINI since last 22 years. So that experience also I share, that what we are doing on this piece of exclusion and mainstreaming of tribal, the population in the India, in the Indian culture. So all of us, we know that, in the countries like India, this piece of social exclusion is more serious than the Western countries. And it is not only that lack of freedom or lack of identity crisis, but also I think it is the basic human rights that are violated, not only as a person, but as a group. If we see the tribal, as Chandra was saying, the tribal as a population. So we know that because we are working in this space since long, all of us here in this room. So we know that this is it is a kind of like exclusion individually, sometimes area-wise and group-wise. So that's why this issue is very important to discuss. So I will talk on 3 specific dimensions of exclusion. One is economic, second one is political, third one is social. And we, the practitioners in the field, we can work in the 3 areas. For example, when we are saying political, so it means that, that lack of decision-making power and lack of participation in their own development process. So there definitely we can work together. And I'm sure that the persons who are, the NGOs here, we are working on that front, depending on the nature of the organization, mission of the organization. So that is the first point. Second one is the economic exclusion. And if you see the data, we know that as per census 2011, literacy rate of scheduled tribes in India was 59%, whereas the overall literacy rate was 73% at all India level. And so, we are promoting education. Many organizations here, we are promoting education. We're trying to, the tribal children, and government has many schemes like Ashram Shala and others. And despite of that constitutional safeguarding for the tribal, still we are, lagging behind as a country, and in this tribal inclusion piece. And if we, according to National Sample Survey Organization, NSSO, only 4.8% of scheduled tribe people are engaged in any salaried employment. So they are mainly agricultural laborers or in other, sectors. So these data is showing that yes, economic inclusion, economic empowerment is very important, political important, how they can take part in their own development process. And third most important one is social exclusion or social inclusion. So the organizations like CINI, we are working in 3 spaces, but more in this third one, the social inclusion, and how we are doing that. Chandri, please remind me before 1 minute, okay? Yes. So that I will just share to, just... You can take another. No. Okay. Okay. So these three issues, I think it is very important for the organizations as well as know that government schemes are there, development issue. Still, we are, why this data? We should, definitely there are few about nutrition. We know that tribals have culture has very good knowledge about the local foods. So we should include that in our own awareness programs or in the project. So these 2-3 things are there which we can highlight in our work. And if as seniors and many partner organizations of us, we work to ensure inclusion of these left out groups or marginalized groups from 3 levels. First one is institutional level, second one is policy level, and third one is project or program level. So I am coming to that one by one. At the institution level, what we are doing, we can, and what we can do, we can develop policy on this inclusion, or maybe a separate policy, or maybe in the HR, that we will not discriminate anyone, not only tribal people, but on the basis of any kind of status, we should not discriminate. So that is CINI has a policy on that. Second one is we should sensitize our own staff on this issue, inclusion, non-discrimination. Even when they are going to field, we should train and aware our sensitize our own staff on this. And know that maximum tribes are concentrated in the northeastern states. So eastern and northeastern states, specifically Jharkhand, Odisha, and few districts of West Bengal, we have a large concentration of scheduled tribes. So that is the institutional level. Second one is policy level. Yes, I think convergence, linkage, and partnership with policymakers is very different, very important. What we are learning from the field, we should take to the policymakers to influence the policy, and also we can suggest that instead of a straight-jacketed program, please do something specific for the tribal area according to their religious belief, according to their culture, according to their practices. And at the policy level, what we are doing and what we can do together, that to make the services user friendly. My experience is that in a very remote village of West Bengal, the tribal woman has come for the antenatal care, and the ANM Didi was just the behavior of ANM Didi was not friendly. And she was asked to sit in the kind of usko bola gaya ki aap udhar hi baitho, aap niche baitho, I will give you medicine. That should not be the behavior of our own service providers. So but we are we should build capacity of our own service providers, as well as empower the community, empower the tribal community, that you have that right, equal right of these services, to get the services. 1 minute. Yes, yeah. So and the third one is project or program level. Yes, many organizations, we have how we are doing that, how we are mainstreaming this inclusion. I think this mainstreaming this inclusion issue should be part of each, not only for scheduled tribes, but also for the other marginalized group. That second one is that, I mean, capacity building of staff, already I told. Within the tribal people, tribal women are more margin. So we should have a strategy for male involvement for the process. And also we are building capacity of as a leader of change, and they can do that. As Dr. Gupta was saying, that we can do that, they can also do that. So the issues, but I think we should promote as an organization and the CSOs who are working in this space, I mean, like, believe in 4 principles. One is participation. Participation is very much required for this group. We can, I mean, it is not very easy. Increase their participation through knowledge building, skill building, and awareness building on the schemes or services meant for them. And second one is convergence of programs. That is also lacking in our country, in different states. And third one is accountability of duty bearers. They should be accountable to this, I mean, right holders. They should give, I mean, equal services for all of them. And if we can follow these 3 principles, definitely we can prevent the vulnerabilities, we can ensure, and this group can meaningfully contribute for the nation building. Thank you.
So thank you, Indrani, so much. I already have 15 takeaways, but I would just want 2 takeaways from this little deliberation. 2 people, please raise your hands and say what you think is very substantive, which could be your activities. Anything, please? Yes, please. Very quick, I'll request you to be quick, please. Two takeaways that you can, I think you can speak. You will be audible, yes. Nation building, huh?
मैम, हम लोग नेशन बिल्डिंग के ऊपर बात जो कर रहे हैं, फिजिकल डेवलपमेंट है, उन सब के ऊपर बात करते हैं। जबकि हम लोग स्वामी विवेकानंद जी को देखें तो बोले हमारे भीतर जो शक्ति है, जो हमारा एजुकेशन सिस्टम का उद्देश्य होना चाहिए, वो हट चुका है, जिसके कारण मैन बिल्डिंग जब तक नहीं होगा तब तक नेशन बिल्डिंग पॉसिबल नहीं है। हमें सबसे पहले मैन बनाने होंगे देश में, तब जाकर हमारा राष्ट्र बन सकता है।
Absolutely right, and I think we got it from Professor Gupta's lecture, also from Indrani's, when she was saying that indigenous knowledge, education, awareness, all these lead to development of the human being, and then human beings add to the nation. So quickly, if there is no
हम लोग का जो एजुकेशन सिस्टम है अभी देश का, वो केवल फिजिकल एवं अर्न बेस पे डिपेंड हो चुका है, जबकि हमारा मॉडल एजुकेशन करेक्टर के ऊपर हम लोग का एजुकेशन का कोई फोकस ही नहीं है। हम लोग का सोसाइटी भी धीरे धीरे बहुत गलत डायरेक्शन में जा रहा है।
Absolutely, culture, ethics, Indrani mentioned, are also very important in this context. So next, thank you very much. Thank you. So next we move on to Dr. Chaudhary. Yes.
Thank you. So I'm glad that I've got the chance of coming and talking to you, and I'm thankful to HCL Foundation. So I'm primarily a person whom people come only with unwell being. And usually we don't get an opportunity to talk to people who are that grounded as NGOs are. So I'm a clinician by training and a public health activist by design. And I keep on, and how I think about and work for people in the fringes of society, which all of us today are concerned with, is through what I learned, because I was born in a village. I grew up with the so-called impoverished and the tribal folks. I'm from a village in Birbhum district, and I'm always on the weekends, I'm in my village. Why? Because I try to enrich myself. I keep on telling that I earn carbon dioxide for 5.5 days in this city, and I earn oxygen for 1.5 days in my village in Birbhum. Okay, so that's my perception. What I would love to share with you is that you need to understand what is your strength and how you for working for the people who are on the marginalized segments of society, and what possibly you could try to avoid, and that's where the problem lies. So I really enjoyed Dr. Gupta's talk, and I think which everybody enjoyed. So two things which his talk for myself is, I think for any work to do in the segments of society who are really are not within the mainstream, which we are concerned with, we need to consider our own culture and our own attitude to them, which I keep on telling with the organization I work with, VIII Foundation. So unfortunately, this country, and for whom I'm working with, because in our country, even every work that we do for the impoverished and tribal segments are politically driven. That's expected. Their strength is their number, which is counted in terms of votes. And that's their only value, unfortunately. I'm not demeaning the intent of the politicians or the runners of the country, which they are absolutely privileged to have. But when we NGOs work with, I think our culture and our intent and our attitude has to be different. So the first thing that we need to, and this is what I tell my colleagues in my organization, is we should shun off the term called I do and say we do. That's very important. That's a big malady with any work that you keep on doing in our work. Secondly, when we approach the people who are really estranged from the mainstream, our approach should be, humble. We need to understand their not language, quote unquote, their language in every sense, their culture. What happens is, when Abhijit Chaudhary, who is supposed to be, in a higher echelons of society, approaches a villager, what happens is we usually consider as if we are blessing them. This comes from a feudal mindset, which we are all grown up with. And we come with that baggage whenever we do any work towards people who are in that fringes of society. So every day, this is a learning that you should keep all through your, I'm just quoting from a person famous, which I keep on telling to myself every day. That person's name is Liu Shaoqi. He used to tell that it's very fashionable to be a communist for a day. You could be a communist for a year, but to carry on with your communistic ideals all through your life is something which you should do. You may not be a communist. You may be an anti-communist to the core. But I think what you should do is, you should tell yourself every day that what I'm preaching, what I'm supposed to do, and there is no, asynchrony in that. So your culture should be humble, your approach should be humble, otherwise you're not going to be, I'm just mentioning to you one of my experiences. I wanted to do research in a medical issue amongst the tribal population in my Birbhum. So I took a big scientist from a Calcutta institute who has just landed from United States of America, which we consider as the heaven of medicine. And COVID has taught us the reverse way. So he went to that village, and the villagers were not coming. We were not getting them to our fold as much as it should. So he started telling, see, you don't know, we travel to United States every other day, and you should be feeling yourself fortunate that we have come to this place. And I could see that even 5 people were there, they were moving away. They were moving away. So when you approach a group of people who are really estranged or separated, You should tell that my body language has to be different. And very importantly, I think it's good that the NGO's functioning, and this is the last thing that I would love to mention, is when an NGO functions, it should not be as, it's not something that exactly the way that government functioning usually do. I'm a government servant also, and I work in the NGO sector also. So I know the strength and weaknesses of both the sector. Because in government I get a salary, and unfortunately India is such a democracy where I am very conscious of my rights, but I don't know my responsibilities, and I don't deliver, and they are the people who are supposed to look after me has never come back to me and asked me, you have not delivered this, your salary is stopped. On the other hand, India have got a corporate sector whose primary motive is, accumulating wealth. Fine. So we are caught between two things. One is a government who is doling out money, and the other is a corporate who is accumulating money. And now with the CSR endeavors, NGOs are the pedestals, can be both for the government and the corporate sector. So you should remember, and we should remember, I would say, every day that our approach cannot be something like a salary getting approach that the government does, neither money earning approach that the corporate does. We should tell that I am doing this and I'm earning some livelihood, but the outcome has to be, kept in mind, unless what Dr. Gupta was also mentioning, that unless we keep our data, unless we meticulously, regulate ourselves, we have got a regulation from within, we really cannot deliver. So I would stop there, and I'm really grateful, because the dialogue otherwise would go on for long, and there is no endless to it. So I'm really great that we are discussing about indigenous people. Health and education would obviously be the two things amongst the indigenous people we should come to focus. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Dr. Chaudhary. Actually, he has touched upon very, very important concepts of inclusion and mainstreaming. Tribals definitely constitute one section of it. So any quick yes, please.
I am Sanjeev Sarangi from Indian Grameen Services. Thanks for this deliberation, Dr. Abhijit. One of my thought, the biggest barrier of exclusion in the tribal and indigenous community, what I am experienced and from this deliberation, that is the thinking of beneficiary. The word beneficiary जब ये दुनिया से खत्म हो जाएगी, because the government and even if the NGOs, sorry to say, I have seen the NGOs are also using that word beneficiary. They are not beneficiary. हम कुछ ऐसा नहीं कर रहे हैं उनके लिए. तो ये सबसे बड़ा exclusion का part है. Second, जितने सारे government का programs हो रहा है, even if the organizations are doing something good, but एक somehow एक transactional relationship होती है कि हमने कुछ number of targets पूरी कर रहे हैं in terms of infrastructure, in terms of anything else. But जब तक ये transformative नहीं होती, because we should be a co-traveler with those communities, then only nation building can happen. Thank you so much.
Extremely relevant points raised, and actually when he was talking of, Dr. Chaudhary was discussing parity, parity in a one-to-one transaction. So that was very important, where we often refer to not to the the people with whom we work as beneficiaries, but partners. Everybody is a partner in transformation, and everybody is a partner in change. And once you have that sense, I think all your behavior, body language, everything automatically gets tempered. Yes, please.
I, Rajak Gayan from South 24 Parganas, West Bengal. Dr. Abhijit Chaudhary has discussed the differences between the work activities of government and NGO. But we are NGO leaders. When we go to government sector, to the official, for any reason or any work activities, they neglect us. They hate us. We are the grassroots level workers. the NGO leaders and workers work in a remote area. They work hard. They go to rural illiterate person, but the government officers neglect, avoid when we go to office. In agriculture, in health, in education, everywhere, government should check this. Dr. Abhijit sir discussed clearly the different activities. The government should clearly order that NGO workers do not neglect from government workers. It should be amended in our government bill. I request. That's all.
Right, it is actually what you said was along the same lines. Everybody who's joining hands for a transformation are partners, and the government also has to acknowledge that the NGOs, the so-called people for whom the work is being done, all are partners in change. And that's what even I wanted to stress, that that's a very, very relevant point. I know that is. Take. সেটাই তো মাইন্ডসেটটা যতক্ষণ না চেঞ্জ হবে কিছুতেই হবে না, তবে সেইটার জন্যই বলতে হবে।
Their attitude is
different. Yes.
One is showing that we are king and you are.
Yeah, one is giving, one is taking. So you are at the wrong end of it, and so you can be treated like that. Yeah, that's a very, very important thing, and that I think is a very key, I would say, precondition or a requisite for any healthy nation building. So that is something that should come in. Then now we go on to Dr. Raktima Mukherjee to, speak on this topic. And finally, we'll end with Dr. Professor Gupta, because we have heard him, but he will also give his thoughts on this topic.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Das, my esteemed panelists, and the HCL Foundation for giving me this opportunity to share some of my thoughts with you in this before this August gathering. As my previous speakers, they have said the need for inclusion of one of the important ethnic group of our country, the tribal communities, which is like, though arithmetically maybe the number is not much, around 10 crores, 8.6, like about 9% of our population. But what is very, very important is the immense diversity that they represents. Diversity in terms of language, culture, heritage, practices. And these tribal communities, we all know, they are the least contributor towards the climate change, but they suffer the most because their life and livelihood is mostly dependent on the natural resources. About 4 crore of them, they have moved out from their natural habitation, but still around 6 crore they are living in and around the forest areas. So their life and livelihood, which is primarily dependent on the natural resource base, is getting hard hit due to the climate change issues, and they are the worst sufferers. So now when we are thinking about involving these communities for developing any strategy for their development, we should have this context the context of climate change in our mind. Secondly, when we say like involving them for nation building, and if we see the Human Development Index, there is a huge disparity between this HDI of the general population and the tribal population. if you see the UNDP report of 2011, there is 54% difference between the tribal community and the general population. And as we all know, Human Development Index is measured, calculated based on 3 basic indicators: the health, education, and resources, livelihood. So they are lagging behind. And as Dr. Das, while setting the context of today's discussion, she has very rightly pointed out about the issue of exclusion. So what it is, when we see the constitutional provisions, there are a number of safeguards mentioned for this community. There are very important legislations, and 5 of the legislations which are very, very important in the context of tribal, which I will request all, I think all of you know, but if not, then you must ponder upon the 1996 PESA Act, which empowers the tribal community who are living in the scheduled areas to have control of their natural resources, minor forest resources, and minor water bodies, minor minerals. So it is huge empowerment for them in the 10 states where there are scheduled areas. But it is not translating into action as it was desired. Secondly, the Biological Diversity Act 2002. Again, in this legislation, this is a very forward-looking act where this biological diversity conservation and conservation-based sustainable use and livelihood development is addressed. And there is a clause there, access and benefit sharing arrangement. Through this, what is ensured that if somebody take out any biological resources for commercial or research purposes, then the people who are the custodian, like who are the keepers of those biological diversity in the local area, they will be getting, they must get the equitable benefit share out of it. This is known as ABS. And the IPR, intellectual property right issue, because the tribals, they're the main custodian of traditional, rich traditional knowledge and practices. And we know how it is being misused. People, they take it away from them and they are not getting due recognition. So protection of their intellectual property and access and benefit sharing arrangement. And for that, statutory bodies created at the local level by involving the community, that is BMC, Biodiversity Management Committee, who are supposed to prepare the People's Biodiversity Register. And this is these registers are recognized by the State Biodiversity Authority and National Biodiversity Authority, and anybody, if want to tax out the biological resources, have to apply to them, and so the people, they will get the benefit. But it is not happening. So NGOs who are working in remote areas, in every local bodies, it should have. You can just think, you can have a review. The third very important legislation is Forest Rights Act 2006, whereby the tribal and other traditional forest dwellers, OTFDs, who are living in the forest areas for 75 years or for 3 generations, they are getting the land rights under this act. So it could be individual rights, and it also could be community forest right. And in case of community rights, it is given that the people who are getting these rights, they are empowered to prepare their own management plan for managing not only the forest resources, but along with it, the local water bodies, water regime, and ecological other natural resources. And after, this is one step, the legislation enactment. And about 2 lakh people, around 4 lakh people, they have got this individual forest rights in the country. About 1 lakh, they have got community forest rights. But then what happens after that? Because these lands that are they are getting, the act says it could be maximum up to 4 hectares, where they are originally either habiting or cultivating. But in reality, the amount of land that they are getting is very, very less. And the lands that are given to them is very marginalized. So it is not, they cannot cultivate. So here again, through the convergence, there is scope for strengthening their livelihood, sustainable livelihood, and developing their capacity for sustainable management of their natural resource base. The fourth one, again, which is very important, that is the act that is enacted in 2013, the Land Acquisition Rehabilitation Act 2013. There again, because we have seen, like, since independence, as we are talking about involving the tribal communities for the nation building, and when we see, like, again, they are the worst sufferer for displacement due to building of dams, industrialization. Their lands are taken, and out of the data, if we see the total displacements in the country since independence, 60% of them are the tribal community. So to protect them from this land alienation issues, this is again a very forward-looking act, where it is told, like, especially in the scheduled areas, the Gram Sabha's consent is a must. But again, the translation, awareness about this act is lacking. So these are the areas where we can take a very important role for engaging the community, creating awareness, and helping them to develop their livelihood and their life based on this, protecting the natural ecosystems. And through this, we can also contribute towards, there are 17 SDGs, as we all know, but as Dr. Gupta has started, the first one is no poverty, zero hunger, second, third is about health, fourth is about education, fifth is about empowering women, children, sixth is about clean water, 11th is about responsible production and consumption, 12th, climate action, 13th, biodiversity conservation on earth, and then 14th on the water, in the water. So in all these areas, this tribal community, their contribution is immense, and we as a service provider, as a partner in development, we have much to, we can have much to offer. And regarding this traditional knowledge and practices, I have been sharing this platform with two of the stalwart of our country from the medical side, but still I am taking, sir, permit me to share. Like, there is a report, sirs, they know, Dr. Bhang committee report, which was like accepted, tabled on tribal health, and there some very like radical recommendations were there. One is to co-locate this tribal traditional healers within the PHC also, and identification, documentation of this traditional knowledge system regarding this traditional health practices, and their validation, which is again very, very important. So here HCL Foundation as a whole, they can take it up this issue, because some of the organizations, they have come forward in documenting and validating their traditional knowledge and practices regarding this local health traditions. So these are some of the areas where we can have a contribution. And I just want to close my discussion by giving, just sharing one anecdote. You know, we all know the name of Michelangelo. Shunechi Michelangelo naam? Shunechi na? Ki korten uni? What he used to do? Uni murti banaten, sculpturist. So one day somebody, some people, they asked Michelangelo, how do you make such beautiful sculptures? आप कैसे इतना अच्छा स्कल्पचर बनाते हैं? तो माइकलएंजेलो सेड, हम तो कुछ नहीं बनाते हैं, स्कल्पचर तो हम नहीं बनाते हैं. तो पीपल से ही वाज जोकिंग, आप इतना बड़ा माइकलएंजेलो और आप बोलते हैं कि आप स्कल्पचर नहीं बनाते. तो ही सेड, नहीं, हम स्कल्पचर नहीं बनाते. व्हाट आई डू, वो पत्थर के अंदर जो एक्स्ट्रा है ना, उसको चीजल आउट कर देते हैं. वो तो उसका अंदर ही है, वो निकल आते हैं. So we as a NGO practitioners, we also should have this in as our mindset. We must understand they all have the potentials. We just have to chisel out a little bit. Our role should be facilitator and not as a giving them prescriptions what we should do. Thank you very much.
So that was indeed very exciting. And so at the end of the day, everybody has potential. and we need to unearth it. So any questions from the floor? Yes, please.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. As all you mentioned that the SDA ranking of India is current SDA ranking is 131 out of 189 countries. So, and we putting lot of efforts like to improve that, but still it is not at par actually. So, what are the key things that you think that there is a missing? Still, we not able to achieve that. So, as my mind is coming like accountability, one of the main thing like. The accountability is missing in our activity, and also the technology inclusion in NGO activity, that also very much important, that I feel. So what are your takeaway, like how you think about this? Yeah, panelist, anybody can answer this.
So I think this is a very, very relevant question. So let us conclude the speaker session with Professor Gupta, and then actually this needs a little bit discussion because everybody would have something to say on this, and that could be our kind of a closing session. So anybody on this, on Dr. Mukherjee's, if you want to know something else, you can now, or we move on to Professor Gupta for
Hello, thank you very much, ma'am, for giving me opportunity. It is a great learning opportunity for me as well, hearing Raktima and Dr. Das and you, Dr. Chaudhary, knowing more about. As I said in the morning that I have crisscrossed the country and deeply worked in deepest areas of jungles with tribals of Andhra. ठीक है, तो ट्राइबल्स का मुझे थोड़ा इतना फॉर्मल ज्ञान नहीं है, पर मैंने काम इनके साथ बहुत किया है और उनको बहुत देखा है, और उनके लिए गवर्नमेंट में पॉलिसी डॉक्यूमेंट तैयार करना, स्ट्रेटजी डॉक्यूमेंट तैयार करना, projects develop करना, that I have been able to do in last several years. जो मैंने समझा है वो ये है कि अभी जो हमारे एक फ्रेंड बता रहे थे कि ये जो माइंडसेट की कहानी है सारी, हमें अभी समझने में टाइम लग रहा है कि वो हम में से ही एक हैं, और ये रिलेशनशिप जो है डिस्टॉर्ट होती जा रही है। अब ये क्या होता है कि पॉलिसी भी बहुत बनी है, एक्ट भी बहुत देखे हैं मैंने, और अभी रक्तिमा जी भी बता रही थी कि इतने एक्ट्स बन गए हैं फॉर एंटाइटलमेंट एंड देयर प्रोटेक्शन, वो सब कुछ है, पर एक्चुअल में बात वहाँ आ जाती है कि हम फाइनली उसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन कैसे करते हैं, वो एक्चुअल में हो कैसे रहा है, उसको कर कौन रहा है, वो आदमी कर रहा है इम्प्लीमेंटेशन, जिम्मेदारी उसकी है, जो सोचता है कि मैं तो मेहरबानी कर रहा हूँ। वो मेहरबानी करने वाला कोई एम्पैथी का भाव थोड़ी रखता है, ना सिंपैथी का भाव रखता है, ना एम्पैथी का भाव रखता है। वो होता है तो जो आपने हमारे पेशे में, डॉक्टर के पेशे में, ट्रेडिशनली द रिलेशनशिप वी हैड between those who were sick and the doctor it was a doctor and a patient. वो जो हमारे पास आया है अपनी बीमारी के लिए वो पेशेंट है और हम डॉक्टर हैं, तो डॉक्टर का एक पर्टिकुलर रोल बिहेवियर है, वो करता है, और पेशेंट का एक अपना रोल बिहेवियर। तो ये ट्रेडिशनली मेडिकल सिस्टम में, हेल्थ सिस्टम में ये बात रही, पर सरकार का अपना एक सोच होता है। सरकार ये सोचती है कि डॉक्टर एक्सप्लॉइट करता है, ये करता है, वो करता है, पूरी तरह से रीच नहीं है, एक्सेस नहीं है, कवरेज नहीं है, क्वालिटी नहीं है, पैसे लेता है, दुनिया भर का। तो नहीं भाई, अब गवर्नमेंट लेगी जिम्मेदारी, वेलफेयर करेगी। अब जब वो वेलफेयर की कहानी जब शुरू हुई तो वो बन गया बेनिफिशियरी और सरकार बन गई बेनिफैक्टर। ठीक है। अब हमारे पेशे में एक कहानी है, अब क्या हुआ कि अब वो हेल्थ सिस्टम बन गए, प्राइमरी हेल्थ केयर ये वो, तो अभी जिस समस्या का समाधान करने के लिए ये किया गया था वो समस्या तो उससे भी ज़्यादा बढ़ गई अब, क्योंकि एक्सेसिबिलिटी नहीं है, अवेलेबिलिटी नहीं है, क्वालिटी नहीं है, अफोर्डेबल नहीं है। अभी मैं NFHS का डेटा देख रहा था कि आप पब्लिक फैसिलिटी पे भी डिलीवरी करा रहे हो तो भी 3,000 रुपये तो कम से कम खर्च हो ही रहे हैं। अरे भाई क्यों खर्च हो रहे हैं, क्यों हो रहे हैं? जब सरकारी अस्पताल में आपकी डिलीवरी हो रही है, सब कुछ सरकार की तरफ से होना चाहिए, फिर भी 3,000-3,100 रुपये खर्च आ रहा है, क्यों आ रहा है? तो सरकार भी अपने उस रोल में इतनी माकूल नहीं रही है, इफेक्टिव नहीं रही है, क्योंकि भावना यही रही कि वो बेनिफिशियरी, गिवर एंड टेकर वाला मान। तीसरी हमारे सेक्टर में एक कहानी और जो शुरू हुई वो हुई कॉरपोरेट की, जो भी डॉक्टर चौधरी बोल रहे थे। कॉरपोरेट तो एक उसका एक अपना एंगल है बिजनेस का, तो अब पेशेंट नहीं रह गया, पेशेंट हो गया अब क्लाइंट। अभी आप जाओ अपोलो हॉस्पिटल या फोर्टिस हॉस्पिटल तो वहाँ क्लाइंट मैनेजमेंट डेस्क है, पेशेंट मैनेजमेंट डेस्क नहीं है। तो जब क्लाइंट हो गया तो यू पे एंड ही विल गिव, और जो प्रोवाइडर है सर्विस का वो किसी का एम्प्लॉय है, ही इज पेड और ही इज ए पार्टनर। ठीक है, तो अब ये क्लियर कट बिजनेस रिलेशनशिप है बिटवीन सो कॉल्ड पेशेंट एज ए क्लाइंट नाउ एंड देन प्रोवाइडर ऑफ द सर्विस इन द कॉर्पोरेट। एनीवे, अब हो क्या, मैं जो बात कहना चाह रहा हूँ वो ये है कि सरकार ने बहुत वेलफेयर पॉलिसी और जो 10 करोड़ की आबादी के लिए कई पॉलिसी में इंक्लूजन किए, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल प्रोविजंस किए, एक्ट बनाए लोकल लेवल पे, पर उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करने की बात है। इतनी सारी जो रिक्वायरमेंट्स हैं ट्राइबल पॉपुलेशंस की, मेनली उनकी तो डेवलपमेंट की भी बहुत प्रॉब्लम है, उनके कल्चर की बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है, उनका दे आर शाई, दे डोंट वांट टू कम इन कांटेक्ट विद पीपल, दे वांट टू रिमेन अलोन, पर हम उनका डेवलपमेंट करना चाहते हैं। अब उसकी समझ से डेवलपमेंट होना चाहिए, वो कैसा डेवलपमेंट चाहता है, वो क्या परिभाषा देता है डेवलपमेंट की, हम तो हमारी परिभाषा से जा रहे हैं, वो परिभाषा क्या है उसके डेवलपमेंट की वो हम नहीं सोचते हैं। तो उसके लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है कि जो अभी हमारे बैठी हुई थी इंद्रानी जी, जो एंथ्रोपोलॉजिस्ट हैं, उनको कम्युनिटी से नेगोशिएट करना सिखाना चाहिए। ये माइंडसेट जो मैं सुबह अभी बोल रहा था शुरू में, उसके परिवर्तन की बहुत ज़रूरत है। हमारे जो पब्लिक सर्वेंट हैं, गवर्नमेंट में हैं, उनके लिए भी ये ट्रेनिंग प्रशिक्षण होना चाहिए, उनके एटीट्यूड पर भी काम होना चाहिए और ज़रूर बदलाव आएगा। और हमारे जो NGOs हैं उनको भी खाली सर्विस डिलीवरी के हिसाब से नहीं देखना चाहिए, उनको ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन और चेंज के हिसाब से देखना चाहिए कि हम समाज में क्या बदल सकते हैं और हम क्या कर सकते हैं उनके लिए। तो जैसे अभी मैं थोड़ी देर पहले बता रहा था कि मेल न्यूट्रिशन उनमें बहुत ज़्यादा, इनएक्विटीज़ की बात जहाँ तक हम, पॉवर्टी उनमें 40% से भी ज़्यादा, जो आज से 30-40 साल पहले पॉवर्टी जनरल पॉपुलेशन में थी, उनमें वो पॉवर्टी आज भी है 40%। और मेरा ख्याल है कि पहले और भी ज़्यादा होती होगी। तो वो इनएक्विटीज़ तो हैं, और तो बेटर वर्ड अब जो इंक्लूजन की बजाय एक्विटी की बात करनी चाहिए। राइटफुल चीज़ जो है वो एक्विटी की बात होनी चाहिए कि दे हैव द इक्विटेबल राइट्स टू हैव the benefits of the governance that the government has. So that is one. पर हमारे स्तर पर एनजीओ से जो मैं एक्सपेक्ट करना चाहूँगा कि जो मैं उसकी तरफ थोड़ा हिंट भी कर रहा था कि जब आप लोगों से पूछा जाता है कि आप क्या कर रहे हो, कैसे कर रहे हो, अभी रिपोर्ट क्या है, खर्चा कितना होगा, कितना कवरेज क्या होगा, और फिर बदलाव क्या आ गया, आउटकम क्या हुआ, हमारे पास ये सब चीज़ें होती ही नहीं। तो एनजीओ जो आप बता रहे हैं ना, जो सरकार में दूसरी टेबल के दूसरी तरफ बैठा है, आपको ऐसी इस दृष्टि से क्यों देखता है? क्योंकि जब भी आप से वो सवाल पूछता है कि क्या हुआ, साहब बहुत बढ़िया हो रहा है, अच्छा हो रहा है साहब, बदलाव आ रहा है। अरे भाई क्या बदलाव आ रहा है? बदलाव आ रहा है का तो कोई डेटा नहीं। तो ये जो रिलेशनशिप गवर्नमेंट और एनजीओज की बनी है, वो मैं खुद सरकार में रहा हूँ। मैं तो बता रहा था आपको, मैं सबसे पहले मैंने काम शुरू किया, मैं तो 30-40 साल हो गए इस काम को करते हुए। तो जो गवर्नमेंट के लोग हैं उनको भी आपकी ज़रूरत है, मैं आपको ये बताना चाह रहा हूँ। आज जो बदलाव आएगा, सरकार में भी लोग समझने लगे हैं कि कम्युनिटी एक बहुत बड़ी स्टेक होल्डर है और एनजीओज बहुत बड़े स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं। ये रिलेशनशिप डेवलप होगी, पर मैं समझता हूँ कि एनजीओज को अपनी जिम्मेदारी संभालनी चाहिए फॉर इफेक्टिव इम्प्लीमेंटेशन। आपको आइडियाज़ डेवलप करने पड़ेंगे, आपको इनोवेटिव आइडियाज़ एंड प्रोग्राम्स डिज़ाइन करने पड़ेंगे। जो ये ट्रेडिशनल बात है कि आयरन फोलिक एसिड की गोली खिला दी, अरे अभी एनएफएचएस के डेटा में देखा मैंने 90% आयरन फोलिक एसिड खा रही हैं पर 70% की एनीमिया है। अरे जब गोली खा रही तो क्यों एनीमिया? तो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में समस्या है ना। तो आप इफेक्टिव इम्प्लीमेंटेशन की बात करिए। आयरन के देने के और तरीके क्या हो सकते हैं? किसी ज़माने में आप लोगों ने देखा होगा टेटनस टॉक्साइड नहीं लगता था, महिला लगवाती ही नहीं थी। तो उसमें भ्रांति क्या थी कि वो जो टेटनस टॉक्साइड है उसका कलर सफ़ेद होता था और प्रेगनेंसी में कोई भी सफ़ेद चीज़ का उपयोग नहीं होगा, क्योंकि वो भूत से जुड़ा था, भूत प्रेत से जुड़ा था। पर आज अगर आप डेटा देखें तो 90% से ज़्यादा महिलाओं को टीटी का टीका लगा है दोनों। तो ये बदलाव तो आएगा, पर उस बदलाव को हम लाएंगे, ये अपना आप आएगा, हम लाएंगे। उसका तरीका है जो अभी मैं थोड़ी देर पहले बता रहा था। तो चेंज हम ही लाएंगे और आप न्यू आइडियाज़ को डेवलप करें, इनोवेशंस करें, प्रोडक्ट में इनोवेशंस करें, सर्विस डिलीवरी मैकेनिज्म में इनोवेशंस करें, अपने इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में इनोवेशन करें। और इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में इनोवेशन के लिए सबसे ज़्यादा ज़रूरी जो चीज़ है, आपने एक सर्विस एरिया को चूज़ कर लिया तो उसमें देखिए किस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में वो सर्विस डिलीवर हो रही है, उसके इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में बैरियर्स क्या हैं और उन बैरियर्स को कैसे दूर किया जा सकता है, और उसमें पार्टनरशिप बिल्डिंग विद द गवर्नमेंट एंड द कम्युनिटी इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। आप अपने को ना तो कम्युनिटी से अलग कर सकते हैं ना सरकार से, केवल इसलिए कि सरकार हमको इकारत से देखती है। नहीं, हमको तो हमारा प्रयास करना ही है, पर हम डिलीवर करें और दिखाएं कि ये हुआ। मैं आपको बताता हूँ साहब, आप लोगों को पता नहीं कितना को मालूम है, रानी बंग का आपने नाम सुना होगा, जो सबसे पहले एक पब्लिकेशन लेके आई, लैंसेट में छापा। उसने लिखा 94% महिलाओं को रिप्रोडक्टिव ट्रैक्ट इन्फेक्शन होता है। ट्राइबल में काम करती है वहाँ गढ़चिरौली में, उनके हस्बैंड भी बड़े आदमी हैं, अभय बंग, रानी भी हमारे जानकार हैं। बहुत लोगों ने क्रिटिसाइज किया उस स्टडी को कि इसका सैंपल खराब था, सैंपल ठीक नहीं है, ये नहीं है, वो नहीं है। पर आप देखिए कि भारत का स्वास्थ्य, महिलाओं के स्वास्थ्य का कार्यक्रम उसी डेटा पर बना। और करीब ले आओ भाई डेटा, और अच्छा डेटा ले आओ, प्रोग्राम तो सही, बट इम्प्लीमेंटेशन सबसे ज़्यादा ज़रूरी होता है। आप लोग देखिए बैरियर्स क्या हैं, और उनको आउटकम्स को मेज़र करिए, चेंज को मेज़र करिए। और आपको मैं तो कहूँगा ये HCL वालों को, मैं जानता हूँ इन सबको, कि भाई आप अलग से एक फंडिंग करो यार, डेटा एनालिसिस के लिए और पेपर राइटिंग के लिए। जो आपने चेंज दिखाया है, आप उसको साइंटिफिकली दुनिया के सामने रखो। जो रानी बंग की कहानी मैंने आपको सुनाई, जो सर्च गढ़चिरौली है, हालांकि वो तो डॉक्टर है, MPH किया है जॉन्स हॉपकिंस से, पर वो जो किया उन्होंने रिसर्च टाइप का नहीं था वो, पर उसने वुमेन्स हेल्थ की सारी परिभाषा बदल दी। सिर्फ वो पर्चा उसने छापा। आप इतना काम करते हैं, करिए ना, पर साथ में दुनिया को बताइए भी। आप कभी, ये लोग अगर ऑनलाइन जूम पर आप सब होंगे, किसी दिन आपको हम सिखाएंगे इम्प्लीमेंटेशन रिसर्च क्या होती है, पर अभी आज तो ये समय नहीं है ऐसा कि हम आपको बताएं। पर 1 दिन 2 दिन 3 दिन का कोई ऐसा प्रोग्राम रखेंगे, मैं बात करूंगा इनसे कि इम्प्लीमेंटेशन रिसर्च पर आप कैसे, और एक सेपरेट फंडिंग भी उसके ऊपर होनी चाहिए। ये जो जनरल ग्रांट है सर्विस डिलीवरी टाइप की, इसमें रिसर्च का कंपोनेंट ही नहीं, पब्लिकेशन का कंपोनेंट ही नहीं। आज अपना पेपर आप पब्लिश कराना चाहें अच्छे जर्नल में तो $100 मांगता है। $100 ये कैसे देंगे? ग्रांट में इनबिल्ट करना होगा और इन फंडिंग एजेंसीज को एग्री करना होगा। दोनों चीज़ें बहुत ज़रूरी है। एनीवेज, तो पॉलिसीज तो बहुत हैं, एक्ट भी बहुत हैं, एंटाइटलमेंट्स भी बहुत हैं, पर मेरे को जो लगता है, हमको जो गवर्नमेंट में बैठे हैं या हम जैसे जो इधर बैठे हैं या आप लोग भी बैठे हैं, तो दया के भाव की ज़रूरत नहीं है, संभाव की ज़रूरत है। उनको बराबरी से समझिए, थोड़ा सोच में फ़र्क लाने की ज़रूरत है और अच्छी तरह से कार्यक्रम, इतने सारे कार्यक्रम हैं। मेरे को तो, मैंने बहुत कोशिश की मैडम कि ट्राइबल्स के लिए वेलफेयर स्कीम्स कितनी हैं पूरे देश में, भारत सरकार की और डिफरेंट गवर्नमेंट, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स की, मेरे को उसका काउंटिंग नहीं मिला उसकी काउंटिंग नहीं मिली कि कितनी स्कीम चल रही है, अनगिनत, नाम भी नहीं मालूम है उनके, तो चल रही है, बजट एलोकेट हो रहा है, खर्च भी हो रहा है। तो ये जिम्मेदारी हमारी सिविल सोसाइटी की है, उन सेवाओं को वहाँ तक लेकर जाएं और इफ़ेक्टिव इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करें, नए आइडियाज़ लाएं, नए डिज़ाइंस लाएं, जिसको इम्प्लीमेंट करें और दुनिया को बताएं, ताकि आपको भी आनंद आए कि हमने कितना अच्छा काम किया, कितना बड़ा काम किया है। आपको लोग बाग रिकग्नाइज़ करेंगे, आपको लोग बाग बुलाएंगे। मुझे बहुत खुशी होती है मैडम, कई बार हमारे पुराने जो NGOs जिनको हम फंडिंग करते थे 1990 में, there are many of them I have seen at different times in international flights with me. मैं कहाँ जा रहा भाई? सर वहाँ कॉन्फ्रेंस में बुलाया। अरे वाह, क्या बात है, बहुत अच्छा लगता है। You have also grown. Anyway, I'll stop here. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Dr. Gupta. So questions, and then I would try to create this jigsaw puzzle in 1 minute, because we have heard so much, and we know now, where possibly we need to enter, tread, how to do it. So questions, please. Yes, yes, yes. আর আপনারও প্রশ্নটা আরেকবারও আমরা শুনে নেব এবং প্যানেল নিশ্চয়ই উত্তর দেবেন। হ্যাঁ।
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Lawrence. I am from SSJS, Kakdeep. আচ্ছা, আমি কি বাংলায় বলতে পারি?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I don't know,
because বাংলায় বললে একটা সুবিধা হয়, বোঝাতে সুবিধা হয়, বুঝতে সুবিধা হয়।
समझ लेंगे, हाँ।
Okay, I might use a little bit of English here and there, but বাংলাটা হলে সুবিধা হয়।
Can be a mix.
Fine. Thank you so much, the panelists. It was a wonderful and enriching discussion for me at least, because এই সব কথাগুলো আমি আগে কখনো শুনিনি, এরকম সুযোগও পাইনি। Thank you so much. I'm particularly moved by Dr. Gupta and Dr. Abhijit. কোনো জায়গায় রেজোনেট করেছে যেটা আমি চিন্তা করি। আমার স্কুলে একটা টিচার ছিলেন, আমি যখন যেখানে পড়তাম, একজন ম্যাথস টিচার। হি ওয়াজ এ ভেরি গুড ম্যাথস টিচার, দারুণ ম্যাথস করাতেন, এবং এমন কোনো অঙ্ক নিয়ে উনি কখনো ফেল করেছেন যে করে দেখাতে পারেননি আমাদেরকে। অ্যান্ড আমাদের প্রিন্সিপাল বলেছিলেন হি ইজ আ গোল্ড মেডেলিস্ট ইন ম্যাথস, উইচ ওয়াজ ওয়ান্ডারফুল। কিন্তু ওনার একটা প্রবলেম ছিল, উনি না ম্যাথসটা বোঝাতে পারতেন না। উনি খুব ভালো ম্যাথস করতেন, ভালো জানতেন, লট অফ নলেজ, বাট হি কুড নট টিচ আস ওয়েল, নট হি কুড আন্ডারস্ট্যান্ড হোয়াট আই নিড টু নো। যখন কোনো প্রশ্ন করতাম যে স্যার এটা কী করে করব, উনি বুঝতে পারছেন না যে একটা ব্যাক বেঞ্চার হিসেবে আমার কি প্রয়োজন। আমার যেটা মনে হচ্ছে আজকের ডিসকাশন শুনে, যে no matter of how much passion you have, how much knowledge you have, how much skills probably we have in doing our work, কোনো একটা জায়গায় বোধহয় ডক্টর গুপ্তার কথা থেকে বুঝলাম এবং ডক্টর অভিজিতের কথা থেকে বুঝলাম যে মনে হয় we lack something which is to be understood and to understand effectively. Probably effective communicationটা মিসিং হচ্ছে আমাদের। কারণ আমি দেখেছি আমফানের সময় আমরা কাজ করেছিলাম, দিল্লি থেকে একটা সংস্থা, বিশাল বড় সংস্থা, আমফানের সময় গিয়ে অনেক রিলিফ দিয়েছে গ্রামের লোকদের, ইভেন উইদাউট আস্কিং হোয়াট ইউ নিড। গিয়ে দিয়েছে স্টিলের হাঁড়ি দিয়েছে, মাস্ক দিয়েছে। স্টিলের হাঁড়ি গ্রামের লোকেরা কোথায় ব্যবহার করবে? চুলো ডুবে গেছে, চুলো ভেঙে গেছে, গ্যাস নেই। মাস্ক দিয়েছে উইদাউট টেলিং দেম হাউ টু ইউজ দ্য মাস্ক অ্যান্ড ওয়াই ইট ইজ ইম্পর্টেন্ট টু ইউজ দ্য মাস্ক। মাস্ক দিয়ে, স্টিলের হাঁড়ি দিয়ে বাসন ধরার মতন করে ধরেছে, যেমন করে আমরা কাপড় ধোয়ার এই ন্যাতা ব্যবহার করি। সো মেবি উই আর, আমাদের বোধহয় কমিউনিকেশনে কোথাও প্রবলেম আছে, বিশেষ করে আমরা যারা কাজ করি, এনজিও সেক্টরে কাজ করি, আমরা অনেক নলেজ আছে, প্যাশনও আছে, ফিলান্থ্রপিক একটা ব্যান্ডও আছে কাজ করার জন্য, কিন্তু বোধহয় আমরা এটা বুঝতে ব্যর্থ হই যে আমরা যাদের জন্য কাজ করছি তারা কি চাইছে আর আমরা কি করতে চাইছি। বোধহয় এই একটা জায়গায় এই গ্যাপটা যদি পূরণ করা যায়, কারণ যেমন দেখবেন যে কর্পোরেট হাউসে থাকে কর্পোরেট কমিউনিকেশনস, ওদের আলাদা একটা ডিপার্টমেন্ট থাকে। আমাদের এনজিওতে এই ব্যাপারটা এখনও পর্যন্ত বোধহয় সেইভাবে হাইলাইট করা হয়নি, যার জন্য অনেক নলেজ নিয়ে আসি, MSW করে আসে অনেকে, কিন্তু আলটিমেটলি ল্যাকটা হয় কিন্তু ওই কমিউনিকেশনে গিয়ে। তো আমার মনে হয় যদি এই একটা জায়গায় যদি HCL কখনো চিন্তা করতে পারে, ইফ HCL ক্যান থিঙ্ক অ্যাবাউট that even NGOs at the grassroots level, the NGOs need very strong inputs, probably training, support in communication, তাহলে বোধহয় যে কাজটা করব তার এফিসিয়েন্সি তারও ভালো হবে। থ্যাংক ইউ।
রাইট, very 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 important and very relevant point. হ্যাঁ বলুন প্লিজ।
Hello, thank you panelists for your wonderful insight on this subject. As I already previously I asked one question, like the index, that HDI index. So now we are ranked 131 out of 189 countries. As we know that funding is not a problem. Wherever we go, we say a lot of funds is available. But why we cannot improve the number? Like why we cannot like come on that thing? Where is the gap mainly? Because a lot of the social activity is driven by NGOs only in the implementation part. So do you don't think like there is a gap in accountability as well as there is a gap in technology inclusion, as Dr. Gupta sir correctly raised that point, like technology inclusion, and ask HCL to also involve in this, like how to improve, do something in data analytics or data things, so that the accountability is also linked to the data, so that impact can be measured at the end of the project.
Yes, let's take his question then.
I'm Dr. Saha from Majivara Ambedkar Center for Human Research and Development. From my personal experience, I will come to the point of change. मैं मणिपुर में जब गया, एक गांव में, जहां वो ना जाने हिंदी, ना जाने कुछ, ना जाने का कोई रास्ता है, पैदल गया और जैसे खाना दिया तो उल्टी हो गया, सोने दिया तो रोने लग गया, तो क्या करे। तो मैं भूल गया हमारा कल्चर, भूल गया हमारा ड्रेस, भूल गया हमारा खाना उसके सब सीख लिया, लर्न किए, उसके बाद उसका साथ हमारा एक हो गया और कोई फर्क नहीं है, कोई फर्क नहीं है। उनके लिए हम कुछ भी कर सकते हैं। बस्तर में गया, वैसा ही है ट्राइबल एरिया, वो दारू पी के परे हैं और हम एक क्या बोलता है मुर्गा खाएंगे, ये तो नहीं चलेगा ना। तो क्या करता है, वैसे ही हमारा ड्रेस चेंज कर दिया, भूल गया हमारा खाना, भूल गया हमारा लैंग्वेज, भूल गया सब कुछ, उसी का जंगल में पड़े रहे, उसी का साथ मुँह कलेक्ट किया, तो फिर उसका साथ हमारा एक हृदय का मिलन हो गया। तो उसका अंडरस्टैंड हमें सबसे अच्छा लगा। तो हम उनको चेंज करना चाहता हूँ, लेकिन हमारा आइडिया है हमारा खुद को चेंज करना चाहिए, तब मैं उसको अंडरस्टैंड करूँगा, तब हमारा मिलन होगा, तब सिंपल मतलब ये पूरा चेंज आएगा, अदरवाइज इट इज इम्पॉसिबल।
Right. I think Dr. Gupta had mentioned that also. We should overcome the resistance to change. Let me just try to link all the points those were discussed and see whether you have your answer to your question, because a lot of things were discussed, and if we could bring them together, possibly you will find out your answer to how to improve the HDI index for India. You know, like although our kind of focus is tribals and their inclusion, but if they develop, if they are included, definitely the HD index would increase. So, so what needs to be done, and where are they excluded? They are excluded in terms of majority of the pointers in the SDG. Starting from 1 to 6 to 15, it is poverty, they are poor, their index is below us, the non-tribals. In education, health, possibly not in gender, because women are more, I would say, empowered in their community. Yes, so there is a concept of men mainstreaming also, because for them, men are kind of, do whatever little they do, and then after a peg or whatever, they, yes, actually, yes. So where do we need to work? In all the aspects of the SDG, starting from 1 to 6, 15, and with very, critical angle is on the climate change aspect, because that relates to resources, and at the end of the day, tribals are, through their ancestral rights, custodians of a large section of the natural resource tract. So that has to be kept in mind. So we know where we need to address. How? How do we do it? What should be our approach and strategy towards it? Value their culture, as he was saying. Unless we value their culture, we cannot be, we cannot think of what can be done. Consider the aspect of equity and parity and equivalence when we are partners in change. And that mindset has to change, either through actions or through absolute training. Everybody has to go through this to understand. I wouldn't say training, sensitization sessions. Everybody needs to understand that everybody is important. The government is extremely important. The civil society is important, and the people for whom this work is being kind of designated. Without them, what does NGOs do? And without the NGOs, what does the government do? So, equity, parity. Another very important thing is collective functioning and participation. The 17th goal of SDG speaks on participation. So that is also very, very important. Then we come to a very important aspect of, again, how to do it. Develop capacity at every level. Develop capacity, strengthen your knowledge base through research, through data. See, data, I think now, because NGOs are also very technical partners in the development process. Without data, nothing works. And data is not data. Data is information. 4563 doesn't mean anything unless it infers something. And how will 4563 infer? When you do some research and you put it in front of the table. So not data. Transform data to information. You may be collecting a lot of data, but you need to analyze it and infer. NGOs are technical partners, so we have to be very, very, knowledgeable about all the acts, policies. Although we have discussed on several occasions that we have safeguards, we have policies, why after 75 years we are still talking of inclusion? That is true, but we have to know the transition, the process of transition through acts and policies which has happened. So we have to be very knowledgeable about it. And at the same time, this would also lead to sharing with them about their entitlements, making them aware of their entitlements. So entitlements are rights, and rights without responsibilities are nothing. I think I have covered most of the points, those were discussed. So when we are all in this domain trying to support, facilitate, the development process of those we consider to be excluded. We have to very much keep all these points in mind, and I think that would help in nation building. So thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chandrai and the fellow panelists. It was indeed very insightful for us to hear this lens, especially because of the indigenous tribes that we were talking about. Without further ado, I would actually humbly request Dr. S.D. Gupta to please give a little token of appreciation to the fellow panelists. Let's have a huge round of applause. We're just going into lunch. Thank you so much, Dr. Abhijit. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. We are opening up for lunch. The lunch is arranged on the second floor. We have volunteers.
us in this session. So basically, अब हम जो session लेने वाले हैं, I will have a panel discussion where they will be sharing the experience sharing. So all this will happen. तो इसमें से आपको क्या, इस session से आपको क्या benefit या क्या एक takeaway होगा? Is first you will understand about the HCL grant. हमारे HCL grant में क्या क्या eligibility criterias है, क्या क्या prerequisites है for any NGO to apply for HCL grant. I know that most of the NGOs who are today here, उन्होंने HCL grant के बारे में सुना है. They have not applied for HCL grant. Even if they have applied, somewhere in some of the stages, आप लोगों का कुछ ना कुछ किसी कारण से रह गया है, वो क्या कारण है, is what we'll try to explain it to you कि क्या क्या कारण होते हैं कि किस स्टेज में आके why the NGOs are not shortlisted or why the NGOs get shortlisted. We have 7 stages. So उसके बारे में I'll talk in detail. So this is first. Second, there are a lot of selection parameters which we use to evaluate each and every proposal in each of the stages. And I think those selection parameters somewhere down the line, in any other CSR grant or any other, lot of funders who try to fund NGOs, who try to find good NGOs in their respective thematic area where they would like to fund, वो भी यही कुछ criterias है which they will also use to evaluate NGOs. I'll not say sabhi selection criterias, but most of it will cover the basics ones. And today we have our HCL grant winners, HCL grant finalists. We have our subject matter experts who go and visit these NGOs and do these evaluations. And most of that, we have Grant Thornton with us. They are our governance partner for HCL Grant, and they have been associated with HCL Grant from edition 2 onwards. Or Grant Thornton also goes in detail of all the proposals, all the documents which you submit. So आप उनसे भी सुन सकते हैं कि क्या-क्या documents आप लोग submit करते हैं, उसमें क्या-क्या उनका findings रहता है. So all these things will be discussed today. So before I go into the main session where you will hear from them, I'd like to set the context कि HCL Grant है क्या, how we started and all those things. So HCL Grant was started in 2015 with clear-cut 2 objectives. First, जैसे मैंने कहा था, HCL Grant is a CSR initiative by HCL Foundation, one of the flagship program of HCL Foundation. We started in 2015, basically to support award-winning projects. It's an award-winning grant. जैसे मैंने सुबह बोला था, it's an award-winning grant. It's a competition where all NGOs apply from all over India, and there is a process of selection. So basically, it's designed to support breakthrough award-winning projects submitted by NGOs that have a very proven track record of evident impact, high credibility, especially for the NGOs who are doing good work towards rural development. So this grant is available only for rural development. No semi-urban, urban, peri-urban is applicable here. So this is also one of the eligibility criteria for any NGO when they apply. So basically, we only see if that project is for rural development, that is eligible to go ahead, apart from other eligibility criteria which we have. So HCL Grant started with 2 clear-cut objectives. One is to award financial grant to innovative, replicable, scalable, sustainable and time-bound projects, which are proposed by NGOs committed towards rural development in the 3 categories: education, health and environment. Second, to identify these NGOs who are doing a significant amount of work for the rural development and rural transformation and publish them in a compendium. So हम लोग एक compendium हर साल निकालते हैं, which Dr. S.D. Gupta was mentioning कि जो NGOs काम कर रही है उसको कहीं publish करना चाहिए. And that's what we have been doing from 2017 onwards. आप देख सकते हैं हमारे 5 editions हमारे निकल चुके हैं. इसमें top 30 NGOs who reaches till sub-jury round, stage 5, हम लोग उनको यहाँ पे इस book में हम publish करते हैं. There are around 180 NGOs who have been published till date. हमारा volume 6 is out now. If you go to our HCL grant website, वहाँ पे publication section है where you can, we have put the e-compendium जहाँ पे आप सारी NGOs के बारे में पढ़ सकते हैं who have reached till sub-jury round from edition 2 onwards, and they are all successful, innovative, replicable, scalable models which have been selected. And उनका जो काम है हम ये books में publish करते हैं, and then this book goes to all the funders, all the stakeholders, all the government, all the agencies who would like to fund the NGOs. Basically, what benefit the NGOs get if you are published in this book. First, the funders will not have to do a further due diligence because उनको पता है कि इनका major due diligence already हो चुका है, which HCL has already done while selecting these NGOs. तो उनको ज़्यादा invest करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. So they just do basic checks on your documents and they go ahead. Second is your work, is also, it also reaches to the interesting donors. उनको basically जब उनको एक filtration करना पड़ता है कि from this place if they want to fund a particular NGO for this particular project, तो this book helps them in identifying these NGOs and fund them. So these are some of the benefits, and this we have been publishing them from 2017 onwards. So ये दो clear-cut objectives हैं. First, to award these innovative, scalable and sustainable models. Second, to publish these NGOs in a company which is widely spread nationally and globally. So our HCL grant is an award-winning grant. As I said, it's a 16.5 crore grant which is committed annually, and 5 crore each in 3 thematic categories: education, health and environment, making it a total of 15 crore grant for a 3 years project. So education, health, environment, 5 crore each for a 3 years project. Right now, portal is live, inviting applications from NGOs, जहाँ पे आप अपना concept note डाल सकते हैं. And the other 2 finalists, जो कि jury round तक पहुँचते हैं, clearing all stages. When you reach till jury round, the other 2 finalists receive a grant of 25 lakhs each for a 1-year project, which makes it a total grant of 16.5 CR. So यहाँ तक पहुँचने के लिए आपको 7 stages क्रॉस करना पड़ता है. एंड व्हाट आर द 7 stages, मैं क्विकली आप लोगों को समझा देता हूँ. जिसको तो दिस इज द स्टेज 1. जब अभी आप अप्लाई करेंगे HCL ग्रांट में, यू विल अप्लाई विद द कॉन्सेप्ट नोट. you will not be putting detailed proposal. When we used to do the symposiums in 2019, these symposiums help us in understanding ground realities, and जब आप application भरते हैं क्या क्या आप लोग issues face कर सकते हैं, तो तभी आप लोगों के input से हम लोगों ने इस concept note को लेके आए थे. Because NGOs always used to tell us, please don't put us in a situation where we are filling 15 to 20 pages detailed proposal and we are not shortlisted. So we have eliminated that now. So we have included 2 more stages where you are just putting the concept note, a 2 to 3 page of concept note. Then after you are eligible and after your concept note is evaluated by the subject matter experts, then you are entering into the stage 2 where the consultants and the team selects 50 to 55 NGOs who will then be asked to submit detailed proposal in each category, making it a total of 150 NGOs. Now, how they are evaluated? When we get applications in stage 1, so first stage pe, we shortlist NGOs basis the eligibility criteria. So those NGOs who get eligible, they move into the stage 2. और उसमें से, for example, 1000 NGOs है. 1000 NGOs में से अगर 500 NGOs are not eligible, 500 NGOs goes into the stage 2. उस 500 NGOs को then we give those concept notes to 3 parties. One is a subject matter experts like Dr. Chandrai. We have total 13 to 14 consultants, subject matter experts who are very experienced in the thematic categories and who have been associated with HCL grant from edition 2 onwards. Then the second is Grant Thornton. They also have their subject matter experts where they evaluate each and every proposal. And then our HCL Foundation subject matter experts. Then we consolidate the entire quantitative scoring. We have a standard set of scoring for each selection parameters, which we will show it to you. So out of the 100% weightage, we calculate the entire quantitative scoring and the qualitative comments. We combine it and the top scorers will be shortlisted. So that makes it to around 150 NGOs in all 3 categories we select in the stage 2. Then they'll be asked to submit detailed proposal. Then in stage 3, out of those 150 NGOs, we shortlist 45 NGOs in all 3 categories for the field visit round. So 15 in each category. So 15 NGOs को हम फिर उनका field visit करते हैं, where consultants along with our subject matter experts from HCL Foundation, they go, and subject matter experts of our independent subject matter experts in HCL Foundation, they go, they spend 2 to 3 days with the organization, understanding about your project, understanding about your proposal. Then they come back with the finding, with the detailed report, and then they defend your case. They don't present your case. They defend each and every case. So all these 15 NGOs are then defended, and there is an entire, one full day where, all the cases are presented, and then the top 10 NGOs in each category are selected for the stage 4, where in the stage 5, then these 10 NGOs are then presented to the sub-jury. We have a sub-jury representative also here. So she will also, give her, thoughts of how they evaluate each and every proposal. So just imagine only to present these 10 NGOs in each category. So total 30 NGOs. We take 3 full days. So पूरा 3 दिन लगता है ये 10 NGOs को 30 NGOs को present करने के लिए, 10 in each category. So उसके बाद the consultants, the Grant Thornton, they defend your case, they present your case, they defend also. Then the top 3 NGOs in each category are selected for the stage 6, where the 9 NGOs out of 30 NGOs are selected for the jury round. Then these 9 NGOs will again further go for a due diligence by Grant Thornton team on the due diligence check on their documents, on the programs, on the projects. Then they come back with the findings, and then the final jury meet happens when all these 9 cases are presented, or ye 9 cases mein se one winner is selected in each category for a 5 crore grant, making it a total grant of 15 crore. And then the other 2 finalists receives a grant of 25 lakhs. So this is the entire 7 stages of selection. That's ये कभी कभी बहुत लग जाता है overwhelming सुनने में, but if you cross these 7 stages, and you will now hear from these NGOs who have actually crossed these 7 stages, irrespective of whether they have won or they have not won the grant, but the experience and the knowledge and the the processes जो उनका एक उनको एक समझ आता है कि कौन कौन से डॉक्यूमेंट्स में क्या क्या कमियां थी और कहाँ कहाँ वो इम्प्रूवमेंट आना है, which no company is doing it. So if you want to do it, you will have to pay for it. Basically, if you apply for HCL grant, if you are shortlisted, it is happening for you from the HCL Foundation through our subject matter experts, and they're the experts from the field, like experts from the industry. They come like Grant Thornton, they come, they evaluate, they check all your documents, and they then tell you where are the improvements which you have to do in your application, in your documents, in your systems, in your processes. So this is the benefit which NGOs get. So now I would like to show you a video about the HCL grant and the journey so far.
What does it really mean to build a nation like India? It means that every child in every village spends time in the classroom learning about new things. It means that every woman is empowered to take her own decisions. It means having access to health facilities even in the remotest corner of the country. It means economic growth without the cost of environment. But what does it take to build a nation like India?
The Republic of India houses 1.4 billion people. The democracy of India rests on three constitutional estates: the judiciary, the legislative, and the bureaucracy. Free press has long been recognized as the fourth estate. HCL Grant is a step towards recognition of the fifth estate, the non-government organizations. NGOs have become a critical agent of change, playing a decisive role in building a stronger, future-ready India. Through HCL Grant, HCL Foundation aims to achieve sustainable rural development by supporting NGOs that are doing path-breaking work anywhere in India.
For a long time, NGOs have been playing a role of plugging the gaps for a large population of this country who are vulnerable in terms of education, health, environment, and sometimes even basic amenities. Today, there are around 3.3 million NGOs in India working towards making it an inclusive democracy. They reach where even the government agencies don't. This makes their role even more relevant and critical. However, the social development ecosystem in India is complex, where most of the NGOs are highly unstructured and do not have institutionalized processes and framework. This is where HCL Grant aims to play a role.
HCL Grant has two specific yet distinct objectives. The first and foremost is to award financial grant to innovative, replicable, scalable, sustainable, yet time-bound projects which are proposed by NGOs that are committed towards transformative rural development. The second is to publish the work of these NGOs through a compendium basis picture stories that are taken in the field during the process of selection, and publish this compendium each year such that these NGOs become globally visible for their path-breaking efforts.
In its 7 years journey till now, HCL Grant has impacted 840,000 human lives across 9,464 villages in 84 districts across 18 states and 2 union territories. The process. In 2021, HCL Grant called for applications in 3 categories: environment, health, and education. The online application portal opened for 90 days, during which the grant received 8,440 registrations and 1,587 completed applications. During this time period, 10 e-symposiums were organized with the participation of over 4,000 plus NGOs. In October, the first level screening began with the field visits across 15 states, 3 union territories, and 42 districts, covering a total distance of 146,108 kilometers by a group of subject matter experts, and the HCL Foundation team clocking 3,008 hours. 30 NGOs were selected for the sub-jury round. The sub-jury includes esteemed personalities from the HCL Group and the Shivnadar Foundation. Sub-jury chose 9 finalists for the jury round. The jury comprises 6 eminent personalities. The jury has selected 3 NGOs who will receive rupees 5 crore in each category, and remaining 2 HCL Grant finalist NGOs in each category will receive rupees 25 lakhs.
Thanks, Robin. Just to add to the enriching discussion that we were having, I'd actually like to call upon a couple of people who played a very vital role in the whole journey of the HCL Foundation grant process. Firstly, I'd like to call upon Dr. Kirti Karamchandani. Please. She is the head government relations for HCL Corporations Private Limited and HCL Foundation, result-oriented and self-driven research and developmental public affairs professional with a doctorate in health financing economics, adept at working with multiple government departments to facilitate positive change in communities, and recognized for strong project management capability. I would also like to invite upon Mr. Rohit Bahadur, partner, not-for-profit and CSR advisory, Grant Thornton Bharat, Rohit comes with over 25 years of experience in advising clients on governance-related matters including project audits, CSR advisory, pre-grant and post-grant assessments, partner evaluations, fundraising advisory, and impact studies. Additionally, I would like to call upon Dr. Chandrai Das, who you are already familiar with. To accompany them, we also have Sarangshu Banerjee, Team Coordinator, Jungle Mahal Development Cluster, Pradhan. Sarangshu has been with Pradhan since 2007 and has worked extensively with marginalized tribal peoples in Jungle Mahal region of West Bengal. To accompany them, we also have Mr. Amitava Roy, Honorary General Secretary, Lokamata Rani Rashmoni Mission, by profession, Senior Statistical Assistant of Zoological Survey of India, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, by passion attached with the LRRM since 2012. Over to you, Robin.
Thank you. Now अब आप लोगों को पता चलेगा कि NGOs जब shortlist होते हैं in each of the stages we have representation from all our eminent subject matter experts. Now we have Mr. Rohit Bahadur representing Grant Thornton, and he has been heading the entire HCL grant edition from edition 2 onwards. He has been heading the entire due diligence process for HCL grant. Thank you, Rohit, for joining in. We have Dr. Chandrai. She is our senior most consultant with HCL grant, and in the education category she sometimes also goes into environment and health. She has multiple roles which she play, and she is a thematic expert where she has a rich experience in the development sector, and she has played a very pivotal role in evaluating more than 1,000 proposals, and she has visited a lot of NGOs. So thank you, Dr. Chandrai, for joining in. We have Ms. Kirti Karamchandani. She is our eminent sub-jury member. So once they are get clearance from our subject matter experts sitting on my right hand side, so the left hand side will come in the stage 6, where Kirti then shortlist the top 3 NGOs for the jury round. So you'll hear from our sub-jury member also. And thank you, Kirti, for joining in. We have our 2 finalists who have reached till the jury round in HCL grant from Kolkata. We have 2 more NGOs. Sini, Dr. Indrani was here, but she couldn't join us today. They are the winners of HCL grant from Kolkata in 2017. We have 1 more NGO, DRCSC. So they are also one of our finalists in 2017 and 2018. Both these years they were our finalists. Lokmata Rashmoni, represented by Amitav Roy. So they were our finalist this year in 2021. They have reached till the finalist round. And sorry, I forgot to mention Sarangshu Banerjee. So he's from the Pradhan NGO. So Pradhan is our winner of HCL grant, from Kolkata. So they have won the HCL grant for this year in 2022 recently in the environment category. So a big round of applause for all our panelists. And now you will hear from them, their experiences. And actually, आप लोग ध्यान से इसको सुनिएगा and make notes, because their inputs will help you in devising your proposals. Basically, when you write proposals, तो उसमें क्या-क्या ध्यान देना चाहिए, क्या-क्या वो लोग देखते हैं as an experts. When any experts come from any organization, irrespective of any funder, so basically वो more or less यही सब चीज़ें देखते हैं जो आज आपको सुनने को मिलेगा from this eminent panel discussion. I'm from the panelist. So I'll start with our 1 finalist and the 1 winner we have in HCL grant. My last from stage 7 I'm starting now. Okay, so Amitav ji, you have gone through our 250 days of selection process. आपको पता है कि you have put your concept note in stage 1. आपने stage 1 से stage 7 तक आपने you have crossed all these stages, and being a very small NGO, which I'm not dragging you as a small NGO, but in comparison with the stalwarts of NGOs which you competed with. So आपका कैसा experience रहा that 250 days of selection process जो आपने ये पूरा stage cross किया? So your thoughts on this?
Thank you, Ravin. Actually, this is not a grand process, but for us, it was a journey for learning the thing. Yes, I do agree. We are a small NGO, local level NGO. We are operating in a small geographic area. But I astonished that HCL grant doesn't look how your NGO is the big or small. That doesn't bother who is in your board member. The board members can speak English or not. That is not a question. Your office is a corporate look or not. That is not a question. Then what they are looking for? They are looking for a strong proposal. So you need a strong idea and a proper justification behind your ideas. And another thing, you need all the documents up to date and everything is with you. The necessary document which we have, all the NGOs have. But you need to keep it up to date and in your hand. And it was a nice journey for us. You can learn a lot of things. And I believe that if you participate in this grant process, it is not the question who will win or who will reach to how much stage. But if you take part in the grant process, your NGO will become more structured. So that is the main thing I can say. And your thinking will be changed. For example, we never think how to use technology in our daily NGO work. This grant process will teach you how to use technology in your daily process. I'm giving a simple example. We are doing survey in pen and papers. Most of the NGOs, we are for ground level survey, we are taking the papers, we are taking the forms. Now, after take part in this grant process, we are using the technology-based forms. It may be Google form, it may be other forms. So that is the change I am feeling in our organization. And I think it is everywhere. And it is a very robust selection. Their team will come, they will sit with us, our team, they will try to understand our the structure, the understanding of the project which we are planning. It may be possible ki in many NGOs, 1 or 2% aware about the proposal, but their team try to understand ki how many of our team knows the nuts and bolts of the proposed project. That is one thing. The Grant Thornton, they will guide anything about the papers, how to keep the papers up to date, how to maintain the papers, which papers is required to be there, everything they will guide. In another stage, a big team will come with all the modern gadgets for photographing your activity. And that will be a great experience for you also, for every one of us also. Because we cannot, in which eye they will see your project, you cannot imagine what is your project. So it is a great learning for us. It is not a project, it is not a competition, it is a learning for us, sir.
Good to know that. Thank you, Amitabh ji. I think you have took a right word. I think more than competition, it is the learning process which all NGOs goes through when they cross these stages. More than learning processes is your systemic changes, processes, and the due diligence checklist which helps you to understand कि कहाँ पे आपका कमियाँ हैं, कहाँ पे आपको improve करना है, कहाँ आप बहुत strong हो, कहाँ पे आपको वो चीज़ दूसरों को समझाना चाहिए कि हाँ हम इस चीज़ को हम दूसरे एनजीओज को भी सिखा सकते हैं. सो ऑल दीज थिंग्स इज़ व्हाट जब हम HCL ग्रांड प्रोसेसेस करते हैं तो इसमें हमें एक सीख मिलता है. सो वेल सेड सर, इट्स अ लर्निंग प्रोसेस. So I'll now move on to Dr. Chandrai, because Dr. Chandrai has visited length and breadth of this country. I think there is north, south, east, west. Ma'am har jagah travel kar chuki hai, and she has visited these NGOs, have stayed with them for 2-3 days, and spending one full day in office or ek din pura field mein, 1-2 din pura field mein, till the time she is not confident, and when she comes back, and any consultant for that matter, when they come back, so they come back with that confidence कि जब मैं खड़ी होंगी जूरी के सामने या सब जूरी के सामने, और या मैं जब when they present, they will have all the information to defend that particular case. So with that purpose, our subject matter experts, they come and visit your NGO. So ma'am, my question to you is, when you visit the NGOs, what are those nitty-gritties or those things which you see in that NGO while evaluating the proposals and while visiting these NGOs?
Yeah, good afternoon once again. First, I would like to speak on how proposals are evaluated. See, basically, we also have a format. We have to check each and every point. But I am very particular about two things. One is whether the proposal has a very well-defined theory of change and a log frame. What is a theory of change and what is a log frame? When we undertake a project, we want to improve the education of children. So, how do we do it? This how do we do it is definitely based on some theory, some research, some action somewhere. You may think of something also, you may innovate also. We might think that if it is a joyful learning, children learn more. But then this is not something which you have designed. Several researchers have done it, and you are also adopting it, and then you are also customizing it. So what are the strategies or what are the approaches that lead to this change? That is called the theory of change. That is number one. If you don't have a theory of change in your backdrop, you cannot develop a project. Next is, how many of you know about log frames? So everybody has to know about log frames. Because once you have the theory of change, next is its expression in the form of a project. And what is your expression of the whole thing in the form of a project is your log frame. So I know this happens. If I have a joyful learning, if I have teachers properly trained, if I have parental participation, children will learn more. This is my theory. Now I start designing my activities based on certain objectives. First, I have to undertake the activities. Teachers training, developing joyful learning material, etc., etc. I have several activities, and for each of these activities, what are the outputs, what are the outcomes, and what is the impact? This stream has to be defined when you are designing a project. Ami ei activity ta korbo. এই অ্যাক্টিভিটি করে আমার ইমিডিয়েট আউটপুট কি হবে, তার থেকে কি আউটকামটা হবে এবং তারপরে গিয়ে সেটা কোথায় ইম্প্যাক্টে আসবে, দিস পাথ is given in your log frame. So once you have a very, very well designed log frame, আপনার কিন্তু project is clear. It is clear for you, it is clear for the evaluator. For every output, what are the indicators of output? Outcome, what are the indicators of outcome? And another thing, remember please, is very important. Indicators thake, means of verification thake na. Yes, 50 children have improved. How? What is your indicator that the children have improved? And what is your means of verification? Did you carry out some research? Did you carry out some survey? Where is your survey report? So actually there are two kinds of projects. One is a project which was already undertaken. You are kind of scaling it up or doing something. There could be projects which are new projects. For scale-up projects, you definitely need to have a baseline. Then only you improve on it. And for a new project, you will not have a baseline, but your very, very structured log frame will give you a total, your project is in front of you. So I basically, when I go to evaluate, I look into these two things very, very importantly, because I know how much we sit with the team, not just the head or somebody. Everybody has to understand the log frame, starting from the program manager to the person who is delivering on ground. So when you are developing a proposal, develop a very good log frame. Log frame is nothing, just penning down your thoughts, penning down the pathway of the project. Every activity, what is its output, what is its outcome, what kind of change will it lead to? Second, another thing which I look into is whether this is replicable. If it is replicable, it is sustainable. You can go on. So replicability is another very, very important. Otherwise, you have relevance, whether this project is at all relevant. All these will be captured in your log frame. So log frames, extremely important. It gives you your understanding of the project and also very easy for the evaluator also to understand how this project will be effective and how it is, whether it is replicable and sustainable in the process. We have other points also. Definitely we look into technology inclusion, we look into other aspects also. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chandra. I think बहुत important points अगर आप लोगों ने note किया तो ये बहुत important है ये जानना कि when you write proposals, these two things which Dr. Chandra just mentioned, theory of change and log frame analysis, अगर ये आपका clearly defined है with all your problem statement, your activities, your output and your outcome and the means of verification which she just mentioned, I think अगर ये clearly आपका defined है आपके proposal में, आपको इतना बड़ा कहानी लिखने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, बस वो columns भर दो जो आपका understanding के हिसाब से है and which you are very confident, जहाँ पे आपका काम बोलता है, जहाँ आपको लगता है कि अगर मैं ये अपने मन से लिखूं और अपनी टीम के कंसेंसस में लिखूं तो वो प्रपोजल बहुत स्ट्रांग हो जाता है. हम लोग क्या करते हैं कि हम बाहर के कंसल्टेंट्स को अपने प्रपोजल राइटिंग में वी इन्वॉल्व देम विच दे डोंट नो व्हाट यू आर वर्किंग. उनको नहीं पता वो आप लोग क्या काम कर रहे हैं. आप लोग उनको वी NGOs वी पे देम हेविली टू राइट अ प्रपोजल. इन HCL ग्रांट हम लोग ये नहीं देखते कि एंड प्लीज करेक्ट मी लाइक दे विल ऑल्सो एग्री बिकॉज दे आर बीइंग इवैल्यूएटिंग ईच एंड एवरी प्रपोजल. इन HCL ग्रांट वी डोंट सी कि आपकी इंग्लिश कितनी अच्छी है, आपका ग्रामर, उसमें ग्रामेटिकल मिस्टेक्स नहीं देखते हम लोग. हम उसमें देखते हैं आप क्या आइडिया पिच कर रहे हैं, व्हाट इज दैट इनोवेटिव मॉडल विच यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट, विच यू आर रियली यू हैव अ सक्सेसफुल मॉडल. जो हर NGO आज यहाँ बैठा है अपना एक सक्सेसफुल मॉडल वहाँ पे इम्प्लीमेंट करके यू हैव योर एग्जाम्पल्स विथ यू, उसको जस्ट पेन डाउन करना है, दैट्स इट, इन पॉइंट्स. उनको बड़े पैराग्राफ्स लिख के बहुत कैची लाइन्स लिख के, you don't think that evaluators will evaluate basis the good English or not. No. वो सिर्फ उसमें कंटेंट देखते हैं, उसमें एक स्टेटमेंट देखते हैं कि उसमें एक सही प्रॉब्लम है या नहीं, उसमें क्या प्रॉब्लम आप बता रहे हो, उसमें उस प्रॉब्लम की वहाँ पे है ज़रूरत फंड्स की, और वहाँ पे आप क्या इम्पैक्ट लेके आ रहे हो, और हाउ यू आर गोइंग टू सस्टेन दैट प्रोजेक्ट इज़ व्हाट दे इवैल्यूएट. एंड दैट इज़ वेरी एविडेंट इफ योर लॉग फ्रेम LFA and your theory of change is very strong. So if you go back and आप अगर उसमें थोड़ा सा काम करें and try to build upon your strengths through these two things, I think आपका proposal 50 to 60, 70% आप complete हो for any donor. Now I'll come to our sub-jury member जिनके पास when Dr. Chandrai visits all these NGOs and she then presents it to our sub-jury member along with Grant Thornton. I'll come to Rohit in last because what Rohit will share is what, it will complete the entire discussion. Okay, so coming to Kirti. So Kirti, as a sub-jury member, as an eminent sub-jury member for the past 3 years, so you have been a sub-jury member in the health category. Likewise, we have 12 sub-jury members, 4 in each category. So Miss Kirti Karamchand, Dr. Kirti Karamchandi, she represents our health category sub-jury member. So Kirti, when you go through all these proposals, what all are those components through which you, when they present you these cases, 10 cases, top 10 cases, आप कैसे उनको evaluate करते हो and how you decide the top 3?
Thanks, Robin, and hi, everyone. This is my first trip to Kolkata and very excited to be here. Thank you for inviting me, Robin, here. So, as I handle government affairs, as you heard, for the HCL Group, HCL Foundation. So let me also share what is the perspective of the government when it comes to CSR. How do they define CSR? Because we as an organization, it becomes our responsibility to ensure that that definition is fulfilled. And through the grant, we are fulfilling the definition. One of the parts of it, of course, HCL Foundation does many things also. We have many other initiatives, but through one of these flagship initiatives that we have, we are fulfilling what the government of India has defined CSR. The CSR, if you have ever visited the site, I don't know how many of you have actually, because normally when I have interacted with NGOs in the past, they only talk about how can we get the funds. They do not talk about what CSR is or how to go about it or what is the process. I really appreciate HCL for taking this lead in creating HCL grants. Thanks to Robin that he has worked all through the year to reach out to NGOs to make them understand that what CSR is and how can we work as partners here, not as activists, right? So for Government of India, if you go through the website, it says that CSR is a collective responsibility to supplement the nation's effort, the country's effort in nation building. So they look CSR, corporates, as a collective, as a partner in this development process. And supplement word, I'm sure आप सब समझते हैं supplement word, right? किसी चीज़ को का पूरक होना, right? When you have something incomplete, you add a bit to it to make it 180 degree or the 360 degree, right? That is a supplement. Government, I work very closely with the government almost every day, and they have a scale. They have a huge team. They have huge initiatives, very populist initiatives, welfare-related initiatives. हर तरीके के initiatives होते हैं. But you can't reach the last mile always. There are gaps, there will be gaps, right? That is where CSRs were called in to shoulder that responsibility with the government to fill in those gaps where the government was not able to reach. So when I see a proposal, my first idea is that is it in some way complementing the efforts of the government on the ground? Is it a gap in the system which it is fulfilling? if I feel yes, definitely the interest goes higher to read through the proposal further. Now the second part of when I review a proposal is that, of course, I'm a part of HCL, right? What is my company's vision? I'm sure that you are hearing and watching the HCL presentation, the foundation's presentation, the grants presentation since morning. Anyone can tell me about what our vision is? HCL Foundation's vision or grants vision, whichever. Anyone at the back?
Don't insult me.
So, sorry? Source code. Yeah. Great. Great. Thank you. So our vision is to make a source code of environmental, social, and economic development. So your document, to be a source code, should be replicable, as Madam said, Dr. Das said, should be sustainable, right? And should be practical also, right? Today, I'll just share an example with you. Sometime back, I visited a place in Uttar Pradesh. I belong to UP. I stay in Lucknow. So there, this NGO, I went to their work. I had heard a lot about it. They are doing very great work in skill development. Skill development, at one point of time, the skill development mission and everything was going really high, right? Even today, Grant Thornton are partners in UP, I think, right? So this particular private training provider who had taken funds from the government, it was an NGO only, who had registered itself as a private training provider, was training some children, some adolescents in a village far off, in a small district, on hospitality and a computer operator training. Now that child who's getting trained as a computer operator gets a 7,000 to 8,000 rupees job in Delhi or Noida or Gurgaon, and hardly stays there for a week and comes back because he cannot sustain himself there. And that's not a good model to work on, right? So one is that you have to have a sustainable, replicable, and a practical model which is implementable, right? So you have to think through that the problem that I'm working on and the solution that I am working on, do they work in the long run? Are they sustainable enough? Because as ma'am said, that if it is replicable, it will be sustainable only then, right? So when I see a proposal, my first thing is that what efforts of the government is it complementing or supplementing? As a person, I'm also an economist. I've done my PhD in health financing. I'm very passionate about the education sector as well. So like in today's, I've been reading on the way, on the flight, I was just reading through some research documents. And I realized that right to education has been there for more than a decade now, right? 2011, I think we had the right to education. We have to some extent solved the enrollment issue, but we have not really looked at how to make them stay in school. Dropout rate is really high. So if you come with a proposal that, okay, let's do this to stop the dropout of girls, particularly in the rural India, that is a project that I would be very happy to look at, definitely, because this is a problem unsolved. You have puzzles in every hook and corner of the villages of the country. You find solutions to those problems, bring in innovative ideas. I'm sure that as a sub-jury, as HCL Foundation, we'll be very keenly looking forward to support you, fund you. As everybody has been mentioning, we are not looking for big branded NGOs. No, we are looking for genuine work on the ground, problems which have not been identified till date as a national cause, because we want those problems, those solutions to become successful, and will be able to replicate them and make it a national cause, bring about a policy change through that. This is what we look at. I particularly look at when I look at proposals that come to us, and Robin and team already make our work very easy as well as very difficult, because they have filtered of most of the applications, and only 10 applications come to us, and with such great defenders there sitting across the table, it becomes a very difficult task for us to decide who is the best out of the best 10. So it's a very difficult task for us, especially because the 10 best come to us from all across the country, and very high level of and a very dedicated due diligence is done.
Yes, we also look at, as sub-jury members, we definitely look at the financial modeling also. How much money are you spending on administrative costs? How much money are you spending on travel cost? How much money are you spending on HR cost? What is the actual project implementation costs? What are the subheads that you have captured there? Financial modeling is definitely very important to an organization because we want that every penny of HCL Foundation CSR budget that goes down should be utilized effectively, efficiently, should reach the last mile. And lastly, I would like to say that when you're looking for HCL grant winners, it's not only that we're looking at NGOs. You will be partners in our journey for this change that we want to bring about. It is an opportunity for us to bring about a change in the country, to work on sectors and segments which have not been reached by the government or maybe by any other international agencies or bilateral agencies that have been working for ages. So my suggestion to everybody here, my submission here is that look for areas which have not been touched upon till date, are of critical importance for health or education or environment sector. Submit a simple. It's not that you have to make very complicated project designs. Make it simple. Simple to understand, simple to implement as well. And we will be happy to take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kriti. Very well said that when they evaluate the proposals as a sub-jury member, so Kirti, when she sees the proposal, what is that which is complementing the work which government is already doing, not like you are parallelly setting up a parallel system what government is already doing, but what you're complementing and what you're leveraging from the existing resources which government already has while devising these proposals are very important points which she just mentioned, and how replicable, sustainable and practical is that proposal, and which you're going to implement that project is what they also evaluate when these cases are presented to them. And so thank you for these very important points and amazing inputs for these NGOs. Before I move on, I just wanted to inform everyone here today that this entire symposium is live streamed. You can visit our HCL Grant Foundation, HCL Grant Facebook page and HCL Foundation Facebook page. Please do go there and subscribe us, and you can watch all these symposiums which we have been doing. We started from Bangalore, then we moved to Vijayawada, Bhubaneswar, Bhopal, Udaipur, Patna, and now today we are in Kolkata. All these symposiums are live streamed. Everywhere we had different topics, we had different panelists, we have different speakers talking on different regional challenges, and when you hear them, you'll understand, you'll get ideas on what all are those regional challenges with these places they face, and how they tackle these challenges is what we try to get the discussions through our panel discussions and all. Also, the main motive of doing these CSR symposiums, the HCL Foundation Symposium, this is the second time we are coming in Kolkata. We don't have any commercial this thing against doing all this symposium. This we are purely doing it for NGOs, for your knowledge, for your learnings, and also for us also as a CSR company. When we come and we meet NGOs, and I don't think any other CSR companies are doing this. We are going to this remotest part of the country. We are going to these tier 1, tier 2 cities, and we do these symposiums only with one purpose: to meet you, meet our NGOs, understand the regional challenges, and when we get to know the regional challenges, and that's how we decide that this is where we have to invest. This is where the community needs more attention. So that purpose only, we have been doing these symposiums from 2017, and I hope these symposiums are benefiting all the NGOs who are participating from 2017 onwards until date, and today the NGOs who are sitting here. Now moving on, I would like to ask Ranshu Banerjee. He's representing the Pradhan NGO from Kolkata region, and they have won the HCL grant award money for 5 crore grant in the environment category from Kolkata. The entire project will be implemented in Kolkata. Now, I'd like to hear from Suransh. Suransh, you have been announced as a winner of HCL grant this year. So, what is that project for which you have won the grant, and how has been your experience of going through this, crossing these 7 stages which Amitav Rao just mentioned, and what was that key things which you think have really clicked while writing the proposal?
First of all, thank you, Thomas, for inviting me in this panel. And before entering into, I will not take much time, of course, but before entering what Thomas has asked me to tell you, I would like to really make one point which distinguishes this CSR from other CSRs from my own experience, is the sheer humility that they have shown throughout the journey. So the entire team, they visited time and again our locations, had interactions with. Their humility will touch you. So that is what makes them, that isolates them and is a standalone characteristics, I would say, that HCL CSR holds. Now coming to the point that what really clicked for us and what has been our experience in this journey, I think Amitabh has already said a lot. So nothing more to add to that front. Only except if I want to reiterate the old saying that the destination doesn't matter, the journey what matters most. So throughout the journey, it helps you to pause, think, reflect, and look at your engagement time and again. So which actually helps, the process actually helped us in a lot of reflection what we have been doing. Like as an NGO, and I say that when we are into implementation, so maybe in the initial conceptualization there are a lot of components that you you think that you would be working on, but when you actually start working on it, then ours was a built up project. So I will come later on that. So when you work on that, then you carried away and some components are missed out, some components are given more importance, some are there on the backside, you think that we'll look at it at later stage. So these things happen. But when we sat down, penned down our thoughts, wrote the proposals and the reiterations that followed, it actually helped us to look at where we were not looking, with importance, where it should be looked at. So all these areas that helped us, and then the consultants of HCL and the external consultants, those who have visited, so they become your ambassador. So not only the ambassador, they don't only speaks for you, they also points out where the loopholes are, where are the loose ends, where you need to look more, what would I say, more critically, more constructively, which shape, what could turn, a different turn it could take. So all these help you will receive from this team that will be visiting you. And in our proposal, our main focus was that, again, that whatever we do should not be done in isolation, and we are not going to develop any oasis. So it should not be an oasis. It should be based on what people have already been doing, what is their existing knowledge, and it should address the livelihood, people and environment together with the help of government. So bringing gender justice, environment justice, livelihood justice for the tribal indigenous people with the leveraging the white elephant, that is government, so yeah. So basically tapping the white, whatever. So that is how, that is what clicked in our case. And let's see, so hopeful for the implementation, entering into the implementation part.
Thank you, Suranshu. I think the white elephant अच्छा था, बढ़िया बोल. Yeah. So now, you have heard from everyone. You have heard from the consultants. You have heard from the sub-jury member. You have heard from the finalist. You have heard from the winner. Now you will be hearing from the horse's mouth, Mr. Rohit Bahadur. So the GT Grant Thornton, they evaluate your proposals from stage 1 and they present your case in stage 7. So from stage 1 to stage 7, the role of GTs is very crucial. They not only check your program projects, they in detail check all your documents, all your due diligence checks, back end, front end, everything. They do it so that you get to know that where you need to correct yourself and where you are good in, so all these things you get it from GT. So now my question to Rohit. So Rohit, you and your team have been part of HCL Grant, and I know that not only HCL Grant, you are also the due diligence partner for many other grants today which are running in India and globally. So we would, as NGOs, what are your thoughts or what are your आपका क्या findings रहता है when you visit these NGOs, when you do this due diligence, NGOs के लिए आपका क्या एक message है?
Thank you, Robin, and I wish I could speak Bengali, but I cannot. So I'll continue to speak in English. We play multiple roles, I think, at HCL Grant. So I'm also the demon of the piece, right? Because we are the ones who would, at every stage, come and say that, this is not right, or, we are the ones who would, stop and maybe an innovative project from going ahead because the governance doesn't suit. But the proof of the pudding here is the fact that there is an NGO like Lokmata also and an NGO like Pradhan, right? So how did we evaluate both of them? And so it's a very difficult task that HCL has given us, that, irrespective of the size, if you clear the certain eligibility, which is 50 lakhs in environment, average expenditure for 3 years, and 1 crore for education and health. So if you cross that average expenditure for 3 years, even if your average expenditure is 50 lakhs, or if it is 150 or 300, how do we, kind of put you on parity? And that's what I wanted to bring to the table. So we are not, so एक तो आपका होता है जो it's a clear no, so which is basically your compliances. So eligibility के time पे भी आपके जो 6, 7, 8 डॉक्यूमेंट हैं, अगर वो नहीं है तो आप आगे नहीं बढ़ेंगे. सब ज्यूरी राउंड पे भी जब डेस्कटॉप हम डिलीजेंस करते हैं, उस टाइम पे जो कंप्लायंसेस हैं, वो चाहे आप छोटे एनजीओ हो, चाहे आप बड़े एनजीओ, दैट इज ए नो. आफ्टर दैट व्हेन वी कम टू द फाइनलिस्ट स्टेज, we try and marry the governance, the program controls, the capacity to deliver, financial management in such a way, and we write up our due diligence recommendations in such a way that they suit the structure of the organization. And believe me, so there is no point in us talking about a very high level control, say like board rotation, and put it in the report for Lokmata, right? So we pick and choose the kind of controls and the kind of observations which need to be there for that size of the organization to the jury. And they, so at that stage, the challenge is to make sure कि आप जैसे organization है, उस तरीके से आपके जो recommendations हैं वो हम present करें. And I'll give you a key message कि आप अगर हमारे shoes में होते तो आपको कैसे करना होता. So what you should do as an organization or as a project that you're implementing is go back and say कि मेरे कौन से key risk area हो सकते हैं. So for example, अगर मेरे project में procurement ज़्यादा है,
तो उसमें जो कंट्रोल होने चाहिए वो क्या क्या होने चाहिए, दैट शुड बी इन प्लेस. अगर मेरी सैलरी हैवी प्रोजेक्ट है तो मेरे जो HRM कंप्लायंसेस हैं वो सब होने चाहिए. तो अगर आप अपने आप और आप की इवेंट्स देखिए, आपके ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के पिछले 10 साल में क्या की इवेंट हुए हैं, क्या आपका कुछ ऑडिट हुआ है, चाहे वो FCRA में हो और CSR के रिलेटेड ना हो, और उस की इवेंट की आपकी डॉक्यूमेंटेशन और एक्सप्लेनेशन होनी चाहिए. बाकी ये कोई ऐसा नहीं है कि भाई ऑब्वियसली अ लार्जर NGO विल हैव अ बेटर फाइनेंस मैनुअल, इट विल बी मोर स्ट्रक्चर्ड. A smaller organization might not have it, right? So the key challenge which HCL has given us is to try and marry के, पर ये जो आपके उस लेवल पे अगर आप ये आइडेंटिफाई कर लें कि आपके कौन से की रिस्क्स हैं और कौन से की इवेंट्स हैं, और उसके आपके पास एक करेक्ट एक्सप्लेनेशन हो. आप ऐसा नहीं है कि आपको नेसेसरी हो कि आपके सारे गैप्स एड्रेस हो जाए, क्योंकि वो गैप्स हम डॉक्यूमेंट करके जूरी को देते हैं, एंड दे लुक इनटू बोथ दैट एज वेल एज द प्रोजेक्ट साइड व्हेन दे इवैल्यूएट. सो अप टू द सब जूरी लेवल इट इज ऑल कंप्लायंस which is and public domain search, which is an absolute yes or a no. उसके बाद जब फाइनलिस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस चूज होती हैं, उसमें ये देखा जाता है कि जो आपके की रिस्क्स हैं और की इवेंट्स हैं उसके आपके पास करेक्ट एक्सप्लेनेशन हो. ऐसा नहीं है ज़रूरी है कि आपको सब कुछ ही बिल्कुल सही होना चाहिए. सो वी आर नॉट रियली द मैक्सिमम डीमन इन द पीस, राइट. तो उस टाइम पे हमारा जॉब यही होता है कि हम अपना पर्सपेक्टिव जूरी मेंबर्स को दें कि वो जब डिसीजन मेकिंग करें वो 70% वेटेज या 60% वेटेज उनके माइंड में प्रोजेक्ट का हो, और फिर जो गवर्नेंस के जो इश्यूज होते हैं साइज के मुताबिक वो देखते हैं, और फिर वो जजमेंट करते हैं कि ये NGO HCL के लिए करेक्ट पार्टनर होगा कि नहीं. ये नहीं है कि आपके पास ये है या ये नहीं है, ऐसा नहीं है, पर ये आप ऐसा NGO जहाँ पे पार्टनरशिप सही बन जाए. So वो इंटेलिजेंस वी ट्राई एंड ब्रिंग टू द ड्यू डिलिजेंस विच वी डोंट डू इन मेनी अदर. इट्स नॉट अ चेकलिस्ट बेस्ड truly at the right end. It is marrying that. For example, like Dr. Das said that she makes sure that everybody in the project team knows about the proposal. When we talk to the board members, we ask them, do you know about the project? And we get a better satisfaction if the board level people also know what the project is. Have they evaluated it? Have they also gone through an approval process internally? तो ऐसी इनडायरेक्ट चीज़ें हम पूछते हैं सो दैट वी आर एबल टू गिव इनपुट्स टू द HCL एस्टीम जूरी सो दैट दे कैन मेक द राइट डिसीजन. तो एक लेवल तक तो हम बिल्कुल ही ब्लैक एंड वाइट है कि आपके पास ये डॉक्यूमेंट है, अगर नहीं है तो आप आगे नहीं बढ़ेंगे. पर उसके बाद जब एंड में आते हैं तो हमारा फैसिलिटेशन रोल ही होता है, इवन फ्रॉम अ ड्यू डिलिजेंस साइड, कि हम आपको उस तरीके से, ये कोई ज़्यादा डरने वाली बात नहीं है, बट कंप्लायंसेस आर, वो आपका तो बिल्कुल ही एक ज़रूरी है कि रिस्पेक्टिव ऑफ साइज होना चाहिए. एंड देन ऑल्सो वी हैव द रोल ऑफ प्रेजेंटिंग द प्रोजेक्ट्स एंड अदर रोल्स विद इन द थिंग. सो द सेम टीम ऑल्सो इज योर representative as well in finally making these presentations. So that is what I wanted to try and say, that our role is to try and fit what you're doing. So and I think we have the right representation of one of NGOs on the panel. It proves our point कि आप ऐसा नहीं है कि आप छोटे हैं तो आप फाइनलिस्ट नहीं बन सकते, आप विनर नहीं बन सकते. जो पहले 2017 के जो एजुकेशन के विनर थे वो उनमें 6 ही लोग थे. हम बॉम्बे में गए, उनका ऑफिस भी मिला नहीं, हम तीसरे फ्लोर पे उनके एक घर पे जाके हमने एवेल्युएट किया. पर हमें ऐसा लगा कि उनके पास प्रोग्रामेटिक तो है ही है, पर कंट्रोल्स भी हैं जो उस लेवल के ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लिए काम करेंगे. एंड आई टेल यू वन वेरी की कंट्रोल, जो कोई भी आपके पास आता है तो फॉर एग्जांपल फ्रॉम अ फंड फ्लो पर्सपेक्टिव वी वांट टू मेक श्योर कि भाई एक आदमी खाली साइन ना करे. अब डेंजरस है कि सारा पैसा एक आदमी के हाथ में है। अब उस एनजीओ के पास 6-8 ही लोग थे। अब उन्होंने काउंटर सिग्नेटरी एक बोर्ड मेंबर को किया ओवर अ सर्टेन लेवल। तो जो आपका मेकर चेकर कंट्रोल हो गया, वो आप एक छोटे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में भी कर सकते हैं इफ यू पुट इन प्लेस एन इनोवेटिव वे ऑफ पुटिंग द कंट्रोल। तो वो हमने देखा कि वहां पे वो प्लेस में है, चाहे वो एक छोटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है। सो यही पर्सपेक्टिव आई वांटेड टू ब्रिंग एंड थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू रोहित। आई थिंक ये कुछ कैप्सूल्स थे जो सबने आपसे शेयर किया व्हेन दे इवैल्यूएट द एनजीओज, तो वो क्या क्या चीज़ें देखते हैं। बट जस्ट टू ऐड टू व्हाट रोहित मेंशन, जब वो लोग जब ड्यू डिलिजेंस करते हैं, जीटी व्हेन दे डू द ड्यू डिलिजेंस, व्हेन कंसल्टेंट्स दे गो एंड इवैल्यूएट द प्रोग्राम्स, the checklist which we put for the eligibility check for the further selections is what we will also have to ensure as per the government CSR law. तो वो compliances और governance जो GT हमें clear करके देती है, वही चीज़ हमें भी report back करनी पड़ती है CSR, to the government, that ये चीज़ें ये NGO compliant है. Now the CSR law इतना strict हो गया है, निखिल के presentation में उन्होंने आपको बताया होगा, इतना strict हो गया है, as the funders, as CSR company, we are also compliant. We'll have to make sure that all the NGOs who are actually funded by HCL Foundation have to be compliant and have to be, have full tick mark on the governance checks, even if it's irrespective of the size of the organization, small, big or medium. जो भी NGO हो, they'll have to be compliant, and that is the rule and that is a mandate which we have been asked by the government of India. So, and also, when GT or any of our consultants, when they visit your organization, ये सब छोटी-छोटी चीजें हैं which they check, like the checkbook signing. वो मैंने भी एक बार एक NGO को visit किया था, तो मैंने देखा था कि checks already sign कर रखे थे, हाँ ड्रॉज में रखे थे, बिकॉज वो ट्रैवल कर रहे, तो उन्होंने बोला सर वो ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं तो हमने पहले ही साइन करके रख लिया, विच इज नॉट अ गुड प्रैक्टिस. ओके, सो मिनट्स ऑफ द बुक में साइन सिग्नेचर्स नहीं है. सो ऑल दीज थिंग्स, स्मॉल थिंग्स, आई एम नॉट गोइंग इनटू द डिटेल्स नाउ. ठीक है, ये सब चीज़ें हैं जो हम ड्यूरिंग द ड्यू डिलिजेंस, इफ लाइक नॉट ओनली अस बट कोई और फंडर, व्हेन बिफोर दे गिव फंड्स टू यू, दे विल ऑल्सो make sure कि जो due diligence checks है they are compliant with. ठीक है. So now I'll just move on to all our panelists. Just a final common question to everyone. What is your one or two message to all the NGOs who are sitting and who are seeing us live today, जो apply करते हैं not only for HCL grant but also for other grants? उनको क्या क्या चीज़ें, like one or two things which majorly they should focus while writing the proposal and while submitting the proposal? क्या वो एक दो चीज़ें हैं जो उनको माइंड में रखना चाहिए, which they feel as a confident that कि हाँ अगर ये सब 2-3 चीज़ें हों तो I think हमारा proposal strong हो सकता है. I'll start with Kirti.
So, I mean, what I understand of the Fifth Estate is that you work on causes and the voices of the people, unheard voices of the people, right? So if you are able to convert that passion of yours in a more professional way, this is what we are looking at. That is exactly what we want. We want your passion. We want the voice of the people, because you work with the community. We are not able to reach there. You bring the community to us. And please see the CSR law and the compliance process as an opportunity for professional growth in your sector. It is a big opportunity for us to evolve. आज पूरा दिन हमने change के बारे में सुना. Dr. Gupta was told. It is time to change. It is time to evolve. And we as an organization are standing with you to teach you the processes in it, the compliances related to it. हर सेक्टर यू मस्ट हैव सीन, चाहे इंडस्ट्री हो चाहे गवर्नमेंट हो, कोई ऑनलाइन जा रहा है, कोई अपने प्रोसेसेस को इम्प्रोवाइज कर रहा है. आई थिंक इट इज़ हाई टाइम द फिफ्थ एस्टेट नीड्स टू इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज इट्स गवर्नेंस स्ट्रक्चर्स, become a professional body. And this is exactly what we as CSRs are looking at. So please bring the voice of the people to us, bring the community to us, but work as partners with us in this growth story of the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kirti. Mr. Amitav Roy.
First thing, before formulation of a project, try to identify a genuine problem of your area which has a great impact if we can solve it. So that is the first and foremost thing. And another thing I would like to mention, if you want to apply for the HCL grant, if you are not successful, I am sure your project proposal will be successful to bring money from other source, because the structure of the application, it is so beautiful that in any project, in any funding agency will must look your project twice. So it is not the question ki for HCL grant or for anything, you just put your project for HCL grant. If you succeed, no question. If you doesn't succeed, then I'm sure your project will bring money from other sources.
Thank you.
Yeah. See, for HCL grant in particular, or for any other grant in general, the proposal should of hero. So it should sound like a well narrated story in your ear. So then you can think that your project proposal is a complete one. So that is how I evaluate my proposal. So that's first thing. And the second thing is that there are a lot of scope for innovations, not only in the ideation of the project, but also in the budget, the financial modeling, which ma'am has already spoken at length. Like it's you can be as much innovative as you want in actually designing the budget, the components, the way you want to achieve your cause. So that is the second message from me. And the third one is that scale. Please remember, and I value, and from my experience of working for 15 years in these sectors, in the sector, the scale. Any project which fails to attain scale, well, it could be good, but may not be that significant. So try to, bring the components which can attain the scale in your project. So these are the three, Thank you.
We had a blockbuster movie.
Dr. Chandrai.
Yes, actually, when Shourangshu, isn't it? He said about the story, I am kind of a more, I believe Shourangshu has a more of an emotions. I have emotions, but I immediately want to see it on a log frame. That is my problem, because, that gives you the structure, as I told you. Another thing is, I would tell you that don't outsource your proposal. Something that somebody writes a proposal for you and gives it to you, don't do it. Even if you need some technical help, sit with them and write your proposal. At every point, you have to put in the inputs. Maybe that person can be little, technically could structure your proposal or whatever, but try to develop your proposal through your own team. That is something extremely important, and in the process, you develop yourselves as technical, professional, people. And that is one thing which is very important. The log frame is another thing very important, and your a program has to be innovative and replicable. Keep these in mind. We are looking at something which is very, very, what I would say, one-off. Not something which 10 people, yes, of course, you may be needing such proposals also where, you know, it is being done, but you're also doing it, customizing it to your own situation. That also is possible. But innovation is very, very important. Again, I kind of refer to what Professor Gupta was saying. Data management, have your data managed very well. And actually, ideally, from the log frame, you develop your result-based matrix, which is very important for monitoring your own project. So that's all I wanted to tell you.
Rohit.
Yeah, so my only message would be genuine. So don't try and fib, and put together something which you can't deliver on ground. And also look at the smaller points, in the proposal, because of one lie of yours saying that, okay, I have a whistleblowers policy, but you actually don't have it, can result in your elimination or in your coming out in a negative way. So look at all the small ticks also. If you don't have it, it's better to be truthful. If you lie somewhere, you will get eliminated, both in your governance, and so don't take it lightly कि मैं सब कुछ yes करके उसको पहले stage में मैं निकाल दूंगा. You will get caught and you will get penalized. It's better to put a no. And similarly on the project side, जो आप कर सकते हैं वो नहीं तो my experience shows either GT will catch it, or the consultant will catch it, or the sub-jury will catch it. Somebody will catch both either the governance and the controls. Because we all have multiple roles. So the consultants also come up, the sub-jury also catches us sometimes if we missed it out. तो कहीं ना कहीं मतलब jury तक पहुंचने में आपकी lie पकड़ी जाएगी. तो be genuine. Don't lie in the proposal.
Thank you. I think बहुत important points यहाँ से सब आया है. There are some points which before I open the floor for the questions, just wanted to tell you that ये अगर आप note कर लो जो अभी मैं बोलने वाला हूँ, because these are the selection criteria which all our consultants, all our sub-jury members and jury members, they follow while evaluating each proposal. So we have two divisions where we evaluate each concept note, one in the organizational level, one in the project proposal, where in organization we give 40% weightage, and in the project proposal side we give 60% weightage. जहाँ पे organizational side we see the organization's strength and the capacity to deliver. तो इसमें हमने 40% का weightage डाला हुआ है, and on the 60% part where we are giving it to the project level, where we talk about relevance of the project, कितना relevant है वो project. Second is the innovativeness or the technology which is being used. Third is the inclusiveness, कितना inclusive है ये project beneficiary wise, stakeholder wise. So all these things we evaluate. Fourth is the replicability and scalability model, which Dr. Chandra was talking about. Then we also see the financial modeling, which Dr. Kirti was mentioning. कितना viable आपका project है, कितना आपने कितना balanced way में उसको modeling किया हुआ है, the entire activities of the project. ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि the entire 5 crore का project you are putting 3 crore 4 crore in the infrastructure development, बाकी सिर्फ 1 crore salary project और उसमें आप admin में आपने divide कर लिया. So you have to have a balanced approach. Basis the need of the project. Need assessment is one thing which I think our panelist mentioned कि need assessment बहुत important हो गया है किसी भी project में. Basis the need assessment only you will understand and you will be able to do a balanced financial modeling of the entire project. Then last but not the least, the sustainability. Sustainability of the project, कैसे आप ensure करोगे even if HCL funds are not there. So that is what you'll have to do. So these are some of the 6 to 8 parameters on the basis of which each proposals are evaluated. And I think from our eminent panelists, I think they have covered more or less all these parameters during their talk. Now I open the floor for questions. We'll not be able to take like ज़्यादा questions हम लोग नहीं लेंगे. one or two questions if anyone has, we are open to. Yeah, you're audible.
Uh, actually, HCL does not allow any sub-granting, right? So the ownership should be with, with the NGO which is submitting the proposal, and all the documentation required should be in the name of that NGO. But it is not encouraged that you have a kind of a joint venture or a collaboration. So there have been cases where there has been, but because we have to evaluate the nature of the contractual relationship or the relationship. So if it is a fixed contractual relationship, then it could still work.
Yes,
right.
I am talking not about the subcontracting, but especially with agreement to
it is
joint
allowed.
collaboration JV between two organizations or collaboration between one organization.
But a single organization needs to take the ultimate onus of the delivery of the project.
Lead or maybe one will be the lead organization and another will
but
be
it
the
is
partner
but
organization.
it is not it is not an exact no, but from an evaluation perspective, you'll have to score very high on all the other parameters for it to go through.
Okay, I can understand.
Because the whole motto and behind HCL grant is for a NGO to come up with an innovative project, in a rural area. So while there have been cases where there has been a contractual relationship, coming together jointly with somebody and together pitching for a project, I would say don't do it.
No, it's okay. I can understand that it will be considered. That is enough for me, I think. And as case to case, it may be,
but the different people are, because different people will be looking at it at different lenses. We'll have to evaluate the nature of the relationship, whether it is constituting some granting or not, etc. So there are various angles. So you'll have
it will be considered.
It's not a strict no. Let me be honest, but it's you'll have to cover all the aspects. You'll have to clear all the aspects. Otherwise, it won't go through.
Thank you very much for it. Not is a clear no, and it may be considered. Thank you very much, sir.
Small NGO don't have 1 crore per year budget. So what to do?
Sir, it's a good question. We when we started HCL grant, our eligibility criteria was way more than 1 crore, 1.5 crore. Okay, 1.5 crore tha pehle for environment, health and education when we started. But now then we reduce it for environment. We were doing these symposiums. That's when we got feedback from the NGOs ki environment NGOs abhi itna fund mil nahi raha in the development sector ki aapne itna हमने वो set कर दिया 1.5 crore, but वो हमने reduce कर दिया from 1 crore to 50 lakhs for environment. Now for health and education, our eligibility criteria was 1.5 CR till last year. We reduced it to 1 crore. So that more and more NGOs now can apply, but we can't go beyond 1 crore. Sir, एक चीज हमें समझना पड़ेगा, organizational level पे हम लोग का एक बहुत major portion है, weightage है. We also see the capacity to deliver that particular project. 5 crore एक दिन आपका अगर NGO है 5-6 लाख 10 लाख का 15 लाख का एकदम से आपको 5 crore का award मिल गया. You should also have the capacity to deliver that project. That is why we have set this eligibility criteria, and we encourage NGOs. This eligibility criteria is only for HCL grant, but we have other projects also, like HCL Uday hai. Kolkata में हमारा projects चल रहा है. We have partnership with 4-5 NGOs for our Uday program. जहाँ पे ये eligibility criteria, all small NGOs, medium and large NGOs can apply. We put our RFPs. Basis that RFP आप लोग apply करते हो online, and we have a team who selects basis their own verticals, thematic category wise. वहाँ पे इतना eligibility criteria नहीं है, to be very frank. वहाँ पे हम सिर्फ ये check करते हैं जो government का mandatory documents है, like 12A, ATG, registration certificate, ये जो minimum things है, are you meeting those guidelines or not? That's it. Yes, we have an office here where we have 500 people who are working. It's a small office. Abhi hum usko, we don't know like what is the future plan for HCL Technologies, but we have our Uday program here. We have our volunteers working here. We have partnership with 4-5 organizations. So वो हमारा चल रहा है इधर, कोलकाता.
Hi sir, good evening. I just want to ask one thing. Can a research-based organization can apply for HCL grant?
Do you have a 12A and ATG?
Yeah, it's a think tank. 12A ATG. We work in Nagaland.
But yeah, you can, but you'll have to show action-based project on ground.
On ground. Sir.
Yeah. So the project, you might be a research-oriented, but you should be action-based research orientation, because the projects that will be evaluated on just pure research base will not work. There has to be a project action component as part of your research, then it will go. From a eligibility criteria, you will be eligible, but you will move ahead because you will clear the eligibility criteria having 12A, ATG, registration, CSR 1 form, etc. But at the evaluation phase, you will have to have project which is actionable on ground, which is part of that research to go through.
Sir. Thank you.
Yeah. There has been a finalist, A3. A3 has also been primarily a research think tank, but it was a project action based on ground, which was being evaluated.
We work on like some disputes like India, China, or India, Bangladesh. Like these disputes also we come through.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Okay, so we will end our panel discussion. I hope this panel discussion was helpful for all our NGOs today who are sitting here, and कुछ आपको अच्छा inputs मिल गया होगा कि for your future proposal writings or for this applying for even HCL grant edition 8, that is what we are encouraging you now to apply for HCL grant after listening to all our panelists from all our subject matter experts, everyone. I think you have got enough ideas now to submit your application for HCL grant. Okay, so with this, we would like to formally end this panel discussion, and over to you, Lakshana, now. Thank you very much. Please wait, we are not ended our program, please.
Thank you so much, everyone, and thank you for your patience with all the basic to basic queries that we may have posed to you. And I hope this was as informative for you as we hoped it to be. Just to end this panel discussion, I would request Rohit to please felicitate Dr. Kirti with a small token of appreciation that we've got for her. This is the wrong selection. Could I request Dr. Chandrai to felicitate Amitava, sir? And could you please, Dr. Chandrai, could you please felicitate her as well? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. We should have a huge shout out for Robin for so patiently. A huge round of applause.
Thank you so much. Just a sec, just 2 minutes we'll take, and we will then wind up our symposiums. Over to you, Lakshana.
We thank you for giving us your time today. It was an absolute pleasure to host you, of course. Please do feel free to reach out to us in case you have any queries. You have the toll-free number. You also have our ID, hclgrant@hcl.com. and we will be happy to cater to any of these queries that you may have. On that note, we sign off. We've got a little arrangement of the tea outside, so please acknowledge your
Big thanks to iLEAD Institute for hosting us once again for HCL grant, and thank you so much. And we'll be playing one video here. Jo Lokmata and Pradhan, who won the HCL grant from Kolkata. What is that project is what we are going to show it to you. The symposium has ended, but the video will play on. जैसे movie में खत्म हो जाता तो video चलता है. So